later on, True Rippers, so they don't get caught out?
Something that True Rippers can do if they do want to go for that double fighter. Other
Plus,
than Keto, we also got to talk about the Ruby. The Ruby can actually create quite a lot of space, making it quite easy for a Link to go in and out, because that's one of the problems when you're not incredibly fast on the Link. One stun and then you're done. And there's a lot of stuns here that can capture you. So I'm looking at something like
favorite team aku sekarang yang paling aku impress Aurora.
So the Link feels much
Bro, babi.
Yeah, that's the problem with the
Dia bawa dua entirely 10 planet different kind of drive, dua-dua dia bawanya solid. But conspiracy theory aku setting.
You need the team to support that. The same thing we've been saying about the Hirara pick.
Bagus loh dia biar kalah kan, kalau dia lebih menang semalam
Obviously, she's got a little more iframes to work with, a little more mobility. But Link, same thing.
Sebab nanti S1 kena jumpa Onyx ataupun ni kan. Tapi dan again aku pun dah tak suka Aurora tu.
Otherwise you just end up split pushing across the map.
So sebenarnya punca S1 kalah malam.
And that's not where you want to be. So this Paquito coming up adds a little bit of a layer to the damage profile. This is most likely to expect just going the gold lane. It is still possible that it could EXP. Could EXP. We saw this in the gold lane yesterday in the hands of Sigibum, if I remember correctly, maybe a couple more times. But you know, that's the thing. You need to be able to go ahead and support this Ling's best time. Whoa, the Saber though. Talk about another surprising pick.
Hey, but it has been in my head, but I don't think anyone would be crazy enough to do it. But honestly, this is the kind of lineup that I think you would be crazy enough to do it, because going up against the Ling, Saber might not have enough damage early, but when you have a Eudora alongside you, you're going to have enough damage, because Saber has changed he's about going in and out, in and out, in and out, and now Rippers finishing up with the Badang here, so quite interesting. Badang EXP or Belleric EXP, so
not sure,
not sure what's gonna happen.
Bro, kalau kau duduk second pick, lepas tu kau last pick Saber memang okey lah. Kan dah terkena prank. Terkena prank kau.
Kimmy's got the Badang.
And Garcia on Paquito, so another gold lane fighter. Marksman coming in thinking you kind of have to have that, but we're seeing this meta evolve where, well, maybe not. Can we keep tempo? Can we keep pressure? Both of these teams suffered quick defeats in most of their games. Trying to set the pace this time around as we have our first series of the day kicking off. It's True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming. Let's get it.
Dia satu benda lagi satu pasal kondisi ni, geng. Kondisi MLBB for the last 2 years at least.
And Guangzhou Gaming, but the surprises just keep coming, Mirko. And as our panelists have
tak tahu atas faktor apa, masa ke resources ke, tapi definitely bukan ke semua meta berjaya di explore. Diorang macam, aku rasa trendnya kan, diorang macam ikut-ikut loh. Macam instead of coming up with something new ke ataupun whatever kan, diorang lebih bersifat ikut-ikut. Maksudnya kalau kat stream kan, dekat stream pula, dekat stream diorang tengok orang main contoh kan, orang main Idora, semua Idora. Maksudnya rembat bodoh kan.
Again, for Guangzhou Gaming, they did
dia
well
macam tak ada ruang for creativity, you know? Tapi but not in a bad way lah. Aku cakap benda ni. Kenapa aku cakap not in a bad way? Because masa, resources geng. Benda tu kena faktor masuk juga lah. Sebab contoh macam hari tu kan, patch masuk kan, major gila tau. Major fucking update. Major fucking update masa yang Hirara masuk tu. So player ada sebulan. Kalau yang MSC kan, ni kan, ada sebulan, hampir 2 bulan lah. Kau nak kena, sebab diorang training lepas tu diorang nak kena settle benda-benda yang apa nak panggil lah, logistik. Tak lah, macam contoh kau nak kena ada media day lah, travel lah, benda lah, semua benda tu kan. Benda-benda yang non-game related tapi kerja, part of the work. Yang diorang kena settlekan juga kan. So the combination of semua tu, aku rasa masa tu memang tak cukup nak explore betul-betul dalam. Sebab kalau kau tanya aku, banyak lagi benda yang patutnya valid keluar. Tapi tu lah, itu macam atas teori lagi. Motif babi lah.
That's the first triple sweep we get to see here.
And that's the tank, that's the boy. You would usually have a lot of damage on. Well, this splash already popped in right now. They go all in. Rico with the double. With the weapon mastery, trying to get one more.
Tapi team ni yang power. Dah kalah 2000.
Modi almost taking Eon's
Tengok
down.
tadi,
That was
tengok
Kimmy
tadi
with
do,
the Flying Clouds.
tengok
Back
Atlas
to
Dora.
back.
Oi!
Almost lands
Macam mana tak kena
Eons.
dia?
Sticks to the
Nampak macam dah
recall.
kena lah.
2-2, but it's Guangzhou Gaming with the
Tak,
turret.
tengok tadi level 1 dorang Atlas main dekat mid pun aku dah tahu lah, Dok. Kadang ni peneng-peneng.
Recall no longer had the triple sweep, but it's still somehow a bit manageable for true Rippers nonetheless. Especially as you see, they're not really being punished elsewhere.
Mechanic gap.
Let's take a look at that replay.
Bro.
Really close though, really close call, but the punish from Kimmy.
Why?
I really forgot that we were on Flying Clouds, so things would be happening pretty faster than we thought.
Yeah.
Sebab tu dengan Valen Purify-nya.
That's the reason they went Saber as well.
Maybe.
Tak boleh kan? Valen kan? Kalau kau memanglah nak pick Valen ni untuk counter Atlas P kali Apik kan, memang kau tak boleh buat Purify. There's no fucking way. Ni sebab kau lawan pro player. Kau faham tak?
Yeah, so it's
Tak ada
probably
mananya Valentina tu. Apa?
for the kills.
Player belah kiri ni macam makan.
And that's where they start
Duduk rapat-rapat kan.
eventually. But it's also
Sure
there
Valen
for
ada
Moscow,
dash,
so I
tapi
think
dash
they
Valen
will
tu lembab.
have ways
So bila
either
lembab
way
orang boleh
of
react
dealing
kan.
with the macro, even if, let's say, they just
Reaction
try to
time pro
focus on
player
the
ni
kills.
dia lain
If
sikit.
we're talking about the mid trio,
Pagi
who,
tu
by the
Golan,
way, have
yes.
been doing a great job
Kita
here,
tak nampak Cici
really
lagi.
keeping Kimmy and
Pagi tu
Asuna
Galen
in check.
Pagi tu Golan macam pretty expected juga.
This is
Cici,
an
Cici.
elimination match between
Yeah.
Guangzhou Gaming and True Rippers. Loser goes home. They're going to go straight to the airport out of Paris back
Yes,
to their
sir.
hometown. So it is brutal.
Yeah.
The fact that Guangzhou Gaming decided to bring out the Saber in an elimination match shows you just how confident they are at, again, capitalizing on early game advantages.
Yeah, and you see, oh, hold on.
Nampak?
that's a-
Kan, nampak?
Yeah. but
Nampak Moskop sempat blink.
Fatal links by May. Another May with the links as well. Now, Time to Blaze gets
Tak
locked in.
tak main
Eons
empat.
running down the
Tapi
wall.
korang nampak tadi kan?
Isolated against the rest of the team.
Itu Bellery flicker pakai skill 2 ya.
All out win
Extra
for
move
Guangzhou
flicker
Gaming.
ulti.
Yep,
Boleh
the
boleh react kan?
disconnection is something kind of punishing
Sebab
them.
tu lah Bellery ni
As we saw Rehan
dia
today,
dia
with
dia
Garcia
jadi
all
kuat.
along here.
Dia bukan OP.
Okay,
Dia
will
kuat.
at least
Fahir.
able to regain positioning
Mubahir
from
dah datang.
Will he contest?
Big ult already down.
Mubahir dah datang.
Kimi trying to stop it now.
Ben
Modi pops
pokok,
up,
ben
Garcia
pokok.
goes in. Garcia with the secure now as they go
Itu
all
itu
out.
state
Eons
dia.
with the kill that gets caught.
Kalau kau main Moskop tadi tu memang kau tak blink
Takes him out of the fight and again,
Sebab reaction time kau
the TRX and Guangzhou
Reaction
Gaming, the
time
trainer
kau.
CY gets a tier 1 down below.
Yep,
200
that's what Theo has
MS.
been focusing on for
memanglah
And Garcia, the fact
Terus
that he was
choking.
really there, the participation he had in that team fight was really massive
Okay.
for True Rippers at least. Oh, Recall got it, right?
Recall got it.
ini
Yep.
pro player team mana? Guangzhou. Siapa Guangzou?
Close.
Tak
But
kenal.
at least for now, True Rippers, they're really
Okay.
trying to minimize this.
Tak kenal, tak kenal.
The damage that you would assume would really be massive right now, it's not really happening just yet, but May,
Kalau player yang betul-betul apa dari ekosistem ataupun dari liga yang lebih berkaliber kan.
A way for TRX to actually respond to the
Lagi
fatal link
lah.
from May, but the thing
Ganas
is,
dia
it's
punya
just
ni,
Asuna, right? Everybody else who gets caught by the
Lagi
fatal
lah
links,
kan. So tak payahlah
they're
nak.
locked down.
Pokok.
So Asuna can
Dia
purify
kuat.
the
Jangan salah
fatal
faham.
links.
Aku bukan cakap pokok tak kuat. Pokok kuat geng sekarang.
Through.
Ah,
Meanwhile,
kuat.
Guangzhou Gaming, on the
Tapi
other
kuat
hand, have
normal
been
lah.
almost
Normal.
ready. And it's also that disconnect
Macam
that
badan pun kuat ke?
TRX
Asal tak biar badan?
Rehansha, I feel like at this point, just wait for
Ah,
Asuna to get a
asal
set.
tak biar badan?
Fatal links first, then Rehansha can go in with the Wrath of the
Kuat juga.
Giant, or just use it as a counter engage tool.
which is
Reno Fox in
I
the
don't know
house.
if it's
Oh no.
counterintuitive.
Hello. Welcome.
Wanna, like, go for team fights
Ada
based
hero
on
yang
their
lagi priority
composition, but
ban.
you want to look for the damage
Kalau
too.
semua nak
Oh,
main fire.
Seras.
Eons gets away with attempts of Blaze.
Dia buat
Interesting.
apa,
Thought it was
Siapa?
gonna be a one shot by Recall. The Fury siphon the DOT. Taken down on Eons. He gets the
Dah. Udah
but
tengok
it's
Bamo
not
dah.
enough to keep him alive. Why did he walk back? Oh no.
did you not see that Modi was actually there too?
Modi got him good.
That was a surprise and very unfortunate for Eons right here because we were talking about where the damage would come
Bagi
from.
dia piala.
Rippers.
Dia kata apa?
May.
Good deal by
Dekat
Kimo,
Guangzhou.
but now he's gonna be the sacrificial lamb. Straight into Modi. Back to
Tak boleh tu.
back
Lepas
kills.
tengok day 2 semalam kan.
Guangzhou Gaming's
Aku tak boleh. Bar dah tinggi sangat.
At this point, it's gonna be really tough
Aku
to
tengok
stop
game macam ni
Guangzhou
lah. Sumpah tak ada
Gaming
mood.
doing what they wanna do. Now they're just bursting his objective. Oh, yeah,
Ha, belek ulti flicker. Boleh bro. Dia aku nampak. Dia kena chain. Dia belek ulti flicker ni bukanlah tak boleh buat. Dia boleh tapi kalau nak open untuk neutral objektif okey. Tapi let's say just team fight yang tak ada neutral objektif, dia tak boleh belek dulu lah. Dia kena benda lain lah. Dia lebih elok dia mainnya macam dia jadi box control. Jadi box control maknanya kau ke depan macam orang main Arlot. Macam orang main Arlot. Banyak dalam yang padu-paduan. Salah satu benda ataupun tag Arlot yang diorang buat adalah diorang diri je. Diorang diri depan, lepas tu diorang tergerak-gerak sikit macam nak ambil position yang nak dapatkan angle libas. Tapi dia tak lompat. Tapi dia tak lompat. So bila dia buat macam tu, orang jadi anxious tau. Anxious. Macam ni kan kalau aku ke depan ni kan terkena ni mantap balik. Betul? Mana dia main pagi tu? Oh no, jom. Boom, Petri. Berat. Dia berubah bro.
Garcia's all alone. Guangzhou Gaming gonna go for the chase. A stun from Xing. Modi trying to cut him off.
Tak ada pula. Tak ada kulit pisang. Tak ada kulit pisang. Sedih. Tu baru pergi pijak. Bagi tu. Imposter siap kulit pisangnya. Lepas mati baru dia timbul.
It was the fatal links that Asuna got, which could have been the turning point.
Dia tunjuk item, aku nak tengok item saber ni. Dia buat fighter ke? Tapi nampak gaya macam buat fighter lah. Ada strike warheads.
It is just not looking good for True Rippers. They really have to solidify their coordination in this game.
I think in this game it's looking just very tough already. They don't have a marksman, they don't have scaling aside from the lane.
Warheads endless semua.
Eons can still be a threat later on, but again,
then maybe pistol BOD lah.
With all the CC, with all
Irara,
the key members that
endless swap Bruvos.
Extremely difficult for TRX to find another opening here.
Yeah, because maybe you could rely on Kimmy to find the target, but who? Because you don't expect Sai, you don't expect Xing, you don't expect Recall to just be in the same spot at the exact same time. Oh, but they don't know Kimmy's here though. Oh, now he gets spotted. Now they know. My goodness, True Rippers, how are they going to play around this? Kimmy's trying to look for positioning again. But
that poke.
Yep.
They can't.
Betul lah, diorang ni tak boleh. Sebab kalau kau tambah range kan, OP terus oh. At least sekarang range-nya tu range yang kau boleh kena punish lah. Ya boleh. Kena ke ulti belly? Tapi tu dia, to be fair tu dia macam selekeh sikit lah. Baik lembab. Kalau kau tengok betul-betul belly ni lembab. Okay. Skillnya sedikit lembab. Ulti dia. Sebab dia bukan terus sampai hujung. Kan besar kan ulti dia kan. Tapi dia travel. Dia macam oh no. Serap. Serap.
Yep, Ian's just gonna settle with
meninggal.
This tier 2 up top, but the holy shields are looking to go down now, and there's a black dragon form 2 coming in from Modi.
Meninggal.
But at least True Rippers can defend for now. At least for now.
Xing, okay. Luckily, Xing didn't have the ultimate. Kimmy concealed right in front of the faces of Guangzhou Gaming, a pin down as well. The fist track defensively. Asuna is able to find a fatal link, but Xing flickers out of safety, and now the Tempest Ablaze comes in for
kena stand. Kena tombak bosku. Tak boleh lah bro. Aku rasa kan, Idoran okey lagi tau. Satu lah, maknanya satu lah. Kalau kau nak main link kan, dia tak boleh. Sebab bila kau main assassin ni, kau punya target ui babi dia pergi je bangkit. What the fuck.
Full combo, triple sweep, fatal links, furious dive, Kimmy.
Tapi tim tu follow up tu cantik lah. Tak, kalau kau main link ni ataupun apa-apa assassin lah, kau punya target memang mid lane dengan goal lane lah. Tapi kalau dua-dua mid lane dengan gold lane tu ada skill yang boleh deny kau. Maksudnya ada stun lah. Susah tu nak main. Sebab okey, Idora Moskop dah ada stun untuk deny dia. Okey, itu dah satu dah. Kau akan nak dah struggle gila babi nak nak keep kau punya distance kan. Lepas tu, dia punya roam, dia punya HP, dia punya jungle. Serabut. Sebab Link ni ideally kau tak nak turun terus ulti. Link ni apa orang cakap idealnya kau nak turun tu kau nak main base attack tu. Sebab base attack kau boleh tapi bila kau turun lepas tu kau kena stun, kau kena tombak ke belakang dan kau terpaksa ulti, kau boleh buat apa? Sebab kalau kau tak ulti, kau tak akan sampai. Ataupun kau tak boleh nak larikan diri kan. Tapi let's say kalau cerita kau tak kena stun kan. Damage masuk kau boleh neutralkan balik sebab life steal kau tinggi kan. Life steal dan damage kau pun memang meledak yang enemy yang akan yang akan ke belakang Ini cerita duit 50-50 bukan snowball.
But against someone like a Moskov who has that Spear of Misery to keep him safe in lane, and even against this XP of Modi on Yuzawa, who knows how to play it safe, Ian just couldn't find a way to punish. It was on the other hand, Modi who constantly punished through Rippers.
On top of the fact that they also prioritize...
Mana mazhab pokok? Sini mazhab pokok. Mazhab pokok! Kau jangan lari! Ke sini kau, mazhab pokok! Pokok. Sini. Okey? Lihat Itu daripada bush tau. Dah terkejut dah.
Pendua pokok.
Kau tahu tak terkejut? Kalau kau ada... Ini bukan melawak. Terkejut ni maknanya... salah satu teknik... untuk kau... sebab kan tadi kita dah establish yang reaction time pro player ni kan memang laju kan. Tapi salah satu cara untuk macam nerf sikit reaction time diorang ni, kau kena buat yang terkejut. Terkejut tu kau tak nampak tak nampak. Maknanya kau datang dari bush ke, kau kunci lepas tu datang dari belakang ke. But basically kau jangan bagi jangan enemy tu nampak posisi kau awal lah. Barulah enemy tu lambat sikit nak react kan. Contoh macam ni Sini. Pom. Beras. Tapi ideally belly tu boleh flicker awal sikit Dia nak terlalu rapat. Itu pun menjadi punca Moskop tu boleh sempat react juga but my point is belly punya ulti ni lembab. Okay? Lembab. Kau sekarang toksik. Bukan toksik. Dia sini. Aku toksik dengan orang toksik. Faham? Okay? Bro, korang ada ni korang ada thread tak? Ada thread. Kau tengok tak apa perkataan-perkataan yang dikeluarkan kepada SRG semalam di social media? Korang tengok tak? But my point is...
Adakah sebagai hero kebencian Rino?
Netizen ni terlalu... Dia sini, dia tak boleh biar. Tak boleh biar. Aku pun tak suka juga nak ni sangat. Tapi bila keadaan tu terlalu macam... sampai aku baca pun aku macam benda ni. Macam the fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? Boleh relate tak? Boleh relate.
Macam bingai.
Dia macam bangang. Macam bangang.
Nak pelik
okay?
Tapi thread so.
Dia tak tengok game pun. Tu. Dia bukan tengok game. Dia tahulah. Maybe dia punya dopamine shot. Macam dopamine shot dia memang hasil daripada mencakap benda merapu. Zeras, okay?
Padahal rank pun honor je.
Aduh, padahal tak main rank pun. Dia main klasik ke. Tapi dia punya menekai je. Gila-gila, man.
Fans lepas Ems banyak acah.
Tak kisahlah bang, lepas MSC ke, sebelum MSC ke. Sama. Tak ban Bailey. Aku macam modal apa sebab tengok main Bailey 3 kali. That's it. Kan? That's it. Tak boleh lah. Bukan bahasa-bahasa yang dilontarkan kepada coach yang itu yang aku macam tak style lah aku cakap. Tak kemas. Janganlah macam gitu. Aduh.
Jarang kalah hihi.
Kau relax. Kalau betul coach itu problem, geng. Kalau betul problem, dia macam ni je. Kau jangan risau. Aku depan sekali. Aku depan sekali, geng. Kau relax. Okay? Aku depan sekali. Contoh macam TLPH semalaman. Game 1. Buat benda-benda apa? Adegan yang menganehkan. Game 1 kan. Kau jangan risau. Aku depan sekali, okay? Kau batu belakang. Mengarut gila babi. Okay, pasal clean kan. Aku pun memang tak suka. Clean, Brody. Tapi inilah yang kita dah establish semalam. Yang sekarang ni trend goal lane-nya bukan sekarang Aku dah nampak pattern ni since Freya naik Dia orang macam tak kisahkan mid to late. For what reason I'm not sure geng. I'm not sure. Tapi ni bukan eksklusif SRG. Faham tak?
Tiba-tiba
bukan eksklusif SRG. Boleh kata rata-rata semua tim macam tu. Diorang memang fokus laning saja. Maknanya dia nak make sure sebab kan goal lane lama dekat lane kan. So dia nak make sure lupa. So dia nak make sure goal lane tu tak kalah lane. Dia prioritize hero-hero yang laningnya memang betul-betul strong. Granger, Claude, Brody, Haret, Clean. Macam tu kan. Tapi problem dia dekat sini. Yang satu benda juga yang kita kena nampak adalah. Okay, contoh contoh Brody lawan apa yang terseksa sikit Brody lawan Claude lah kot. Okay. Terseksa sikit Claude-nya kan. Okay. Let's say Brody-nya menang lane. Okay. Claude-nya di freeze lane. Sikit-sikit kan. Terlepas lah wave here and there kan. Selama let's say 4-6 minit. Okay. Tapi contoh tim kau trio mid Brody ni tak berjaya snowball. Maknanya game tu 50-50 dekat trio mid tu. 50-50. Sampailah lot nombor 2. 50-50 je. Masalahnya dekat sini, trend yang kita nampak, satu team fight, walaupun goal lane tu tadi terciduk habis, satu team fight menang dekat yang keluar tu, duit terus either sama ataupun dia lebih. Sepantas itu. So, point aku kat sini, aku dekat situ ya aku tak berapa minat. Sebab, bila kau nak ambil goal lane yang memang kuat dekat laning, tapi barai dekat mid to late, kau kena make sure snowball. Yang pasal nak end awal tu lah bro. Tapi dekat pro game man. Dekat pro game kau nak consistently snowball first 8 minit. Oi. Oi, berat bro. Tall order bang. Tak ada team. Tak ada satu team pun boleh consistently boleh consistently snowball first 8 minit game. Tak wujud. So, dekat situlah yang kita kena factor in consistency tadi tu. Dan dekat situ juga lah jatuhnya kenapa aku benci Clean Brody goal ni. Itulah sebab dia. There's just no way. Menang lah macam mana goal tu pun. Trio mid kau tak snowball. Pergi mid game dah start 3-4 item. It's over. Rora semalam. Bro, semalam baru 2 game. Baru 2 game. Itu anomali. Okay. Itu anomali. Okay. Let's say lah. Okay. Kita factor in je lah Aurora semalam. Okay. 2 game. Okay. 2 hari ni dah berapa game berlalu? Lagi banyak orang berjaya buat ke lagi banyak orang tak berjaya buat? Kan? So 2 game.
Sebab Rafa mid.
Every other game, every other team tak boleh buat pun. Every game kau snowball early kan? It's all about consistency. Apa yang konsisten, baru benda tu valid. Ni kita cerita BO3 lah. BO3, BO5 ke. Kalau BO7 lain sikit lah. Bila dah start BO7, boleh lah. Ataupun BO5 yang main full ke. Then boleh lah kau nak buat benda-benda yang unorthodox kan. Kau keluar draft yang pelik-pelik ke, whatever kan. Yang tak konsisten, tapi dia masa kau training it works. Di luar nalar kan. Then okay lah. Tapi BO3 yang boleh jadi kau main 2 game je. Berat sikit lah man.
By the way, because we're going to throw it over back to them.
Announcement draft dengan anomali sama je. Anomali tu not necessarily a bad thing. Anomali tu benda yang lain dari yang lain.
What I would see
So
nice
dia
in
boleh
a
jadi
very
bagus,
fast
dia boleh
win
jadi
and also
tidak
hopefully
bagus.
some learning. Have you noticed that Guangzhou Gaming's approach is something that they can take through the rest of this tournament?
You know, I think they can take the approach from Coach Dante. You know, basically, we're going to win this match, we're going to win all the other matches, and we're going to go from there. I think that's a great way to look at it, especially when you need to go ahead and bounce back. Your back's against the wall right now currently with your life on the line for this tournament. So, yeah, you go with that mindset, and maybe they replicate it and they get a sweep here against True Rippers.
Sometimes when you stumble, too, you pay attention to walking. Walking normally, you don't have to think about
Dia
it,
tak
just
adalah
move your body.
good. Aku tak suka macam cakap, aku tak suke clean ni.
Correct yourself. You're much
Aku tak
more
minat.
concerned, LaFell, of the
Okay.
little things. Maybe
Aku
that's
tak
going to
minat.
help TZ.
Tapi
Oh, yeah,
bukan
for
je
sure.
it doesn't work.
Looking at the
It
little
works.
things makes you appreciate
Tapi
as well
macam tu
the
je.
timings when we're talking
Okay,
about
okay, dia
the
okay.
here. Which, by the
Dia
way,
okay,
just to
struggle lah
add
sikit
on
kalau
to
dah
that
masuk mid tu
interview, I
late
really
lawan
feel
hari
like
kan.
if anyone
Obviously.
is interested to play Mobile Legends, this is probably the best
Obviously
time to
bro.
play because
Dah dengan
this
mid
is
Valentina
such
je
an
lagi.
open meta where if you're
Macam
from
ni kan.
other mobile games,
Stormy
whatever
semalam
logic you
dua-dua
have, then you can
Valentina ni
actually
dah buat
transfer it
paling
here
bro,
because
dah buat paling baik dah
in just
man.
the 3 days we've seen
Dia innocent di
Dah paling solid dah dia main. Tapi dah hero-nya tak kat situ je. Macam tu je lah. Macam tu je lah. Sebab Valen Badang ni dia tak adalah ideal sangat kan.
everything has been working so far.
Sebab dua-duanya terlalu short range.
Late game one
Hero
hasn't
tak
done
cukup
well.
tangan.
But I
Terlalu
think
short
that's more
range.
on Aurora showing how strong
Baik
early
bagi
game
Roger
is.
dari Clean.
And maybe that's
Betul?
the biggest thing to look at. If that
True, true,
continues,
true.
because
So
teams
sad
trying to
versus Ben,
buy time, well, it's like that card is declined.
Time is expensive.
Patutnya
There's
Gwyn
no time
Gwyn
to
pakai
buy,
Gwyn.
you know?
Boleh juga.
And so, at this
Dia macam
point,
dua-dua
we'll
boleh.
see if True Rippers changes things
Cara main
up.
lain lah
Certainly
kan?
the first two bands are
Cara main
similar
lain.
to the other bands they had.
Bro, aku penjilat
taking
Gwyn
away
Rom
the
bro.
Freya and the Harara.
Of course lah aku akan setuju.
I like this too.
But
Ling's
bukannya
not gonna come into
badang
contention,
Rom
at
tu
least
tak
for
bad.
this
Aku pun
one.
suka kat badang Rom.
Banned out here.
Gitu.
And also, again,
So,
it's
semua
the
boleh.
priority's just going to be the
Tapi
Atlas.
kena
Again,
execute
this
dia
is
cantik lah.
at least one way up to fix it. Take out the Aurora. Maybe this
Dia
is the
bukan
Atlas
macam
still
dia
for
bukan macam
GCD,
TLPH
and
punya
then
draft
True
semalam
Rippers,
Itu
if they
baru
want to.
betul-betul kita
Again,
boleh
they could get two great
tekan
picks
dekat
to
draft
bounce
ni kan.
back.
Dah
I mean,
memang
if you look
pelik.
at what they had last time, yeah, there's the
Atlas
Atlas.
lagi ya.
They lacked
Dia
a lot.
bagi lagi
Like,
Atlas,
yeah, the concept of that draft lacked a lot. And I think, so it starts here with these first two picks. Maybe, again, you pick up the Moskov early. I'm not sure if they want to go ahead and take that or not, but it's going to
Aku
be
rasa
Valentina
Valentina
right now.
untuk Atlas ni boleh stop kot.
Valentina's been in an interesting position. You usually kind of
Bosan
have
lah
to do that when you see an Atlas
Tak-
across
tak-
the
tak
map.
nampak dia punya
Simply
ni.
for the Fatal Links, and as I expected,
But
this
maybe
time,
kalau buat flicker
they'll
lah.
take that Moskov.
Mungkin lah buat
Yeah, but
flicker.
here's the thing. I like the Valentina better now than before because before they had an opportunity to pick up the Eudora. Eudora in this current meta is a great position 2 or position 3 because she has great disruption in her kit and the
Tuan
best
tu,
thing
Vale
is that
pun
it's so
tiba-tiba
easy
hilang balik kan.
to do.
Padahal
Even
Vale
if you're
sedap lawan
distracted,
Atlas.
somehow you make a cool play. Now opening up though.
Bukan pasal
with that
Puri tu saja,
Moskov,
pasal
I do wanna
ski
see whether
dua
Guangzhou, they will
kacau
change
Atlas
up.
tengah
I feel
terbang
like they
tu.
need to pick up the Nolan now
Semak
because if
gila tu.
not, the Nolan will be banned out. Unless again they want to go for something like a Saber, but the thing
Semak
is,
pasal
going up
konsisten
against
kan, dia
a
boleh buat benda tu kan.
Moskov is more comfortable dealing with that Saber as compared to something like a Nolan. Even though he gets
Skill
pushed
satu
back, he
balik.
can just jump back in.
Reno
But now
gerakkan
Guangzhou
camera, please.
picking up
Sorry,
that
sorry.
Zhu Shin, and it looks like they have this philosophy: we want a lot of crowd control.
It's the same thing from last game, man. I think they said the same thing last game. We want some crowd control.
Best
and
jungle,
now
Gengarino.
That's the same case here with these first two picks. Plus, they got themselves the Claude,
But-
which again was banned out in the previous game. So this is
Reno
already.
tutup gasing.
It looks good on both sides. Harley comes
Dah.
through though for True Rippers.
Okay.
This is one of those cases where, again, similar to the Ling and the Harara, You need to make sure that your Harley is able to go ahead and scale up. We've seen it before already in MSC, where if you get delayed hard enough, you can't really do too much.
Zushin
bad Saber.
finally let through here as well. I mean,
wow, Saber bad. All the respect though.
Yeah.
Because the
problem was not the Saber, bro. The problem is you.
And then suddenly, oh no, Saber.
Belleric too. What do you think about? I feel like True Rippers, right? What can they do? I mean, that was a better game. It wasn't a sub 10. It was around 13. What can they do here to change things up and tie this?
Honestly, looking at their lineup right now, it looks more spread here because they have, I would say, still the position 1 being Moskov. Moskov's going to take most of the farm, but then they have Harley as an assassin. And also, I do have to say here, Rayman, all 3 heroes that True Rippers has, they work well individually, independently. So it almost looks like they're trying to make this team fight messy. And I think the idea is to avoid the Atlas, to avoid the Zushin.
Yeah,
so
like
try to minimize the effect that they have with their AoE crowd control.
This is interesting too, man. The Uranus comes up. Remember what Lootby was able to do yesterday? Just basically, when you had that kind of lead, sit into the base. And this is, again, if you're looking at the screen, and maybe you haven't tuned in to some international MLBB in a while, you're looking at this being like, whoa, what is this meta? Look at these bands. When did we think we'd see these kind of bands? Right? The Eudora, the Saber being banned out, a Ling on the other side. Like, there's just so much open right now for this draft. The Nolan does come through. There's the Yuzhong. Might as well pick it up again, make use of that, just like we saw in the previous one. And a Guinevere is that last choice here for True Rippers.
Wait, so the Guinevere is going to go Rome. That's going to be very interesting here. I got to say, Redman, Guangzhou, they have an easier to execute draft when it comes to True Rippers. Like I said, a lot of individual skills is there, but if they miss their abilities, that's GG. They will either look amazing, or like Guangzhou says, they'll look like trash.
Well, it could be a fast game. It could be a good game. We'll find out.
Tapi Rafa mati loh. Mana loh Rafa mati, geng.
Certainly different than before. Which, if you're a True Rippers fan and rooting for India, you would hope, okay, maybe we have a chance. If not, Guangzhou Gaming will be moving on to True Rippers in their MSC run here. We'll see if they can even it up as we throw it back to your casters to get Game 2 underway.
True Rippers and their last chance at potentially being able to get a shot at protecting their key and not ending their tournament run right here, right now against Guangzhou Gaming. We're seeing a bit of a shift in terms of the draft, Mirko. It's not entirely... Oh, hold on. Okay. It's still the Yuzhong, though, in Modi's hands that you are going to see, and I feel like True Rippers are putting a lot of respect to it as seen in that first rotation.
Hey, True Rippers, I think just going back to basics actually fits the bill a bit better, right? True Rippers against Vitality as well. They were able to almost get that game 2, a very close, nail-biting game 2 with a simple composition. So I like the fact that they're going on the Moskov that almost got them the win against Vitality
last season ke 2 season yang masa dua-dua ada. Hypertank ada, Assassin ada. Oh, masa tu best ya. Sebab dia macam ikut team kan. Ikut team. Ikut kau nak yang mana satu kan? Yang kena dengan tekak kau.
Yeah, it seems that there will be a lot more of the micro plays.
Sebab pembawakan gameplaynya lain kan.
They will have definitely a very huge task to fulfill considering this game. I think would give a lot more room for them to operate around the map. But that was close. Rehansha. Okay, at least he doesn't get caught there by recall right before the objective. But they're on a much more balanced lineup right now, as we've been talking about. Oh, Purify for X.
Mati juga.
Yep, he's gonna have to fall May though. The Frozen. He has to get to the space escape down below. Kimi with a potential gank, but Modi reads it out. Great stuff from TRX in the mid lane as CY. This time he's actually trying to zone Garcia out. Garcia walked up to try to get that cannon minion. He does get it, but he's gonna lose out in the trade in the end.
Okay, Guangzhou Gaming are yet to find a trade from what happened just now for X Yang. They might do, but Asuna will be quick to react though. And it feels like True Rippers have really taken control over this, but
yeah.
Capitalization for Eons across these winning lanes. Exactly what we
want
from True Rippers from Game 1 as Modi now walks up. Had that Lantern Flare already. Kimi is going to be locked down. The Black Dragon form comes around, just get away, but now it's going to be stolen away by the Valentina. Asuna on it as well. Recon going to be caught.
Tak pecah lah, Jong.
But it's not enough as Eons picks
Jong,
up
tak
the
pecah lah, Jong.
turtle. And XG is forced back.
Wih, ada Jong lagi.
Walk up again. Asuna with just a splash of damage. True Rippers with a 4-0
True Ripper tak nak
lead
balik,
and
oh.
a neutral objective.
They've completely turned
True Ripper
around
is here to stay.
the situation. We were not expecting this heading into game number 2 after
Ingatkan
what we
Rino
witnessed in game
suka
number
masa
1.
patch
But
jungle
True Rippers have
Joy.
reset. They've completely changed their draft, and now they're showing
Tak
us
nak
how
balik
it's
awal.
done. Even that Black Dragon form stolen by Asuna was such a huge
Tapi nak
thing
tengok Vemos.
to consider in
Tapi
that
aku
previous
rindu
team
je,
fight.
Kak.
Yes, with another rotation down
True
bot.
Reaper dapat buff lepas pick
Modi's not
connect.
having a good time now.
Wahabi
Black
dia ni
Dragon
tak reti
form
farming ke early ni?
under turret. They
Bangkit
are trying to
betul.
juggle the turret in again.
Tak reti farming. Bodoh dia aku tengok. Hutan tak sentuh pun. Ganking terus ya. Gila.
Yeah.
Successful semua pula tu.
Ian wasn't able to do this in game number 1. You know,
Jalan
that
mid
on the
gang
lane,
dapat.
he
Jalan
was
goal
just
lane
limited,
dapat.
but now
Jalan
there's
ESP
no
dapat.
stopping him.
Anjas. Kalau agak memang aku repot timnya.
Gets away in time, but Rahansha now is going to be caught by the Lance Flare again.
Dah tolong semua lah.
Walk up, but not enough damage by Recall to take
Dah
Rahansha
tolong
down.
semua,
This
man.
is starting to become a problem for Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, it seems like the
Uranus pun dipin.
slower games recently that we've been seeing so far. You do have to expect a bit more time for the club, but
Tak
the
dengar.
fact that even the Yuzhong's pretty much shut down in his lane is
Speaker
really
rosak.
not helping Guangzhou in this particular scenario. You would really expect them to have the slight upper hand, especially in that first turtle objective, but
Rino
that was
terkedu.
not the case at all. True Rippers,
Tak
just
dengar.
because of what Ian has been able to
Aku dah
accomplish on
mute.
this Harley, has
Aku dah
really
mute.
set the pace
Nama
for True Rippers in this
you know
early
who.
game. Now it feels like you could just expect a
So
lot
kalau
more
korang tulis ke apa aku
rotations
macam
with
tambah.
Rehansha to being a bit more free across the map. So Guangzhou, we really have to see them find that one play that could really set things or turn things around, because as we know,
Mata aku tengok hero tu. Kau tahu tak kalau ML baru update tapi kau tak update. Lepas tu kau masuk dalam game yang dia jadi bola cahaya. Jadi ayu, jadi ayu.
Very proactive on the good if you're just the same, and you could
Macam tu aku tengok dia.
position yourself well enough. Oh, doesn't land though.
No, it doesn't. It's a clone out as well. Now the neutral objective, Black Dragon form already used up right now to go all in. Rehansha's there.
Oi, bye dapat pula jauh dengar lah. Bodoh betul. Duduk lagi peluk-peluk. Duduk macam tak tahu je kan. Macam tak tahu aja ni. Aku ingatkan dia macam tengah nak pancing, lepas tu nanti semua disperse ke? Tidak. Semua diri tegak je.
All they need to do, and now you feel like it's
tengok bodoh.
Guangzhou taking control,
tengok.
because if you take a look at the replay, it was just a single Black Dragon form
Tak ada reaction.
into the fatal links as well. It was just a perfectly layered setup shown to us by Guangzhou
jadi
Gaming.
Dia buat atlas tu macam
Every single member who did
Macam
not purify either, so there was no
my
way for them
bestie
to
je.
get out of that. They were all crucial members, and you can see them celebrating, but that's a spatial migration.
Wait. Spatial migration
Oh,
on
tak kena
May.
pula.
Modi gets away right now. They oh god, Rehansha walks up and the SOD
Boom.
lands on Modi, but it's under the tier 1.
Rippers
Rehansha will be
balik.
caught by the Lantern Flare. That's about it. True Rippers back in form somehow against May.
Tu Ripper cakap, bro, aku dah order Grab lah. Apa lagi tiba menang pula ni? Tak boleh.
Or onto those minions to stop the turret from being taken away, but Garcia
Tak boleh.
stays true in the bottom lane.
Time to
Again
go.
on this Moskov.
Okay, be careful. Gotta be careful, especially if you're CY. Okay, Kimmy and Ians are gonna let go of that push though.
Vamos,
but
lepas ni,
it
lepas
could've
ni.
been really
Kan,
dangerous.
lepas ni
Now
kan?
we're taking a look at the goal difference. It's not as significant really if you take a look at it. I feel like even or if it weren't for that one play we got to see from Modi as well, this could have been bigger between the XP laners, but I think that pretty much lessened it even just a bit to a certain extent. And now Kimmy, okay, all
Velen
alone
ni dah
here.
pakai flicker lah kali ni.
He's waiting in that push as well. Conceal already. It's gonna go in. Oh no, baits out the battle. Requiem the Fatalings
Ui.
pulls it back just a bit.
Ui,
It's Exing.
ngebak siap.
It's right
Tersangkut
there,
kat
great
dinding,
kill
oh.
from Garcia. It's a Purify in, a Lantern from the Crimson Beacon, but
All
it's
that
only
untuk
onto the
win room.
Roamer. Now the Dragon comes around. Asuna was able to find that trade. Turret down below. The main target for Guangzhou Gaming, as in the mid lane, Recall is dealing with Rehansha. Turtle already started by Eons. Picked up already. True Rippers finding the better trade across the board.
That took a bit longer than it should have. At least Guangzhou got a turret though, because if they did not, then I feel like True Rippers really got the better trade. It was a turtle that they were able to secure, no contest whatsoever on Ian's, and they just took a 1-for-1 trade if ever that were to be the case. But right now, you're starting to feel how Garcia is becoming a lot more active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai, by the way, so I think it's been really great for True Rippers, at least for their laning phase so far. Now we take a look, already has 2 out of 3 of the Trinity build. It's just slightly behind. But this is... Modi doesn't even have an item.
Even after the nerf, damn.
This is a Yu Zhong.
Daman.
Doesn't even have an item just yet.
Yeah. It's actually all components went for the robe, the Fury Hammer. Now May's looking at Asuna. They gotta be careful. The only Purify they have is on their main frontliner, Rehansha. So that's the problem for True Rippers, right? They have to split up. They have to be very careful of this set from May. The one time May was able to find that set, it almost guaranteed them that full-on comeback. But luckily, True Rippers were able to find some good pickoffs here and there. Kimmy, at this point, I think Spatial Migration on May doesn't even sound too crazy. They might have to deal with him first.
Yeah.
We call it good poke on Kimmy, and it's all about mid-control as Garcia plays that
tinggi, kau dapat cooldown.
Which is great, because I think they're splitting up their positionings a bit more.
True damage.
We see Kimmy really putting himself and trying to scout wherever Guangzhou Gaming could potentially come from, but just the same, it seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction to their side. Garcia has had no trouble opening up the map for True Rippers. They have to pay as much attention to their lanes, and that could be a potential problem for Guangzhou Gaming, especially now that we're looking at the First Lord spawning on the map. It is the far lane which has been really dealt with so far by True Rippers. Just look at Garcia. They have no idea he's doing this, but you know that he just has a really good grasp of what his job is at this point.
Yes.
He's feeling it. He knows exactly where
Sebab
he needs
memang
to be.
laju sangat hero-nya.
And Guangzhou Gaming doesn't feel
Less
like they have a
blue buff
composition
dependent,
to
lepas tu
push
laju
this
sangat.
objective down. Oh, May with the fatal links into Kimmy as well, but he's able to escape, and now it's all the resources burnt. The Dragon down, the Fatal Links as well. Garcia already dealing with a wave in about top lane. Rahansha knocked up. Oh, Fatal Link from Asuna!
Tapi lotnya tak turun nyawa, lepas tu kena rembat. Baik dapat.
Tearing them apart as Asuna picks up a double. And TRX take full control over the game.
Was that actually worth it? They were only able to zone out Kimmy. Now they lose tier 1 in mid, but at least Guangzhou have secured the objective. But now it's at the expense of almost all their outer inner turrets, and this is True Rippers, I feel, being much more happier with the exchange. They get so much more map control, they only lose an objective, and now they might also get recall. If it weren't for that one dash, it would have been really close.
Big spear of misery. I agree with you, this is definitely not the trade that Guangzhou Gaming were looking for, but it's the trade that they need to take. They boosted, they used all of their resources so early, and they couldn't even play Kimmy, which led to them having a full commit onto the neutral objective, right? Because if they backed away, it would have been completely chopped. Spatial Migration of the Battle Requiem now on May. Eon's with the Magic. May is got Modi can't even find a Petrify. Eon's got away now. The Blazing went to
wah, tak tembus. Hampir tidur.
Out by Modi. But in the back line, it's the SOD. Garcia
boleh keluar ke Jong.
with a double, trying to get that triple. Great Lantern Flare to escape by Xing with the Crimson Beacon, but Modi here, it's just a delayed pickoff.
Penuh balik bodoh jauh dia. Stacknya terreset-reset aja banget.
It will be inevitable. Modi, good night. Asuna walks up. The Fury starts. Wait a second.
Pecah lagi bodoh stacknya, bodoh lah doang.
So much time.
He did. That was initially a highlight for Garcia that we were just about to talk about, but it's been all Modi from that point onwards.
So
he was just
two
members at the same time. They had to call in another member for True Rippers just to finally take him down, and that's only being on the Radiant armor as well. But I take a look at this team fight once again, and you kind of worry as to why the Blazing Duet didn't feel like it dealt as much damage as you would expect it to.
One day, kalau aku betul-betul berjaya dalam aku punya career, aku jadi millionaire kan. Satu benda first yang aku nak buat tahu apa? Aku nak belanja semua viewer aku Pergi jumpa ni, pergi hospital. Pergi hospital, cek otak. Cek otak. Seorang-seorang, semua aku bagi. Especially, tapi yang kena beratur lah. Baris depan tu, penganut kuning. Nak cek otak ni. Aku rasa ada something wrong Ada wire putus. Ada wire putus, pipe bengkok. Okay, tu aku punya bucket list lah orang cakap. Bucket list. One day. Okay? One day.
So I feel like he will be a much more difficult target to deal with for Guangzhou Gaming if ever they do want to find him in the team fights.
There you go, that's the gun.
Okay, finally does.
Aku rasa penganut kuning ni dia ada parasite
eventually deal with this because Garcia is on the opposite side of the map again.
Ada parasite dalam otak dia.
So if he does show up in a more dangerous spot, then at least he has a way to survive a bit longer.
Sebab dah setahun.
Just Ray Hansha holding this down. Now there goes the Black Dragon form.
Dah setahun. Oi, Queen. Lah. Queen nak balik. Queen nak balik. Bukan tosi. Bukan tosi. Concern. Concern. Faham tak? Macam aku tengok kenapa penganut kuning ni macam ni lah. Dah 1 tahun dah. Tapi tiada perubahan dekat penganut kuning. Then one and only explanation. Biological problem.
Forced to think twice about the engagement.
Dapatlah pula telas. Blazing. Bangkit. Woi. Somehow dapat dia. Nampak? Tu lah, itu. Nampak kata-kata penganut kuning ada parasite kat otak.
Garcia with the win of nature, the purify out, but Xing will still fall to the deadly magic. Just a matter of time, Modi almost trying to get that furious dive in the petrify, but Ian's spaces out perfect, and now is Rehansha, who is holding the Lord, able to defend for now. The mid lane coming out as well. Modi gets taken out by the cards.
They should have went back a bit more earlier, but no!
With a shutdown, this
mana ada flicker? Dia tak guna lagi monyet dia.
So was that bait all along?
Bermain dia.
Setting up for that play because as of the moment it seems like Guangzhou Gaming have gotten back in this siege. They will at least take down one or more turrets down bot. When in fact you would think that True Rippers already could have just successfully defended it from that point onwards, but that was the play. This was Recall and Sai working together to make it look like it was Guangzhou getting the better trade.
And True Rippers' worst nightmare is the reality right now. The gold lead is completely gone. Everything they've built from the start of this game to that
one day
they gotta try to rebuild it again.
One day
Guangzhou Gaming, they have the momentum.
Nanti aku sewa bus sebab penganutnya ramai Kalau sewa van tak muat tu.
A game in this elimination match.
And the only immortality that True Rippers had too, I think, will be down for a bit longer because that was on Kimmy and you saw him just get bursted down earlier in that
You see what I mean?
So Guangzhou Gaming, I think there's less to think and worry
You see what I mean?
from maybe just the winter
Sebab tu kena cek otak ni. Okay?
Wind of nature from Garcia if they just
that's why.
focus down on these specific targets when it comes to the fight. But I think they're expecting for True Rippers to replicate the same.
Aku rasa mau skop ni kan dah boleh datang ikut perang sebenarnya. Tak ada orang nak poking Queen. Dia tak boleh split Mati, datang mati. Bro datang untuk mampus
They each had their own plans, creative angles, plans to surprise, but in the end, it's Guangzhou Gaming who will stay in this tournament, sweeping True Rippers 2-0.
Tak boleh kan? Dia kita dah ada sentuh juga bahagian ni kan. Dia tak boleh apa? Main Moskop ni kalau match up, kalau draft kau tu tak memberi, kau tak boleh split. Contoh macam ni kan. Kau fikir macam ni je. Kau fikir macam ni je kan. Okay, kalau Moskop split, okay, sebab sekarang ni perlukan ada orang poking Atlas ni. Kan? Supaya apa? Supaya Harley-nya boleh bermain. Okay, sekarang ni kau dah lah tak ada HP lane. Okay, tak ada HP lane. Kau tak ada HP lane. Mesh kau Valentina. Bawa flicker kan. Sebabkan nak ambil hati Atlas tu. So dia tak boleh ke depan. HP lane tak ada. So tinggal Harley dengan Queen. Siapa nak main? Dia sesimpel tu. Sesimpel tu. Siapa yang nak bermain dekat sini? Siapa nak sentuh Atlas? Siapa nak sentuh Zujin? Siapa? Tak ada kan? So dekat sini dalam draft je nak tak nak memang goleng je. Goleng je okey. Tapi dia tak bawa purify tak? Memang pelik betul lah. Aduh. Berat. Dah lah malas aku. Tapi ni cerita dia bawa purify lah geng. Cerita dia bawa purify lah. So dia yang kena. Dia yang kena duduk di sini. Dia yang kena poking. Barulah tim dia boleh bergerak. Barulah Valen boleh react. Barulah Harley boleh react kan. So perlukan that initiator. Dia tak boleh buka dengan Gwyn ni. Dengan Gwyn. Sebab even kalau Gwyn dapat pun kan. Ideally macam ni lah. Boleh nak Gwyn dulu. Tapi make sure Gwyn tu dapat Nolan. Dapat Nolan lah. Make sure dapat Nolan. Itu pun kalau si Harley ni boleh masuk. Sebab apa? Sebab Atlasnya menjaga kan. Kalau sempat then Harley-nya nak kena tepi-tepi lagi, nak baling cut, make sure kena lah apa benda lah semua kan. Leceh. Sebab tu perlukan Moskov bawa purify tu untuk pecahkan skill sikit, exhaust sikit. Sebab Moskov tu kalau dia kat depan kasi bawa purify dan adalah benda-benda keluar. Zujin pergi solo ke, Nolan cuba-cuba combo ke, Atlas terbang nak pergi poke dia ke kan. Lepas tu Moskov tu juga dapat apa? Dapat kikis HP enemy tu kan. Sikit. Kalau macam ni kau nak perang full HP, oi, berat apa? Berat. Moskownya sampai throw one, sudah tak ada skill lah. Tak boleh. Kata kalau topik spare boleh mana-mana asalkan blast tak. Betul. Tapi kalau kau lawan Atlas dan mid lane kau pun memang tak sesuai nak bawa purify, takkan kau nak bawa flicker juga. Apa ke logik lawan Yujong, Zujin, Atlas nak guna logik apa flexibility spell tu? Tak logik man. It makes zero sense. Sebab at least nak lari Claudia atau Nolan kau boleh beli WON kan. Kena tengok lah juga match up tu. Kalau dah stunnya terlalu, kau main hero range pendek, lepas tu memang mengharapkan kau duduk depan sekali kan. Moskov tu kena duduk depan sekali untuk memberikan poking damage. Sebab literally yang lain semua tak boleh nak bagi poking damage kan dalam neutral objective. So nak tak nak memang kena purify lah. Memang kena. Ni kira spell trap. Tak adalah sangat. Lebih kepada tak susah. Dia terlalu banyak lopong. Faham tak? Terlalu banyak lopong. Satu kau nak counter Atlas pakai Valentina. So at the cost of tak boleh bawa purify. So kau tak boleh nak poking. Sebab Valen pun sebenarnya sedap juga poking. Tapi kau kena duduk betul-betul depan lah. Valen kan pendek range-nya. So dah tak boleh dekat situ. Lepas tu tak ada HP lane. I cannot stress this enough. Tak ada HP lane. ML ni kalau kau main tak ada HP lane memang susah. Memang kau akan struggle. Okay, semua orang akan stress. Semua orang akan kerut. Akan kerut dahinya. So macam mana?
Team Vamos.
All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case prediction for later on today. Finally, you got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢，我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您，那么在我们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors, Guangzhou Gaming and May, thank you for joining us, but it's time for you to do the honors. Our first key crushing here at MSC is going to be in your hands. I'm going to invite the rest of your team to join me in here. Now I want us all to go back together. Thank you very much again to our translator, June. Come on over with me, my friends.
谢谢，谢谢。
We're going to open up our door. It's time for you to do the big piece, my friends. Walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you.
大家进来。
You can choose whoever wants to crush the key together.
我们现在呢，可以来看一下我们要做这样的一个仪式啊，您可以选择一起的来做这样的一个奖牌，还是说以某一个人来打印这个奖牌。
CY will be the one to do it here. That is the True Rippers key as they've been eliminated from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC at EWC 2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their run, should it end early like here in the group stage, their key, my friends, will look exactly like this. Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou Gaming. Back to our panel.
Yes, it is only the beginning for China here at MSC, and with $65,000 guaranteed at this point, even if they lose against their upcoming matchup, they've got to be happy with what they've done so far. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by my boys Naisu and LaFell. Guys, that was a great showing. I think if you're GZG, you had a loss, you come back, you win 2-0. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, that was, they had to come back in that game. It's tough to see, man, again, for True Rippers. You know, this has happened a couple times now for them, but I guess you chalk it up as a learning experience. It's the first time on the international stage. We even saw this before, you know, with our new teams coming into internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process, I feel like, you know, and hopefully they come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing to take. I mean, to me, when I look at a team that comes here, their first time representing India at an international stage, you have to be proud. You know, you're representing so many people, you're representing so much accumulative effort. And to be able to be here, yes, you didn't win, but hopefully you're taking something back that improves the region. And next time, when you show up, you have that to lean on.
I mean, here's the thing. I think they can do it because we've seen solid micro coming in from the team. When it comes to the draft, it's pretty solid as well. The only reason why they weren't able to get the win there is just because Guangzhou Gaming saw a hole. They saw the mistake where True Rippers were trying to set up the map for the upcoming Lord. They were taking it slow, but there was no one surveilling the area, and because of that, Guangzhou was able to take the Lord right under their noses and then re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point, True Rippers weren't really sure how to adapt to that. So it really is just becoming a thing where coming into the internationals, quite a lot of culture shock will happen here just because the way people play are very different.
Regions clash, but that's the beauty of an MSC. And a moment like this, you get to see the best of the best going toe to toe. GZG, TRX. It was a close game, and True Rippers actually led in terms of kills. Nice, Sue.
Yeah, they had a lead for a better part of the early game and into the mid game, but I think that was the pivotal part, the moment of the game where, you know, Lord was started up by Guangzhou Gaming, and I thought with the lead that they had, that True Rippers would be like, hey, okay, we're not just going to give this away. And I think they expected a Lord dance, like we like to call it, but GZG was like, no, we're just going to take this from you. And that was a big swing in favor of what started to turn the tide in that game too.
And if I may, this is kind of a Rome diff, but not because of the players, but because of the hero. Because Atlas basically does what Guinevere does, but much better. Part of it is because the cooldown on the spatial migration from the Gwyn starts off at 14 seconds. That's such a long time to wait for a set. That's kind of why we see Gwyn more popular in the jungle or the EXP, just because you get your levels faster, so your cooldowns actually get to a point where it's serviceable. And then we saw once Kimi jumps onto someone, if they have the Purify, it really doesn't matter compared to the Atlas coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. Even if they Purify, it really doesn't matter. There's multiple ways for them to go on the fight. So compared to both of them, True Rippers didn't have, I would say, a reliable way to start the fight compared to Guangzhou.
I mean, Atlas was picked twice. They let it through twice. And the issue was the Valentina came up as a response to that. But when you look at Valentina responding to Atlas every time, you're also saying that we're not going to take Eudora.
Yeah, no Eudora. Part of the play there through the draft, but I think also another part of that play that really worked out well, and we kind of wanted to see this because before that game, I think it was picked up once, was the Nolan. You know, the Nolan, the burst damage packed into that hero is insane. You already saw it, how well that Recall waited for his moments. I mean, that's the big part of Nolan in general, but also a lot of assassin picks right now. Like, you really have to wait for your moment, and Recall did that for the most part of that, towards that mid to late game, where then he was just bursting people down with that Nolan combo we've seen so much of.
Well, it's a great showcase from GZG, and today's schedule should continue to give us some great games at MSC. We've got True Rippers going down, our first team to exit this tournament, to Guangzhou Gaming. Like I said, they've upped their prize pool to $65,000 as a result of that, and another $65,000 on the line for our upper bracket in Group A. Our first match, Team Vamos versus Team Spirit, coming up next. These two teams, juggernauts in their own right, representing EECA and obviously, I believe, Malaysia. And that is a great showcase of two teams who have been playing well, who have nothing really to fear as well, LaFell, because even if they lose, they still have another chance.
And here's the thing, I feel like for all of us here, this is the match that's very difficult to call because Team Spirit, we expected them to be strong, and they are. For Vamos, we were expecting this kind of play, and then suddenly they just showed up. So the factor here that's making it difficult for us to call is how strong Vamos really is, because I feel like even going up against Team Falcons Mena, they didn't really show everything just yet. They showed they were strong, but they weren't pushed to their limits. So it really is going to be quite difficult to call between Spirit and Vamos.
I like that even it was hard to call when they Milosh was asking, you know, exactly who would you want to face up? Yeah, face up against. It's really difficult to call that because depending on who wins this and of course who loses and goes down to the lower bracket, that's a hard game to call because you also now in this one with Vamos and Team Spirit, you've got two promising young talents, young junglers looking to battle it out. And this is, people have been asking for, you know, obviously the meta has shifted now where assassins seem to be more of the move for a lot of teams. And these two junglers that we're going to see here in the next matchup are some of the best on these assassin type junglers.
Yeah, he's talking about Error 404 and Zauer Egoist, not just the young junglers, the third youngest and the youngest here in this tournament at MSC. An exciting matchup underway. And if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right, scan the QR code, take part. You will be a part of this broadcast. See if you can get your vote in right. For those who went 75% Guangzhou Gaming, you're already off to a great start today. So keep it up and make sure to get your pick'ems in. We'll show them once we get closer to the start of the match. We'll be right back in just a moment, but we want to remind you that Acecraft is a game, if you haven't played, there is a new way to play in We Fly Together. Some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Vamos depan ni. Minum apa? 3 hari ni makan benda sama je. Tapi ni last lah, akhirnya habis tak? Udang kari, telur dadah. Habis je lah, nasi putih.
Make apa Rino?
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Okay, man, right?
Okay, this one look like Chinese.
Kyle Cheesy?
Oh, Flap TC?
No.
Ogwen?
No.
Carl TC?
No.
Asaji? Sanford?
No.
My team? Sansalap?
I think Hiko.
Ah, that's crazy. But Hiko looks so different. Very cute.
Who's that baby? Well, Hiko was actually the answer. Kid Bum was like, what? No way. I love the surprise there. I love that segment, too. We got to see more kid picks there on the broadcast. I love seeing it. Oh, rewind in time. I think a lot of those babies, when their parents were looking at them all cuddly, all cute. I have a 17-month-old daughter myself. They probably didn't imagine them at MSC a few years later, which is pretty exciting.
I'm scared of babies.
Are you? You're scared of babies?
I don't trust them. Something about them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Nefarious.
Every time I look at it, I was like, whoa, hold on. And I've seen enough movies to confirm my suspicions.
Boss
About
baby.
what?
Boss baby.
Boss baby.
I knew it.
He knew it.
Yeah.
Rain Man knew it.
The Rain Man.
Come on, man. Don't get me wrong. It's Rain Day, man. Come on.
man.
Mengapa?
Hey,
By the way, let me just say, I think they could have gotten Hiko if he was wearing glasses.
Yeah,
that's the big difference. You know, the baby wasn't wearing glasses. See, deceptive.
It is, and you got to watch out for babies. That's the lesson here from LaFell as well. I know. I got to watch out for my baby, otherwise I won't sleep. That's the one thing I need to watch out for.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I'm so excited to introduce this matchup because when you look at these two teams, I mean, these are juggernauts, and the juggernaut matchup is really between the youngsters here. 17 years old in Error 404. Zaur Egoist on the side of Team Spirit, 16 years old, the youngest player in this entire tournament. 2 future superstars. I don't know, Naisu, 2 current superstars.
Yeah, right now there's something about, you know, that gets junglers get excited for the meta, and then the audience gets really excited to see what these junglers are capable of doing. Again, that's why, you know, Rain Day, I know you probably didn't get to see it too much, but we were back in the day. We were in this utility meta, and it was very slow-paced, very tanky-based. But now you have all the flashy heroes coming up, and you get these young stars like this to go ahead and showcase that, and that's what people get excited to see. And it also works really well currently with that adaptability or that flexibility of what you can do in the draft with so many different styles of play when it comes to the draft.
Can I just say, I don't even remember what I was doing when I was 16. I don't remember 16.
It was that long ago.
16 is literally, like, I'm literally double his age.
Wow.
You're double his age.
Double his age.
Wow.
I want the experience.
Has that brought you double the experience? Double the wisdom?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, no, now I remember. I think at 16 is where I got my first friend.
Wow.
Because at 15,
the first of many,
because at
LaFell.
15,
How'd it take so long, man?
Because 15, then I learned how to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had 14 years where I didn't know how to talk. Autism, you know?
That's quite delayed.
Wow.
That's quite delayed.
There's a lot I'm learning here, and the storylines continue as we look at Team Vamos's roster and start to dissect their journey. Arrow 404, the jungler, of course, but Zipat, Klakun, Zekeef, Natko all have their own individual stories to make up a team that many consider to be potential champions at MSC. Can they prove them right? Can they prove the doubters wrong? We'll find out because their journey, like many others here, really is wanting one to be ended with a championship.
So firstly, Team Vamos started at season 14 MPLMY, and then we qualified to M6. When I left, they never qualified to international tournament anymore. I'm joined back to Team Vamos middle of season 17, and we
when I left,
we go
they don't
to
qualify
MSC
to
right.
international anymore. Who wrote the script, man? Who wrote the script, dog?
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last-minute roster, right? For me, I think going to EWC is a miracle lah.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm so happy and also proud lah for my team.
Struggle kupas kulit udang.
We expect that Team Falcon Mana will be a strong team also because they make it to the main stage, and we just focus on our strength.
We will not underestimate them. We treat them like all other teams, and we will give our best.
Just keep improving in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
SRG always get the podium, right? In top 3 in every tournament. Number 2 of Malaysian team need to step up to become like them. If we doesn't have SRG, then Malaysia is like nothing, right?
Keep improving and keep climbing slowly. Just prove them that we can be a strong contender in this tournament.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to SRG 4-0, and that time Aerofa was crying. I feel disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better. I always had a dream to help my mom, especially about money, right? So being able to be here at EWC is like dreams come true. The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just keep believing us and pray for us also. Love you.
The journey and the dream of helping your parents.
Okay,
who,
right.
When we saw Hiko as a baby, had no idea they would be in this position, but that is the life that they are living right now. What a great opportunity here to move forward in the prize pool. $65,000 to the winner. But again, LaFell, they don't have to worry about going home. This is truly a matchup that's going to teach both these teams a lot as to how they need to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Vamos, honestly, like we won't have enough time to talk about all of their stories, but there is a lot. Supa, as we saw in the interview earlier, he was a star, but then, you know, he dropped his performance and he had to go play in the amateur league. He had to prove himself, and then once he did, he got back into the pro scene and now back in MSC. That's a crazy story. And then Zkif, like, if you know how tough he had it before becoming a professional player, he has a lot of motivation to be here and hopefully to go all the way to the championship, and hopefully his whole family's life turns around.
Again, I think, as you saw there too, a lot of these players, you got to remember, even the audience out there, that a lot of these players here are not just for themselves, but like for their families. You know, that's one thing that is such a big deal. It's life-changing money. I know we have that with the EWC 2026, and for these players competing here, they all want to help family or, you know, their own selves excel in life, and that's kind of also what's at stake here when we talk about these matchups.
Well, I mean, they're going up against what some have referred to as gatekeepers in Team Spirit. This is a team that has the youngest player, Zaur Egoist, as a jungler in an assassin meta, or a meta that might just be still developing. We'll find out. Kid Bumba, you saw him earlier, Sunset Lover Sao, and Hiko, of course, making up this team that has high hopes. And, of course, championship impact is what they hope to bring to this first set of the day and continue moving on into our top 8. However, we had a chance to speak with Hiko about his expectations going into this matchup against Team Vamos, who no one is underestimating.
Eterna here, and now we are with Hiko from Team Spirit. Hiko, how are you feeling coming to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident right now.
Very confident right now. I mean, it shows in your gameplay. We saw yesterday that there was a Paquito and a Freya in the gold lane. Does this mean that the fighter gold laners are back?
I think yes, because like yesterday, TLPH was beaten by Aurora, and Sigibum also was playing Paquito Freya, so that's it.
Ah, okay, wait, but like, is that the reason? Like, why are fighters so strong in the gold lane now?
Because marksman cannot do anything versus like assassins like Link, Fanny, something like that, and Paquito and Freya can do something versus them, and you cannot kill easily these fighters in gold lane.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But you personally, do you like playing the marksman or the fighters? Because I mean, last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting. Like I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen. So I'm just adapting. I'm playing for team, and I'm just doing my work here.
So can we expect you to go fighter again in this next matchup?
Maybe, but maybe we will see some marksmen. I don't know. So we'll see you in match.
See in the match, because you're head-to-head against Natko.
Yeah.
And I think Natko is also pretty good on the fighters in the gold lane.
Yeah.
What do you think about Natko?
I think he's good marksman, good fighter gold lane player. So we'll see who is better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
We'll see.
We'll see. But I heard that you've met Natko in scrims. I heard that you are scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
We scrimmed like 2 times maybe.
Okay, 1 or 2 times. Does that mean you have more information on Vamos? Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
Langsung
we'll see, I
saja.
don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. But you did boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to Asian meta, like Asian playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC, so we very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
I'm here, dog.
To play discipline.
Rino baru
play
masuk ni, Ramos ke is nak all ini.
Okay, so you think that that's a problem for your team?
No, but team like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to stay calm and maybe dodge some fights and just play your playstyle, not like enemy playstyle. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. And coming into it, do you have a message to Vamos?
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiko. We'll see you later. And of course, back to you guys.
I don't know, man. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Feels like that could be like sort of a horror movie right there against Nico.
That's the start of
enjoy.
I have nothing to say.
That's the standard.
Let me go.
Let me go, Eterna. Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to play the game. But yeah,
he did give us some really good insight onto the gold, why if we were seeing fighters more. It's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah, they need to survive because otherwise,
in all of its glory pun dekat aku masih
picked on, right? They're gonna go right for that
dia
lane,
normal.
try to take you out of the picture.
Dekat aku dia kuat yang normal.
Is one of those prominent players
Vamos
in the gold lane. When he was introduced to us in the international stage,
masih in progress kan, in proses nak mematangkan diri sebagai satu pasukan.
Honestly, I feel like almost every international that he's in, he's got savages.
Dekat situ yang aku macam hati tebak.
When he played it earlier, he could have gotten the savages, but was
But
stolen
if
by
I
Czar
have
Ego.
to pick
Even
one,
Mirko's like, bro, why'd you do that right
if
now?
I have to pick one,
he's Czar. Ego's Czar.
In terms of peak performance, I will go for Vamos.
We even saw yesterday in the Onyx
but
matchup
in
against
terms of
EWC how Doom was using
consistency
the Claw.
ataupun
You could not do anything
lah, aku
as
rasa
the
spirit
Claw
adik
going up
Echak
against Auroras and the like. So yeah, I feel like in this matchup, getting a marksman is going to be rare, except for Moscow. I feel like Moscow can protect yourself.
Kalau semua player Vamos perform dan semua player Team Spirit perform, aku pilih Vamos lah.
We asked you to get your pick'ems in. You got him in 83% for Team Spirit. That is lopsided.
Tapi mampukah semua player Vamos nak
you
perform?
surprised by this or pretty expected the way you think this matchup's going to go?
Infected
Roughly
dengan
expected
syndrome
just because,
Goy.
okay, Vamos coming in, people are saying that in Malaysia the only threat is long range giants. Vamos is.
Korang tanya, aku jawab. Lepas tu kau tuduh aku bagi curse kat Vamos. Memang.
So Vamos just took advantage of that.
I fell into the trap.
Nice, they said they need to improve on. Everyone thinks that it's
PR
SRG. They've
bukan
won
PR.
everything.
Tak, tadi tu bukan PR. Tadi tu dia.
I think they have to. A lot of people just put
Nah,
SRG
mungkin
like
ayat aku tu cantik sikit lah. Aku susun. Tapi the point is there, okay?
Team Vamos to take down who a lot of
point
people
is
put in the
there.
top 5. You know, power rankings of Team Spirit there. They've been amazing.
Well, we call them the gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out Error 404 and Team Vamos. They are on a mission to prove that they belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in Game 1 of this series if it happens.
Oh my, match 1. We already sent one team home by getting their keys crushed. Milosh, what's up in match 2?
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break from Key
Apa
Crushing.
pukul
We're
rata?
going to let
Memang
our
korang
crusher,
memang layak di pukul
Gertrude,
rata.
whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just to rest for a bit until game number 4. Because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree, and as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets. To my Malaysians in the venue, it's time to hala vamos!
Vemos menang boleh jumpa Alstrang kan?
Back
Tak
in
tahu knockout punya bracket
M6, their
macam mana.
journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud by getting that first ticket?
Oh, they're going to have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit! The Prodigies showed off his skills on day 1 of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
Ryan, kau jangan lebih.
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Zara Egoist, both the prodigies.
Aku tak tahu kau tim dorang.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends, Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands. Let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains.
Skin Velen, Skin Basia.
Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get our ready.
So maybe memang itu kot dia punya niat.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh, as we take a look at Team Vamos and Team Spirit. 2 teams with a lot to prove. And starting their journey here. Hopefully one moving on into the playoffs, one still having a chance, even if they lose. So maybe a little bit of lighter, maybe a little bit more learning as a feeling here going on, LaFell. It's just you still want to show up for your region, for your team, for your organization, and for yourself.
Mantap, 6 timing. Aku pun baru habis POE punya main content.
And of course, if you are joining us, I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect. Happy Rhino Day, brand new in shop. Make sure to check it out. Get those interactive effects. Those look cool.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day. Rhino Man, Rain Man.
Rhino Man,
Day, Rain Man.
Ini besar tak? Aku tahu. Cumanya tak silap aku dia walaupun kadang-kadang walaupun dia under organisasi tu tapi sponsorship dia lain-lain tau. Ada certain organisation dia sponsor per game walaupun dalam ORG yang sama gitu lah.
He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see because so far for Vamos, the clear standout is Error 404.
Yeah.
When we're looking at Team Spirit, if somehow Zara Egoist doesn't have a good time, we still got Hiko, we still got Kid Bomba. So that's something that we can say that at least for Team Spirit, there's multiple win conditions.
We are talking about Vamos too in multiple win conditions.
Langsung.
Would you consider Natco
Flying Cloud, okay, Rafaela.
Especially in a meta where he's got some EXP, right? He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having a chance to play a fighter in the gold lane means these are pretty familiar heroes for his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I hope so because they won the opener match. They went against Falcon's Mena, and his Claude was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself, but once you get into the team fights, he gets kicked by the Cho. He gets bursted by the jungler, right? So we saw that Natco didn't have that much of an impact, but like Hiko said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman. So I hope they do adjust. I want to see what kind of fighters that he can bring out here.
And that's why also Hiko mentioned that, you know, when it gets to it, you got to stay calm and collected. You got to keep that discipline when it comes to the team fights because, you know, those gold laners have been through this now for seasons on seasons and tournaments on tournaments. They dealt with that pressure. And yeah, fighter just kind of helps alleviate some of that pressure, I feel like, for a lot of them. And that's why they kind of opt for that. But you can already see, too, the Paquito is going to be banned out by Vamos here. Now, for Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit here, we'll see what they're deciding to lean towards. Because now that's the case with the meta. Because before, it was almost so standard that you'd be like, all right, this first pick on blue side, here comes right away the first swing on the red. But now it's like, what does the team want to play around? What is that personality or that composition that they're going to bring to the table? And that's why when LaFell mentioned it earlier, there's just so many different approaches you can take to the draft that it's not as easy to call off those first picks, other than the fact that, yes, you might have an Atlas come through if it's open, a Eudora, the Ling obviously still contested, Herrera hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up here in game one.
Well, the Esmeralda, the Paquito banned out. Atlas, I think that's a smart ban as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken 2 games in a row by Guangzhou Gaming and 2 wins for them. I haven't seen some of our teams who have made it into this upper bracket give up Atlas as easily. But notably here, the Aero 404 Zhao Igorist matchup still possible for a Herrera and a Ling for either side.
Ling buka, Phobias buka, Herrera buka.
The Eudora, because I feel like for Vamos, considering, like you said, Ling and Herrera both are open. And I feel like for Aero 404, he doesn't matter which he's going to get. So I think
there it is.
That's quite a risk, taking out the Eudora. So this might be a more, a more predictable kind of draft. But instead, Vamos picks up the Freya. Because again, Ling and Herrera both are open. So it's kind of like, you take whatever you want.
Herrera.
The thing about Aero 404 is, he might not even consider either, right? Because he already showed the Guinevere and it was pretty good. So we'll see whether he will default to that again. Or just like, you know what? Let's fight fire. You pick up Ling, I'm going to pick up Herrera.
How do you feel about the Phobias?
Herrera
just
plus.
Good so far.
Yeah, I think you need to go ahead and grab that just because, again, you know that
Herrera
there's going to be a
let's
lot
go.
of chances for you to go ahead and utilize your Infernal Pursuit, or just, again, Phobias is he's a bulwark from the beginning of the game all the way towards the end. And he's going to have to deal with the dashes. And this is one thing, too. You know that potentially, if you guys are planning to take the Ling, that Herrera is going to go on the other side. Again, you're utilizing Phobias to like max capacity here.
Sedikit.
I gotta say, is going to play a pivotal role because he picked up the Zushin, which is
tahu nak kabur gua
They got to make sure that they have enough shred. For now, they don't really have that shred just yet.
Tak adalah nak kuat, tapi macam dah boleh consider benda lain lah. Sebelum ni aku macam keluar.
The problem is they really don't have a lot of push. They already locked in Zushin as well as the Herrera. So,
bukan tak power.
Like Aurora, they gotta win basically immediately so that it doesn't really matter. But I like that they're opening up a chance for potentially something like a carry, something like a Moskov, to be able to deal with this kind of composition against Team Spirit, which now they have the Valentina. A lot of picks for the Valentina, by the way, here in MSC, but not all of them really worked out that well.
Tapi aku rasa confirm di Spirit Band ni.
And True Ripper's last game, Valentina waiting for that Atlas Fatal Links, but just could not really pull it off. Didn't find the right moment to get in. Barat spanned out, which we've seen come into the meta as well. Naisu.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Barat's growing in the XP lane, you know, it's just we're so used to before seeing him in the jungle. It was actually Kid Bomba that
sebab kalau Rom ni tak badan,
to the XP lane.
Tak takut Freya ni tak boleh main nanti. Sebab ni dah lah Freya ni handicap lawan Bovius.
They essentially are planning to go ahead and get the upper hand of the XP, which is so important because, like LaFell mentioned, you know, Kid Bomba himself said he wants to get to these fights, he wants to help secure these objectives. That seems to be the main point. Where before, and depending on the heroes, sometimes your XP is, I want to win this lane, and try to snowball and make it happen. This is usually the case too with Yu Zhang, for example. Like we saw, where if you get an early kill, you get an early snowball, and then you're even more deadly than you'd expect on a hero like that. So there's the Moskov ban coming out from Vamos.
Right now I'm looking at Ruby because Ruby is a potential pick that honestly Team Spirit could take up because having the Phobias as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control, making it easier for the lane to go in and out. But Vamos are already banning out the Moskov because looking at the trend here in Naisu, honestly there is a chance for both teams to have marksmen in this game.
Belleric still available as well, Jerome. Been picked up and highly prioritized. The answer to the Ling or to the Herrera. It feels like if either one of those get off, who do you think feels right now has a better answer? What do they need to do? I guess if you're looking at Vamos to have an answer for what this Ling is going to bring on the side of Zhao Egoist.
For Vamos, I feel like they got to pick up an Alice. If they want to play double fighters, pick up an Alice to deal with the Phobias and basically everyone from Team Spirit. Because right now, they do have the Valentina. It's a mid-range mage.
Aku rasa dia patut sampai Freya dia pergi golin lepas tu ambil Alice.
They're most likely.
That's actually very, very good.
Team Spirit to go and take the Belleric
actually extremely good. Dia patut buat benda tu.
I can't see what else they would want to plant into the
sebab kalau dia buat macam tu, then Ling ni akan pening sikit lah.
So they don't get it. That's good. So now, yeah, that leaves the question, what do you pick up in the roam here? You still want to go ahead and wait for your gold lane too, or do you pick it up now? That's something they can play around.
Something that Vamos has used before against Falcons meta was that Minotaur. So maybe that could also potentially be an answer in case they want to go for a lot of bursts. Then the Minotaur with the Flash of the Oasis is able to help them out, survive that initial burst damage, and then eventually just win out. Because looking at the Freya, the Zushin, as well as the Harara, this is telling me in a prolonged fight, we will win.
Yeah, this is why it's such a big decision here right now for Team Spirit. They want to go ahead and show their cards in the roam. The shields that are going to come through too, I mean, that'll help extend the fight if you're Team Vamos, but it's also just the amount of
take it away.
Sustain. They take it away. This is a really good
bro,
call here.
legit Alice Alice dengan glue. Oh, dah menang. Dah menang.
Burst through, especially if you're a Ling.
Dah menang.
Trying to, find that right window of
Alice
opportunity.
glue, please.
Blades get the damage off. So really good to lock that in, and we wait to see what Hiko's going to end up playing in that gold lane. And so now these last 2 picks for Team Vamos.
I feel like Alice would be a pretty good answer going up against Team Spirit for now. And then in terms of
Alice gulu.
I think
Bro, Alice tu takkan mati loh. Percaya dekat aku.
Because there is a Phobius, but
takkan mati.
Someone to slow the engage coming in.
Alice first 8 minit lah.
Can pull the Minotaur in if you want to.
I know,
pick up the
Melissa.
Wow. Melissa as well as the Hylos here. So this is very interesting there to say. In case he goes to the late game,
aku rasa
we'll be able
Alice
to do well. And the Melissa pick really is just to win the lane.
Yeah.
However, interesting enough, Nako before this did not use the Inspire, used the Flicker. I wonder if he will still stick the same style.
Does this do anything with... I don't know. This is me asking. I guess we see the Claude, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But Melissa, in this kind of like
fair.
heavy, approach where there's a lot of CC,
honestly, she does. The go away helps a lot when it comes to dealing with picks like the Phobius. Against the lane, because I feel like the Ling's range still gets into Melissa. 2 or 3 hits, she's gonna die. But I feel like
dekat Team Spirit dekat Phobius ni je.
Pick this up is to deal with the
Sebab kan Kirara, Freya ni banyak sangat dash kan. But then again, Melissa ni boleh punish dia tapi lambat lagi lah. Jangan Freya ni terciduk je dekat goal lane. Dekat Ace.
Or see if they will drop out to face the eliminated team, or at least the team in the lower bracket side, Guangzhou Gaming. We'll find out in just a moment as we kick off our Series 2 of the day, Game 1 versus Team Vamos and Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Here, we're going to see our second best of 3 play out. Luckily, no pressure.
Okay, langsung saja.
But truly, looking for that qualification spot has put enough of a spotlight on both of our teams here today. It's going to be Vamos on the blue side facing up against Team Spirit. Anyone just tuning in, welcome.
Hey, even though there's no pressure of being eliminated, that qualification spot being the first one to knockouts, that's going to be massive for them as they get to watch everybody else with no pressure, having all the prep time in the world to make it to the knockout stage. Now, let's talk a little bit about this matchup, Gideon. The Melissa pickup there for Vamos, and I'd say really good move by Spirit. Just holding out for Hiko's pick all the way to the end. The Claude is a known counter against this Melissa. Another thing you guys need to know, though, is the Flicker choice, not the Inspire for the Melissa. With the new Melissa, you go for pull yourself together, you rack up those assists, and you get the cooldown on Flicker very
quickly. Satu hal, tapi sekarang ni target dia pun buat dia sesak agak. Sebab dia nak solo, nak Melissa pun leceh. Sebab Melissa ni ada bubble dan tak ada banyak sangat hero yang boleh force Melissa ni bubble kat belakang. Kalau dia nak pergi kat mid pun mid Zujin lah. Zujin bukan mesh. Zujin ni hero alien. So Ling ni tak ada masalah dalam matchup ni. Masalahnya sekarang ni Phobius je ni. Phobius je. Let's say kalau Phobius ni betul-betul bermain, memang pening ah. Memang kepening ah. Sebab dua mid Team Spirit ni tak ada kuat sangat. Mino Valen dia macam macam tak berapa jelas lah. Dia buat Melissa Trinity. The biggest value dekat Melissa pick ni sekarang, tak ada benda yang boleh force dia bubble dengan mudah.
Flickers down to safety. For the pursuit is already there. The Tempest Blaze comes to the Sour Egoist. And
Freya.
someone's gonna get baited
Why?
under. First blood away. Sour
Waduh.
Blaze getting away, but out to the Lantern
Boleh
Flare
dapat
is
trik.
throwing back into Zkeep. And it's a double pickup as Sawo with no flicker is fed right onto the Hirara.
Can they get anything more for this? And it looks like no, nothing else. The glorious pathway being stolen away as top side. Nacro
Lepas tu Valen pun tak ada benda nak kopi, bro.
very, very healthy. But with everything that has happened, at least for Kibamba
Valen
side,
pun tak ada benda best nak kopi. Tu pun advantage lah.
Again, now the glorious pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Retry coming out for error. Sour was still on the purple buff, and it's just a good escape as Zkeep lays down the carpet to get them all out.
Yeah, but this means it's an instant invade on the side of Team Spirit, right? They're not going to give this up. They know for a fact, hey, Zkeep has the recall. He already used the glorious pathway. He's not going to be here for a couple of seconds. So let's take what we can get and quickly
Memang kopi highway je lah ataupun alti pro players favorite alti Zujin.
Zkeep's been playing an amazing game, man. Getting these Law and Orders at the right time, also just slowing Bomba. It's a zoning that we didn't get to see for some of the games we witnessed yesterday, and now
okay, we like the press, we like the press.
Pressure onto Zaur Ego is giving Error 404 all the space to take lethal, to take control of enemy map, and just to get that advantage that they have technically already built up with that first turtle.
Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy with the meta right now is the way that, you know, the jungle is intended to go vertically against each other in these moments. I mean, obviously, Ling is super, super quick, but at the same time, if you make some decisive decisions, and more importantly, you actually struggle to fight for the tempo, you can get first movements in certain parts of the map. And you can tell, with the side laners, they want to keep it as neutral as possible to punish the opponents, but those mid lanes are constantly moving around.
And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a Cho pick instead of this Minotaur for Sawo, something that could guarantee the mid-prio to rotate around the map. That right now, Vamos have complete control of. Look at this. Error, double immobilization now with the stun of the Law and Order. The pickup straight into Error again. Forces the glorious pathway defensively
Dia macam gitu je, poking-poking kan. Dapat tak dapat, mampus lah.
That he does. 18 seconds for the turtle.
Salahnya nak turtle ni, tak ada ulti, Freya.
Also use retry, so he'll have it quicker.
I think overall, it's all right. At the end of the day, it's no harm, no foul. It's still putting Error in a pretty decent position, and at the same time, his retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right? They're already sending.
Oh God, Zkeep so well played, but clock good. Error 404.
Tak obvious ni, aku rasa dari tadi dia ketuk minion je. Aku tak tahu bila last dia buat benda.
Oh, the muddle's doing damage. They're gonna go for the siege in the mid lane here. Our ego is for the Tempest of Blades, still up, pops it in, now goes for it. It's just a clear with the retry onto many waves in the mid lane.
That's good, that's good. You need to make sure that mid-tier 1 stays open. Nako, he shouldn't be punished here unless Kidbamba is willing to flicker for it, but even so, without no get away from me, it's going to be a lot harder for Nako to keep himself alive. That battle spell, so valuable on all fronts. And yeah, as you mentioned, we were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out Purifies and also have a quicker rotation.
Dua-dua tak nak menekan sangat lah early game. Oh.
Sawo's got no
After
flicker,
I say
they want to abuse that fact.
tak nak menekan.
Boom!
Ngam-ngam, boleh beli Rara.
Perfectly, Zkeep.
Handsome!
Down with the rest of the team.
What a call, what a call!
This is great for Vamos, and better yet, you can just tell
reaction team spirit
it's
pun
all
cantik juga.
not only is it about tempo,
Press bawah
but
sikit,
just
curi
remember
hutan.
how long does it
Tapi
take
Rara
for
dah
the
curi
mentor
balik
to
kan,
get
so
the ult
neutralize lah.
back up. So again, when you are on CD,
Benjol kepala
your
Ling.
opposing team are looking to punish. And so far, Vamos has gotten a little bit more value all across the board in comparison to TS. But
Tak adalah garang gila sekarang.
1.3K, not the biggest lead in the world for Vamos.
Janganlah kipas sangat. Garang-garang. Garang gila lain. Garang gila macam Aurora main semalam. Itu baru gila. Ni garang saja.
He's trying to force his way into enemy jungle, constantly trying to put that pressure while stealing these camps.
Oh, it's about that mid control. Now the dive.
Bomb over the dark wave. Those muddles doing a lot of damage. Lantern Flare throws him back straight on. Sawo.
Obvious tak main. Obvious tak main tu.
Looking spirit down, all of them clumping together. Under this tier 1, Error is going to get another free turtle.
Luckily, it's Flying Cloud, so unfortunately, despite, forcing the recalls early on, Vamos, they're not done just yet. They want this mid-tier 1.
Bomba can't do anything. He's gonna have to flicker out. Minions Fury knocking him up.
Tadi sekali nak defend nyawa dia dah habis lah.
Oh my god. Sawa with yet another knock-up. Now a flicker out for Sawa, but Glockun is a bit too aggressive. Did not want to use the Crimson Beacon, nor the flicker.
Lepas tu ulti dia ada. Ulti ada sticker.
Tier 1 up top side as well. Just because they were so adamant on trying to break this mid-tier 1. Overall, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can see that at least for Team Spirit, they're not completely out of this
Aku rasa lagi
just
satu
yet. It's a
problem
matter
sebab
of
mid villain tu tak ada orang nak main dia. Dia tak boleh progress pergi seorang-seorang. Dia kena ada macam kat belakang tu ada benda poki-poki.
Assuming that Nako has
Tapi
that
suka villain
battle
range
spell up,
pendek.
he's going to get dove on pretty quickly by Zara Egoist, and that's going to cost him resources.
Sawa knows there's no flicker on Nako, but he has to disengage now. Bomba, no flicker. He's going to be caught all alone, immobilized and isolated. Error 404 picks up his
sebab tu dari tadi dia malah nak pegang. Sebab dia pun tahu tim dia tak boleh nak ikut. So aku rasa jalan terbaik untuk Team Spirit sekarang ni yang dia farming ya. Sebab nak tunggu power spike Claude dengan Link. Sebab nanti kalau Link dengan Claude dah ada item, dah ada duit, barulah sedap sikit dia nak main macam tadi tu kan. Sebab kalau dia dengan Link senang gila nak pergi backline.
With Z keep on the high lows, it's almost never 1v1. Sunset caught on the bad spot. The Dark Wave Vlad's Error is caught. Now the peel for the rest of the team as Error is able to escape as the Tempest of Blades comes in from Zour. Bomba's in the combat, Glorious Pathway and the Lancer Flare as well. Valkyrie is coming down as well. Bomba's able to flicker out to
Bro turun pakai basic attack man, tak ada kasih dua. Padahal orang dah kumpul-kumpul lah guys tu. Lepas dia turun dia kena stun, lepas tu dia pening dia tekan ulti. Memang parah dapat je.
Of Sunset Lover that takes him down.
Good punish. It should have been a 1-for-1 there. Bit of an overextension so far, but it's not over because so far Nako has been playing one hell of a game. Even when the frontliners start to peel backwards, they don't necessarily escape the danger. And with the get away from me, that's a clear sign we can't go any further than this line.
Zour is still a level ahead. It's 3
farming terus bodoh Link ni pun. Level lebih dengan Rara.
Yet Zour finds himself in the lead right now. Purple buff not available for him.
Berat. Aduh berat. Aduh berat bang. Berat. Aduh. Aduh.
And a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, that has got to be so upsetting. I mean, I can only imagine like
lepas tu biru kena dapat.
Aduh. Yeah, like he comes back. I'm trying my hardest to try and save it. I think he might have retreated too early. Let's see it right here.
Dalam banyak-banyak kuda yang dapat.
He was right on the border. He retreated right as
Aduh.
The fact that this visual indicator
tak dapat lot, tak ada hyper enemy. Lepas tu balik ambil blue buff kena rembat. Aduh, pening. Peneng Link, peneng.
The Lord is still very much healthy down below. Siege game against Team Spirit.
This is disgusting. We're used to the sieges coming in from like the Eves, the Farsas, but now when we have Muddles, it's just constantly being thrown underneath that inhibitor, and there's very little that Team Spirit could actually do in these moments.
The real
Luckily,
sudah jatuh di
at least
tangga.
the Lord crashing down on the Holy Shielding side, maybe they've got an opportunity.
Baba popped in. That shield.
Tapi last time dia buat Trinity.
Dark Wave lands on everybody, but he gets taken out now. Glockun.
What a press. Tahu lu. Tenang. Tenang. Handsome. Lagi handsome kalau dia paksa bawah ni lagi sekali lah. Ataupun at least ambil blue ni lah. Wih, dia nak lagi tu. Hai, let's go Babas. Malah dia bukan nak grid dekat bawah, dia grid kat midlane tu.
Just poke. Spirit able to keep their two base turrets alive, but I think for Vamos it's already a win. They wanted that control. They didn't want Zour to be
bawah
able to
tenang.
dictate the pace.
Minimal blue buff link, okay?
All right, I think we need a quick item look
I like
here.
how
We see the hand cams, everybody, top tier mechanics here. Trying to make sure that they're keeping up fast. We need to see what they currently have. 3 items already done here.
Dia yang tak biasa tu grid. Lepas lot tu dah mampus.
Against someone like Paul, who, unfortunately for Hiko, hasn't
grid is good, you know.
Himself. From everybody else, I'm most worried about anybody who wants to go up forward. People like
kan orang cakap orang tamak selalu rugi kan.
So running away is even harder.
The biggest
Orang
problem
tamak
I see right
kaya.
now is the fact that they just don't have enough damage, right? Like, this composition
Kaya.
really relies on both Sour and Hiko to be ahead. Sour's doing a pretty
Terlalu
good job
tamak
keeping things
baru
level
kau
despite
akan ni
two
kan.
turtles that
Barulah
Vamos have
kau
taken, but
tersadung
Hiko
kaki,
on the
okey?
other side, because they've been
So kau kena
trying to give
tamak.
all the farm to Sour, Hiko has suffered. He's only now finished
Jangan
off
terlalu
with
tamak.
Trinity. And you can see it's almost a one-item difference here. Natko gonna pick up the win of nature very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Clockland has already, given his life in weird times,
Tak ada
he's
blade
still
armor,
a full
bhai.
item up in comparison
Tak
to
ada, I
Sunset
think at
Lover.
this
I mean,
point
yes,
dah
the lightning
kena
charge is always
alert
going to
dengan benda
be
tu.
good for that extra bit of damage, but
Macam
so much
Povia
is
sekarang ni
not
kan
Sunset,
dengan
unless he gets it on Natko, I
Povia
don't
lah
see
Mino
how
lambat sikit item.
Sour's gonna try to go for the steal right now, but he's only able to get the Finch boys. Kid Bomba
Matilah Povia ni bang.
flickers out, but there's no one there to help him out. That's been Lancer Flare to bring him back. Suppot right there as well. Glorious pathway and a massive dark
Tapi
wave,
tu.
but it won't be enough as Natko
Tapi
cuts him
Melissa belum
down.
pendek lah.
And that's enough
Tak, kau kena
gold
beli
just
armor,
for the
oh.
kill on Bomba to get him a win of nature.
Like kalau base HP kau dah tinggi kan, maknanya kau dah ada beli satu item HP lah. Maksudnya kau ada beli Radiant ke, Curas ke, Oracle ke, dan kau patut perayo. Oh, handsome-nya tu. Look at that poke damage oh. Mino kat kawan lah Mino. No friend, no friend. Friend is busy doing something else. Ling ni memang. Tak boleh bro. Geger!
To the wipeout, but what an absolute destruction of the base there.
Tapi tak connect langsung oh. Since Spirit main. Aku rasa the entire game dia macam tiba-tiba Povia seorang-seorang, lepas tu Mino seorang-seorang, lepas tu semua orang seorang-seorang. Tak ada combo play of anything oh.
It was error distracting Zaur from going for the
There's
rest of the team.
nothing.
The rest of the team capitalizing on the fact that Zaur, the main guy, the only guy who
Macam main tak ada sinergi oh.
Melissa was kept away.
I think I'm thinking back on what Hiko said. We gotta play discipline. We gotta play discipline. But then when you look at these highlights, what has that discipline gotten them into, right? In these moments, I think it came
Dia buat apa? First 4 minit lah.
Unfortunately, that mid.
First 4 minit.
Lepas tu banyak resource hilang gitu je.
First 4 minit ah. Kena rusuh sikit. Siapa dapat? Area 4-4 dapat. Depok. Lepas tu tak ada apa-apa panis, tapi tak pergi lah. Reset. Di bottom. Tengok. Berat tu. Tengok. Padahal rom kiri dekat bawah. Dekat mid tu ada Zuji je. Tapi aku rasa faktor tu besar tu lah. Valen Mino terlalu lembik oh. Dia punya nak menangkan like wave clear ke apa ke semua terlalu lembik. Range and everything kan. So sebabkan tu dia tak boleh nampak. Zujin pegang dua-dua ketul tu. Kau tengok. Tengok minimap. Apa benda? Berlapu depan tower je. Sama Zujin pula yang boleh pegang. Tapi to be fair aku rasa kalau dalam situation 2v1 macam ni, lepas tu wave dah sampai, aku rasa orang patut agresif sikit lah dengan Zujin ni. Sebab Zujin ni bukan ada dash pun kan. Maknanya kalau Mino first skill, basic attack, kau kasih belah pecah, Valen full combo, Zujin ni akan last hit lah. Tak mati lah. So aku rasa kat situ masalah execution juga. I mean, duo Valen Mino tu lembik. Tapi tak adalah selembik tu kalau 1v2 wave dah sampai kan. And then ni kena press tengok link. Link. Tak kena pula tu. Tak tahu, tak awal sangat tu. Aku tu faham lah. Terlalu awal man. Lepas tu habis ulti dia. Tu pun sebab Freya Oleng dah sampai depan bawah tower. Kalau tak memang tak ada siapa mampus.
Is always hilang
Lepas tu
spirit
kena turn balik. Sepanjang benda ni berlaku, Valentina kat mana? Valentina dekat mid lane. Sebab tak habis cuci minion lagi. Macam mana Zujin seorang-seorang boleh cuci minion lagi laju daripada Valentina Mino. Berat. Inilah contoh aku cakap kau ni. Berjangkit. Kau tahu tak berjangkit? Start daripada 2 mid kan? Tapi rosak satu team. Rosak satu team. So it's really really important, geng. Idea first 2 minit. 2 mid tu kau nak buat apa? Kau nak fast clear ke? Kau nak zone enemy ke? Apa ke what? Really really important. And then Totoy. Okay.
Ni menunggu yang tak pasti.
Dia cantik spirit ni main. First 4 minit ni macam lebih kepada react apa Vamos buat je.
Tu kenapa Valen nak paksa clear mid dia level 4 pon bukan ada ulti yang function pon. Spirit tak ada decision making yang jelas. Tak ada
Kenapa dia nak paksa level 4? Tapi dia kena nakkan highway tu kan. Tak ada kat situ ke Nak buat macam mana? Nak tak nak kena ke? Sebab highway tu tak adalah completely useless. But dia just bukan ideal lah. Dah habis. Tak buat apa. Nothing. Tak ada buat apa. Dia macam meresponkan apa benda Vamos buat kat dia. Itu saja.
Valen kalau curi Hirara dapat skill apa?
Tak tahu. Good question.
Protection. None of your damage dealers really can move forward. So right now, honestly, what Vamos did well is eliminate the Minotaur and eliminate the Phobias. When there's no protection, everyone's dying.
And it's one thing to have a good idea in a draft. It's one thing to execute it. And they clearly saw those moments where they could take advantage of King Bomba and find a kill and then open up the rest of the game, finish off that Lord. It was a dominant performance from Vamos. It was a great draft. It was a great game. And one of the reasons why was that Melissa that went on to Natco at the end. We had a chance to actually catch up with the gold laner before this match.
We're now here with Natco from Team Vamos. Hello. Natco, how are you? Apa kabar?
I'm very excited lah.
Very excited. Why are you so excited?
Because after we win this match, we're going to play off. So.
Okay, you're going to the knockout stages. What does it mean to you that you get to go to knockouts?
That's our
goal?
Yeah, that's our goal.
Okay, so that's your goal.
The conversion on the turret up top now is going to give him so much.
Pening. Minit 9.
Dia dah naik dinding lah. Lepas tu dia turun balik. Tak kena stun pun tu. Dia memang gam je tu. Dia macam ni. Dia nak tahan ulti. Sebab dia tak nak guna ulti untuk Lord. Tak apa. Tapi dalam masa sama dia panik lah. Sedangkan dia tak payah ketuk bolok tu. Dia boleh duduk belakang tu. Dia tak payah kalut tu. Yang dia pergi panjat dinding tadi kenapa? Ni. Yang dia panjat kenapa? Ni lah. Stack bukan tak setengah pun jak stack Zuji tu.
Hirara baru hidup.
Panik. Panik kali.
Assalamualaikum Rino.
Selamat petang.
I don't know, maybe the team fight will be very strong at fighters.
Okay, so the team fights are going to be strong with fighters. But we saw yesterday that you picked up a Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa there?
Melissa Trinity ke Creed
Yeah, we
2.
train with Melissa. And
Trinity.
then
Ke TS.
I think Melissa also good against.
Tak ada lagi
mini
Melissa
heroes.
ni.
Okay.
That's our strategy, yeah.
So that's one of the
Melissa.
reasons why I picked up the Melissa. Is Melissa good against the assassins
Critical.
as well?
The assassins, yes.
Okay, so it's one of the choices that you have when you want to go marksman.
That's right.
Do we think that we'll see another Melissa?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah.
But compared to you and Hiko,
Mm.
who do you think is the better gold laner?
I think we both have the same gameplay. So I think 50-50 lah.
50-50. So it's all gonna come back down to this next match.
Yeah, that's right.
So do you have a message maybe for Team Spirit or maybe even for Hiko?
For Hiko, I don't know, maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Okay.
Laning maybe.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Natko, for this
thank you.
interview. We're going back to you guys.
Bye.
Well, just polite trash talk. I mean, another thank you, good luck.
Struggling now.
You're an amazing player. It's just, we love to see it. MLBB staying positive. Now, we get Vamos and Team Spirit in game one. It's a 13-41, guys. Vamos takes the win. That Melissa does come out as expected, Naisu.
Yeah, it's, you know, not many players
Selamat
has been not go to bring it out and make it work. And I like the way LaFell pointed it. He was like, you know, this is, hey, there's the good shot, by the way, for the master desk.
I need to see that move again.
They
I
were
see that in the big room.
Nampak pasal
I mean,
sempat.
like, I gotta say, even though the Melissa was kind of like more of a support for that one, she still did over 100,000 damage in 13 minutes.
That's
mind you.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous to get 100k on Melissa, but in 30 minutes, that just showed in lane, he was able to do a lot. And every time sieging, Nako was there dealing that damage. I was surprised to look at that damage in 30 minutes.
How much of that was muddles is what I want to know.
I think all of them were muddles, man. I want all of them.
I love this hero. I've played against Melissa. I played as Melissa a little bit
Aku
last
suka
night. Just
tadi,
so fun as she's popped up in the meta.
apa?
Trying to do my research
Maybe tak
and getting some
se-
experience, and it's been fun
Maybe
to see
tak
that go away, have
seganas
that impact. We'll see if
Aurora
it
bawa,
continues
but
to do
I think
so.
this is the second
Question,
team
I mean, is it
sepanjang
crazy
MSC ni
to
yang
think that people
menunjukkan Hirara
ban
punya
out
gameplay yang
Melissa
mantap lah.
against this team?
Oh, that's
It's,
a good question.
it's
because
never
it
alone,
seems like there's,
okay? It's
there's
never
really
do it
good
alone.
bands
It's
that you'd
never
rather take care of.
Hirara
Melissa,
finish
I
only
think
kan?
you
No,
just
no,
need
no,
to
no, no.
look at it as what do we want to
No,
pick
no, 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 no.
to
Okay?
play against that
not get
Melissa.
trapped.
It's
Yeah,
always
to
dia
not get
pergi,
trapped.
dash, tak,
Because
lompat,
they already saw the Jushin
immune
pick
keluar.
up
Pas ulti
earlier on
berbam.
success.
Lepas tu reset.
I feel like
Kami
one
kalau
thing
boleh
that
kill,
Team
kill lah.
Spirit has to look
Tapi kalau
out
tak boleh,
for
tak apa. Kita
is
poke je.
not walk into
Sebab
a
benda tu
trap.
boleh ulang
Because they
10 kali,
already
faham
saw
tak?
the Jushin, and they know the heroes that they have can be
Boleh ulang
countered
10
by
kali.
that one
Cooldownnya
pick. So I
terlalu
feel
rendah.
like that was one of those ego checks to say like,
Terlalu
yeah, we know you got this
rendah.
hero, but it has
Tak
been
ada
there for a few
kes.
times. We feel like we can play
Aku dah,
around it.
bro, aku dah cakap kan.
Clearly not. So
Daripada
I feel
day
like for
1,
Kit Bomba being like
selepas
one of the
Vamos
pillars for
menang,
Team
dorang
Spirit,
dah
don't
dekat
let
knockout
him
lah.
pick up his hero first to potentially
Trust
get
me, man.
countered, especially a pick like Phoveus.
Trust. Okay, langsung.
But the moment you have
Gengarino.
1 or 2 counters, he is
Like B tier, maybe B. He drops down.
probably garbage, you know? Like, there's nothing that he could. I had that experience multiple times. I'm like, you know what? First pick, I'm picking up Phoveus. I have 3 counters. You know what? Have fun 4v5.
Cukup ketua kami
I'm
malu.
not doing anything.
Kes
Well,
dah
that's
habis
important. I
spend
mean,
kat
it was
liquid
really
dengan
like this
SRG
great
semalam.
setup where they had the Zushin finally let through. They allowed it to go. They banned the Fanny. They banned
Aku
the
bukan
Atlas,
puji.
and
Aku
then they were
melontarkan
kind of
fakta.
teasing that, well, when we pick up the Freya, you're probably going to go Phoveus
Okay.
because he's still open. But then with the Melissa as the
Yeah.
final pick, it sets them
Phoveus
up.
ban.
And this is a good
Spirit nak
response.
first pick, ah?
I think if you're looking at Spirit, but also as Vamos because they take the Freya away, which they played.
As well as the Paquitos. It
And
looks
the
like
Paquito.
Coach Valdo is here. Is just saying, like, as long as we don't go give them crazy fighters, they're still human. We can fight them. If they get a Paquito, they get the Freya, then that's going to be an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit. Oh, look at this, Hiko. Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia, and because he drafted fighter gold lane so far, I do have to say, when it comes to boot camping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility. You know, there's a lot of good places where you can have the majority access
Atlas
for the Southeast Asia region, making it quite easy to find scrims, you know, easy to get food, transportation, and all those kind of things.
I think Kid Bomba's mentioned that in an interview where they asked them, "Where's your favorite place to boot camp?" And he mentioned it was Malaysia.
First, a lot of people speak English, so it's very.
That's true. That's easy. He mentioned the food as well.
Yeah,
love the food.
Always got to look at the food. I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after and before these scrims? Maybe even during these scrims. I don't know. A little snack here and there. Kind of hard to do on a mobile game. Kid Bumba picking up the Atlas. Obviously, this Atlas going roam, but the fact that Atlas is available, it seems like it's a setup that they wanted to have in terms of an upper hand that was not in the pool last time. Harar and Valentina as a response.
I'm really feeling like this Eudora ban is helping out Aero 404 quite a bit because that's kind of what he wants. And now Team Spirit, they're taking some notes and
immediate Belleric.
And now Belleric gets picked up, and comparing the Belleric to the Minotaur, even
Belleric sedap juga lawan Zujin.
He ramps up very fast in terms of getting his HP. So going up against Zushin, he doesn't mind that much getting picked up. I do have to say, I also would not mind getting picked up by Zushin.
I also would not mind.
But the Valentina pick yang meresahkan sekarang. Sebab the moment kau pick Valen macam tadi benda sama. Yang kau kena buat off flicker dan bila kau kena buat off flicker, kau tak boleh bagi poking damage. So sekarang ni siapa yang nak bagi poking damage kat Atlas ni?
So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides, and the Atlas available. We'll see the Harith ban.
Right now, honestly, like the thing that we're seeing from both teams is there's a lot of crop control here because
ini kita tengah borak draft.
You asked about earlier.
Jadi kalau tim yang berkaliber macam contoh Vamos Monkey Spirit ni, cara kita discuss ni macam ni. Sebab kita dah assume semua player ni boleh main. Gitu. So kalau Valen dia boleh main, Atlas Zujin Link kiri pun boleh main tak? So kita bukan nak ulas pasal player, kita nak ulas pasal draft. Melainkan player tu ada memang power hero dia lain macam sikit lah. Memang jauh lah, bukan saja above average. Di luar nalar, di luar planet kan. Dan barulah worth lah kita nak.
Any fighters or marksmen, they're still opening up the draft big enough to really consider, do we want to go fighters? Do we want to go marksmen? Right now is the battle between Polestar and Valdo to see like who's going to show their
Balance struggle sikit ni nak masuk depan tapi tiba-tiba masuk in-game lagi Oleng player Team Spirit. Lepas tu Valen boleh bermain. Itu dah barulah kita factor in variable ataupun angle player
towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now of where we're going with the meta now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that golden pick if it's going to be a marksman or if it's going to be a fighter, as that changes things, I would say, especially. But you know, already waiting for the last ban here from Team Spirit. Are they going to go and hone in on that gold lane? Yeah, maybe the Moskov, just because then.
Pick kuning tak payah. Pick kuning kita tak payah fato in player kan. Buang masa. Kau bagi player epic 5 ke? Kau bagi pro player ke? Sama je. Useless. Useless.
So that's gone and taken away. Ruby also has been gone and taken away. We talk about playing into this meta. Sometimes Ruby can be that final pick.
Alisa.
You attempt to fight into her. And the Moskov being let through this time goes the way of Vamos.
Ini macam sama ni tadi kita tengok ni.
I like this pick because again it covers the Ling and it's kind of helping out Sepat here, where he can see the EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the Claw, so this is going to be a marksman matchup. The Esmeralda is still open. We'll see whether that is where Team Spirit is going with. And they pick up the Uranus, so Vamos, they have a choice. They can pick up a CC for more damage. They can pick up an Esmeralda just to have another front line for the team. I feel like that might be where they're leading.
Yeah, I'm thinking Esmeralda for this. Just you want to go ahead, which also
Alice!
Makes the XP lane, you know, a no contest lane. They just do their thing and then they rotate.
It's a toxic relationship. They just keep on hating each other but not do anything about it.
Lapu pun boleh juga.
The eternal battle. Never
But lagi suka Alice kat sini. Balapu actually go.
You're supposed to get out of those.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, both of them are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of that toxic relationship.
A celestial being against an exotic dancer.
Bigger risk, slightly higher risk,
don't have a lot of experience with that matchup, to be
but
fair.
at least
coming into this,
safe than effective.
So, you know, logic
Esmeralda.
Final pick here. Couple of bands let through. The Moskov is the Belladric as well as the Atlas. and the Uranus. All of those characters banned. The Valentina as well picked up. Harar and Ling, as we've seen. Zauer Egoist and Arrow 404 ready to go back at it. The question with the Minotaur from Team Spirit was, did they have enough peel? Could they continue these fights? They certainly had the engage, but it wasn't a match. With the Atlas now alongside the Uranus, they certainly will have answered that question, but can they respond in kind with Vamos?
Tak suka doh Ismail jumpa Zujin sebab memang kau takkan sampai yo.
Oh, Team Spirit, what a start for this upper bracket matchup that would be, and for that we need to send it back over to our casters.
But ada Belin ni maybe boleh apa neutralkan sikit lah. Sebab Zujin stress kat lawan Belin. Cocok. Atlas Zujin Belin.
Up to Team Spirit to turn things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Clockwood, but at least he's got Zekeef on his side, but without any concussive blast. So really, it's going to boil down to how well can we trade.
Look at that. Perfect match already. A throwback with Lancer Flare. Great time from Zekeef, and it will be the win for Vamos. At least in the early trade, all right? Gold lane, it should be Natco with an advantage. With the Spear of Misery early on with the trades. We don't talk about XP.
Yeah, we don't talk about XP. That's Uranus. Well, I think that the only thing that we need to highlight is the fact that Sabat might be susceptible to a gank. Keep in mind that this time we are seeing Zauer Ego is starting on the bottom side of the map. He will end up on purple side. More hopefully it doesn't get stolen away. And he's also running the war cry. So he's got a bit of damage in the early stages.
Yeah, Bomba's not going to have a fun time. Clockwood with the splash as well. Oh my goodness! The Celestial Being just got bombed by the Exotic Dance's friends.
Yeah, and this is a
what
pretty interesting
an early rotation.
So,
gila loh, Vamos ni memang ni aku rasa makin lama makin konsisten lah dia buat gerakan-gerakan tambahan ni, geng.
With Clockwood to enable themselves to get this first gank.
Let's see if they can go 1-for-1 with the trade. Natco trying to buy some time. The Blaze come around even with the Purify.
Oh, dapat plating pula tu. Oh, shit, man.
Able to capitalize a bit better.
Wow, full plating lu.
That's good. That's
oh, berat.
Now, as we see TS start making their way over into the mid lane, the first contestation.
Dia tak nak begitu rainbow hijau.
For anyone, I think that Vamos should still have the advantage. Zara, unfortunately, still doesn't have his
neutralize
another 4 more seconds. They might attempt to re-gank bot side, knowing that Natco doesn't have his Purify.
Apakah respon? Terima balik. Okay, nice.
After the Purify of Sunset Lover trying to catch her.
Nice.
Barely on the edge of the Purify. Bomb is trying to shoo Hirara away from topside jungle, but it comes down to just Team Spirit again. Yeah, playing around that bot side. Zauer with a walk up. Perfect match of the taunt coming down to Zauer. Pops in a bit of damage. Talon's going to be careful here. Error did not go for the immobilization. Respect.
Okay, I can respect that as well. Knowing that at least, you know, getting battle spell big good, the invasion might just be better.
Lagi lagi.
Wow. With the chase now.
Ada minion datang dari top.
It's definitely a show of force for the side of Vamos.
Tapi minion dia besar sikit lah.
He might get a little greedy and call for more help, but they're
Remember lagi gila Vamos. Woi, tolonglah maintain gameplaynya. Oi, tolonglah. Kalau macam gini kau main bang. Oi. Tutup mata top 4. Bangkit baru 3 minit bro. Saban, benda sama kan? Kalau player aktif kan kau tengok. Mana ambil hutan sendiri? We like that. We really like that. Jangan nanti kat knockout stage kaki sejuk sudah lah ya.
2 levels ahead this time, a completely, well, now it's 6, but 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels though as he gets a purple buff. It's a completely different, yeah, a completely different story to Game & 1 where again, Zauer was still able to keep the lead from going too far from at least that jungle matchup.
And he's got to maintain this for a while until he gets his items. So this is what we should expect, especially in the earlier stages in the Hirara versus Ling matchup. And Hiko, now we're seeing that Vamos are trying to tilt the scales into Natco's favor, give him a little bit of support. His topside is kind of done for at this point, but even Kid Bomba is getting involved and really opening up this map.
Opening it up against Error 404. Immobilized already. Pops the Consecration. In the mid lane is going to be Sunset Lover with the Crimson Beacon. Still. Oh, it's already down. Someone just dives him on the turret. Sour's going to go in. Wrath of the Dryad from Seakeep. Locks Sour down, but the all-in for Error. And it just works perfectly. Now they go into the mid lane and threaten the turtle at the same time.
Unfortunate.
Tak tahu nak kalah macam mana.
Honestly, if that Wrath of Dryad was just moved a little bit.
Sakit.
Whoa. Sempat might be in some trouble.
Habis mana Ismi. Kau tengok, perang lama sangat. Banyak sangat benda dia buat. Habis mana? Kosong.
Eco's going to be able to steal that one away. Sour with a perfect match. Gets Error out as well. Team Spirit keeping the gold lead at bay.
Tapi kalau dia ni farming teruk ah. Maka play tinggi dia kan.
In a lot of these skirmishes.
It's really interesting to see because again, a lot of commitment has been given down to this bottom side. Like even both Kid Bomba and Supa have been leaving this lane and honestly wasted 2 waves neutrally blowing up in each other's face. That doesn't matter. They've missed out on that little bit of gold, and I think they can be a little more efficient of it. The only problem is that now you're missing that bottom tier 1. You have to deal with Hiko already the lane, double waving. Now has to be the only way to kind of keep Natco up financially against Hiko.
Now they go back to the same plan.
Give
Zaur one of the side lanes.
Domi first item, bye. Koneng, lain. Sabar, 2 team link tengah ambil blue buff.
Hiko's gonna stay on him. But he's so tanky after stealing the Fatal Ace himself. The SOD lands that toe! With the rotation, the AoE mobilization from Error.
Kau boleh sabar tak? Jungle kau tengah ambil blue buff. Boleh kejap tak? Boleh tak? Boleh tak? Kejap. Sekejap. Aku ni baru guna skill 1. Baru sampai dekat blue buff. Dah sampai bawah tower. Itu beli
making sure that Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover were not able to capitalize on a pretty precarious situation from Vamos. Worse yet, the SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed, luckily piercing through multiple targets.
You can see that frustration, man.
Woi, luahan seketul user link.
Dude, they spent everything on clock.
Sakit.
Sour to half HP.
Sakit.
Solo kill him. Sour with retribution on the orange buff.
Sangat dah lah. Sudah lah bang.
Now it's all in by Sour with the Wrath of the Dryad, keeps him in the bank.
Nah, belenya.
Gets him away. Error.
Diacak-acak.
My God! He pulls it off. I can't believe it. Clockhood, I didn't even think of that angle, but on the fly takes the Tempest of Blades to buy himself the time. And better yet, dashing between 2 walls to create an awkward interception angle for Team Spirit. Some great creativity here.
Vamos makan apa, geng?
But Team Spirit, they need to scale, and they need to scale now.
What are they eating?
They're taking away every single neutral objective. Luckily, this time round, all right, you can have this 1 purple buff, but let's watch that one more time.
It's Seakeep again with a perfectly timed Wrath of the Dryad. It looked so good for Sawo, but Seakeep's just been better than him.
Croissant!
Outplaying him, and you can see it, man.
Play again!
They're fired up. They were able to capitalize on that so beautifully well. Now it's
makan babi.
Natco. Someone's gonna jump in as well. Natco. Oh!
Kena kunci. Aduh, mana kunci?
And now it's close to the Fatal Links.
Aduh.
Back with his own ultimate clock to take Sawo out.
That's crazy. I blinked and I nearly missed the
transference.
Holy cow! Vamos, they truly are fired up, and I thought maybe it wouldn't apply here at an international, but these habits have been seen in our local leagues. Vamos, once they feel that momentum, how long can they maintain control of themselves? Hopefully, they do not overheat because they get a legendary 4 Error 404.
Vamos aren't just winning this game, they are stomping Team Spirit. This is a team that is constantly been up there in the top 5, top 6 of international tournaments. Vamos.
Oh, koneng beli first item Domi ni lah. Memang patut report tu. What's going on tu dengan Team Spirit tu, geng? Kenapa diorang macam diorang punya mistake macam buat mistake yang macam 1-2 tahun ke belakang. Tak boleh, geng. Uranus ni first item Domi. Uranus ni memerlukan HP. Memerlukan HP. Barulah dia ada that window, that buffer untuk the region. Kalau kau first item Domi pula selepas adjustment dah tak ada HP balik. Tak boleh lah, man.
Completely cooked for Team Spirit. It looks like Vamos is gonna steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead. Again, 3 levels on Error. We got a 2-level lead on Supat as well. Like, Spirit needs to find like a...
Jadi elok pasal apa? Typically, orang akan buat Oracle. Perfect. Kau dapat base HP, kau dapat cooldown, dan kau dapat extra regen dengan shield kan. Fully synergize dengan kau punya hero. Alternatifnya, any ada item yang ada HP. Yang ada HP. So contohlah kalau tiba-tiba memang game tu terpaksa memaksa kau buat magic defense, buat Radiant first item boleh je. Buat saja. Nak buat ke helmet ke boleh juga, tapi itulah Uranus ni terlalu useless. So walaupun ke helmet sekarang kuat, tapi dekat Uranus dia nampak macam besi-besi je. Dia macam dia kalau orang cakap base-nya tu dah buruk kan, kau make up macam mana pun dia akan buruk tak? Faham tak?
However, 6.3k lead is still so big. How they're going to close the distance here, especially if we don't see a steal from Zara Eagle. Oh god. Oh, whoa. Let's come. Oh my god.
Atlas ni 2 kali Hirara tu buat benda yang tak sepatutnya. Kau bila nak ulti man? 2 kali. Baik, tadi kat mid pun dia tak nak. Tak apa. Lepas tu dia lari patah balik lalu jalan jauh. Dia tak nampak ke si Zuzi tu dah kencing-kencing. Dia yang kena ulti Atlas tu. Dia Hirara ni nak tangkap dia memang susah yang nak tangkap. Tapi tak adalah, tak boleh nak tangkap. Kau kena proaktif je lah. Kira dia punya skill tu. Sebab macam dari tadi Hiraranya ni dia agak reckless sikit lah. Tak pecah. Kawan boleh ya? Boleh awak, dia berubah
Okay. They only lose Ziki. So
Dia
far,
hesitated.
lost players with no bounty, right?
Lawan aje lah. Aduh. 5 lawan 4 itu je window kau ada tu. Pecah. Sumpah lah awak. Dah lah, T-Spirit. Sudah. Sudah, aku pergi main kat low break. Sudah.
Will be Spirit with a trade? They'll finally be able to crack another structure. This is tough.
Dia tak pecahkan sebab tahu minion nak masuk scene.
Bagi minion screen time. Kenapa dia nak jaga? Siapa boleh jawab? Hirara? Udah mulai. Oh no.
Hiko getting caught in spirit misery now as TS just pull it back, and that's what we were talking about.
Kenapa dia boleh tak perasan ada minion tu? Sebab dia tak kira minionnya. Memang kau tak ada vision tengok bawah, tapi kau boleh tengok lane atas. So kalau kau tengok lane atas, minionnya tu dah memang dah on the way kan, dengan timer kan. Dan kau boleh tahu lah kat bawah tu ada minion nak sampai.
And it's back to Spirit building it up again.
Oh man, Vamos.
Cara paling senang, tengok minion opposite lane. Ataupun nak lagi tepat, kau tengok timer. Sebab timer fix set. Minion tu keluar 4-0 dengan 1-0. Tak, benda tu sepatutnya dah jadi benda basic dah. Sebab benda tu crucial sangat. Sebab macam tadi tu lah. Kau susah nak manage wave sebab kau tak tahu apa. Kau tak tahu kan wave ni apa nak datang. Sebab tu kadang-kadang kalau korang tengok kan, pro team dia freeze. Ada freeze tu bukan saja-saja. Dia freeze tu supaya dia boleh defend wave yang tengah ada sekarang dengan wave yang on the way tu dekat zone area yang selamat. Sebab kalau dia cuci terus, tapi dia tahu ada lagi satu wave on the way, tapi nanti wave lagi satu tu melekat dekat atas. Lepas tu nanti wave tu besar. Dia akan menang, lepas tu dia kena patah balik defend. Kan dah banyak kerja dia nak kena buat. Leceh. So nak freeze minion pun ada dia punya ada dia punya calculation sikit lah. Bukannya macam kau main free saja.
They recognize each other as true competitors here, and I think Vamos after that one mistake had to look. Oh, whoa!
Fatal links onto Sawo. Hey, Sawo as well takes a turret shot, survives with 1 HP. And the Lord will be able to charge in the bottom lane. That's the first tier 2 for Spirit against Vamos this game.
Hilang gulit.
With the delayed waves on that top side, they finally break the mid-tier 1 here. Vamos is trying to make sure they don't get much value.
They gotta be real careful. Purify out already. Oh, that sets up for Sawo later on with the Purify on Sapyok down.
Did you see him? Wait, they don't know.
Purple buff taken by Air.
Angkat je tu. Angkat je. Fair play Atlas. Finally. Finally. Tak kira lah. Aku dah perasan dah dari tadi. Dia suka apa? Dia suka mesok tu orang. Kalau Atlas tak punish memang nampak hebat lah. Memang nampak hebat lah bro. Tapi ni Atlas ni dah ada confidence sikit sebab tim dia dah ada item kan. Oh, keluar dia. Mati. Tak ada damage tu, balik je lah bang. Balik je tu, tak ada damage tu. Moscow tak ada. Lagi.
They can't do this. No. Without Natco, there's no point for the chase, but they're guaranteeing at least the rest of the members aren't dealing with that top side. And now, 16 seconds left on the clock before that Lord spawns. And unfortunately, Hiko, he might be a little late to the fight.
Vamos ke atas, advantage inhibitor.
And now it's back to the building game. Vamos. A 2,000 gold lead.
So sebab area for game suruh tarik nafas sekejap.
It wasn't supposed to be. But now here we are, right? It's just the raw resilience coming out from EECA.
Ismi tahan
they ain't giving up.
Ismi tahan tim. Oi, memang dia tak nak bodoh lah ni nak bantai Ismi je. Tapi tak dapat. Nice call lah Team Spirit. Another example lah kita dapat tengok ah. Another example clear call. Clear call. Okay. Dia memang 100% dia tak nak. Dia tak nak lock tu. Sebab tu linknya tadi dekat blue buff, delay dia turun kan. Instead of dia terbang di sana kan. Sebab dia tahu Esme-nya purinya cooldown dia. Ujung-ujung lah. So sekarang ni dia berjaya buat benda tu. 2 orang mampus, so lock ni bolehlah dia defend. Sebab 5 lawan 3. Tapi top lane bang. Woi! Aku lah. Setengah tu pecah. Pecah. Bodoh betul.
Could have been worse. Could have been Team Spirit with the Lord. Agreed. But now we look at the items, right? Just one more time here. Maximum build already gone for Qualcomm. One item missing here for the side of Sunset Lover, but he's almost there. But the Wishing Lantern very useful against the frontliners from the side of Team Spirit. Overall, but until we start seeing some more magic resistance.
Tak roboh. Kalau roboh. Bro, kalau roboh.
It's all about those item swaps now for him.
Esok aku tak nak ubah. Aku nak pergi Paris.
The immortality, it's all about that.
Nak pergi Paris nak interview Team Spirit. Kamu ngetrol?
It kind of becomes a battle of
kamu ngetrol. Salah. Kamu ngetrol beliat. Tak ada beli armor lagi kuning ni. Kenapa tak ada orang beli armor geng?
Nanti masuk USP mentari telinga.
Oh, Atlas. Tu bukan Atlas tu Valentina. Lagi doh. Let's go doh. Let's go. Dah ada orang menang. Paksa je doh. Mantap lah. Welcome.
Oh my goodness.
Boleh try ke?
This has been great stuff. This has honestly been
30 second. Boleh inhibitor lah. Sebab nyawa inhibitornya dah low. Boleh try lah. Okay, Valen pergi clear atas.
It's an instant tackle. Oh, and now Vamos looking to get one more inhibitor here. Could they stagger this? No, Zara up to 13.
I wonder kenapa
nak paksa ke? Nak paksa ke? Macam boleh abang. Wah! 2 puri. Begitu saja. Oi, Atlas dapat boleh 3.
when the nature gets popped in right now by Hiko, but it's going to be the immortality. That's a bit too late for Hiko. Zars back up. He jumps back in. Immobile for error.
Loadingnya ni tadi.
Zars trying to clear it out
Tak
right now.
boleh bodoh defend.
Focus on the crystal. Vamos.
Mantap.
To the knockout stage. And there you have it. Vamos. Oh.
Loadingnya aku rasa tu dah turn dah tu. Tapi kalau aku number plate lah tu buang 2 puri macam itu Tapi ni dapat balik 3. Mana keluar dia?
Nyawa habis.
Mana keluar dia? Apa tu Siapa minta tu? Bukan Winter tu Irara punya skill
Comel ulti.
Kenapa tak ada damage Kenapa tak ada damage? Dia dah full item Sebab banyak sangat target. Banyak sangat target aku rasa. Tak ada stack, hilang ke stack dia? Kat ujung-ujung lah. Tapi dah habis lah lepas tu. Sebab banyak sangat target kot. Aku ingatkan dah meninggal lah ni tiga-tiganya geng. Aku dah cafak atlasnya, tiba-tiba bermain pula. Seras.
Kesiannya Cloud. Kena
tak
pantul
tembus
Moskov sekali.
Ya tu. Ya bodoh.
Ni bukan Dexter yang dulu.
Tengok link dia kena. Dari mana tu masalahnya? Dari mana tu geng? Ni dia flicker. Dia dash, dia flicker terus. Macam mana dapat bodoh geng? What the fuck je? Bodoh, masalahnya tak sampai pun sebenarnya. Tapi link tu pergi dash. Tak sampai pun.
Dapat time mid ayat. Dia pergi kat Valen.
Ujung-ujung lah. Dapat siap. Aduh, berat.
Dia lompat kat dinding.
Ya.
Bro
Tapi kena ke?
Macam link host mid air jatuh. Falcon MVP.
Aduh.
Menung link tu.
Aduh. Tak baca link di profil tu. Main 8. Main 8 apa dia? Tak ada pun. Tengok apa main 8? Koncil. Oh, ni lah. Ni. Tak link ni aku dah suka lah link ni dia ambil apa? Macam ambil risk lah. Sebab ni dia dash sekalian. Dia dash sekali pun dia tengok, tembus lah. Terus dia retry, dia nak lawan. Okay lah, nak dapat duit kan. Turun, pam. Baik. Lagi satu duit. Pum koncil. Masalahnya timing tu geng. Timing tu yang bro, timing tu yang memedihkan sangat. Sebab dia tengah dash, tinggal satu hit je. Cang. Aduh.
Link usaha murung.
Lepas tu kena tombak pula. Aduh.
Stress.
Nak marah pun tak tahu nak marah apa. Tak tahu nak marah apa, man. Marah sikit lah.
Pokok tengok je hahaha.
Really close.
Yeah.
And they
Okay.
wanted to prove a point. I think this is a
Lepas
great
ni kita
win
nak
for them
tengok
because this is Team Vamos, a team that maybe some people counted out.
Okay, congratulations Vamos. Lupa pula.
That's a huge
Congratulations to knockout stage, ah.
I would say people
Definitely
look at Team
deserve,
Vamos
okay?
and say they're going to be the first
Definitely
team
deserve.
to get knocked out, right?
Minor
First team to get
problem.
eliminated.
Wow.
But then it switched up. They're the
Here and there
first
sebab
team
benda tu
to
pun
actually qualify
salah
to
satu benda yang ni kita borak sikit Itu pun salah satu benda yang common juga. Dan selalunya kita tengok benda ni dekat rank. Selalunya kita tengok benda rank. Di mana kalau ni aku cerita kau dalam konteks rank dulu Kalau dekat rank kan, korang selalu jadi macam ni kan. Early game korang membantai-bantai main rank. So sebabkan tengah membantai-bantai semua orang pergi depan je. Dive tower memang bantai je. Dive 1v2 1v3 tapi memang sentiasa menang je kan. Menang kan. Tapi eventually nanti akan ada satu berlaku di mana yang membuatkan duit enemy tu reset. Reset ataupun neutralize maknanya duit enemy, goal lane enemy ke whoever ke akan dapat at least 4 item. Itu lah. Itu dia punya macam turn of momentum tu kan. Tapi tim kau dengan kau sekalipun juga masih dengan hype bantai-bantai tu kau buat pergi lagi. Kau pergi, kau bantai-bantai diving. Tapi lepas tu kau mati. Kau mati kau hidup, kau buat lagi kan. Benda macam tu lah. So, itu konteks main rank So, kalau macam konteks pro game tadi.
Bounty Hunter.
Kalau konteks macam pro game tadi, dekat situ. Memang daripada tadi sebab kita tengah snowball kan. Hiraranya boleh Nak pergi dulu. Seorang-seorang. Walaupun tim jauh ke apa, dia boleh. Dia pergi dulu, dia poke, dia keluar. Jalan kaki je. Tak ada apa-apa counter engage or anything kan. Sebab even kalau Atlas pergi di fasa-fasa awal tadi pun, angkat tak mati kak. Sebab damage-nya tak ada. Tapi bila dah start minit macam minit 14 macam tu kan. Minit 16 orang dah start ada item Orang dah start ada item. So bila kau buat macam tu, orang counter engage, memang kau tak boleh buat apa sebab tim jauh. Dekat situlah yang apa? Masalah Hirara ni. Playstyle Hirara yang ramai salah faham. Hirara bukan hero macam tu. Hirara bukan hero kau pergi main sorang-sorang. Dia bukan vibe ni. Dia bukan vibe lancir. Ingat? Lancir di zaman prime-nya kan memang boleh main macam tu kan. Kau pergi je. Triangle keluar kan. Orang tak boleh nak tangkap kan. Sebab skill satu kau tak putus-putus kan. Hirara dia bukan macam tu. Hirara memang lepas dash satu-satu. Immobilize. Immune keluar. Memang akan ada gap. Kecil je lah gapnya. Tapi dalam konteks pro game, gap kecil tu. Dan gap kecil tu kalau kau tak ada buffer tu team team datang baling skill kat enemy ke apa benda ke kan. Jadi bodyguard ke whatever. Buffer tu panjang. Panjang yang long enough yang enemy kalau memang betul solid dia akan punish dan kau akan mampus Dan itulah yang berlaku tadi. So benda tu itu je lah. Macam minor lah minor. Not minor but tak adalah major gila babi ke apa kan. But worth apa orang cakap to take note. Sebab benda-benda tu yang nanti kalau macam tadi tak kena punish, tak kena turn, kalah kan. Ada bau. Ada bau kan. Ada bau macam nak kena comeback ni tapi tak ada kan. Okay, so semua lega, tenang. Tapi possible je sangat tadi untuk Team Spirit tu turn game tu menang game 2. Dan kalau kau trace back balik macam kat mana turning pointnya kan, dekat situ lah. So sebab tu aku cakap dia something yang worth untuk take note. Okay, but all in all, definitely other than that, Vamos more than deserve pergi knockout, okay? More than deserve. First team, yes? Yep. First team to knockout. Congratulations. Deserve. Sedap. Tapi game 2 tadi sedap Early to mid tu. Bangkit betul. Aku sekarang memang macam tu doh. Aku memang akan bias dengan tim-tim yang banyak ni. Banyak gerakan tambahan first 2 minit, first 4 minit ni.
Makan apa, Bemo?
Tadi Vamu babi tak berhenti. Tak berhenti I like that. Okay, next kita nak tengok Vitality. Ni pun sedap ni. Atau beli JC nampak gaya. Game 2 tadi tu dia macam Dia mendatangkan ni something you know. Something. Dah duo je. Vitality lawan Falcon.
Tim baru lepas knockout bro dah nak curse. Jangan beli scrum beli les habis you. Bye Vemos curse is online. Ada delivery curse Reno depan pintu Vemos.
Nanti knockout dorang boleh pilih opener ke? Knockout. Oh, boleh pilih lah. Cabut undi lah. Siapa yang dapat pilih dulu? Tim yang tak ada kalah boleh pilih. Oh, dia bukan cabut undi lah. Siapa yang dapat pilih dulu? Tak, aku tahu apa pilih. Tapi siapa yang pilih? Siapa pilih dulu? Kan nanti akan ada 4 tim. Kan ada 4 tim ni. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, siapa yang pilih? Ikut turn ni ke macam mana? Masa terpantas?
Game paling laju.
Ikut
siapa yang menang paling cepat kan?
Okay. So definitely priority dekat menang 2-0 dulu lah kan? Okay. Apa jadi kalau macam ni lah? Vamos pilih SRG.
Seram siapa nak pick off.
Macam ni Jadi ni lah. Jadi Civil War.
Minta balik awal tu.
Civil War bro.
Kalau macam tu habislah dekat trade.
Aduh.
Kenapa final boss duduk bawah-bawah? Vemos pilih serang sebab nak assist serang pergi
bro, but okay. What a narrative oh.
Memang Malaysia terbelah Reno.
Yup. Terus immediately fan Malaysia akan terbelah dua. Okay?
Final
immediately.
Boss kena dipilih.
Immediately
But what if tu je yang tinggal untuk Vemos?
Tu tak boleh buat apa lah. Itu bukan dia pilih. Tapi aku tak rasa dia akan pilih last sekali. Sebab dia 2-0 kan? 2-0 lepas tu 14-15 13-19. So dia punya game time pun pendek. So aku rasa dia akan ni lah. Tu tapi satu tim nak tak nak kena jumpa TLPS kan. Kalau TLPS lepas betul. Dengan SRG lah gila. Seram. Betul. Assuming SRG dengan TLPS lepas,
boleh pilih group B.
Last 2 tim nangis lah.
Elf atau serang.
Kan?
Bayangkan time tu Vemos pula yang menang lagi-lagi lah.
Memang nangis lah.
Bowl 5 kan nanti.
Aduh. Nak guna trik pergi low bracket pun tak boleh ke?
Kukira menang 2 hingga 0 dapat jalan mudah. Ternyata. Onyx kau tak nak mention ke?
Onyx kan memang dah qualify.
Dia lebih kurang macam pastikan tim yang untuk dipilih tim besar. Takut lusa Onyx lawan serang je bro. Nanti dia yang balik dulu. Tak sabarnya bakal ada 3 tim Favorino di bawah.
Bro, what the fuck?
Murung yang kena pilih tu hahaha bos 2 ada. Host fans Onyx dari lahir. Macam Team Spirit pilih Onyx Pitch tahun lepas.
Team Spirit pilih Onyx Pitch.
Bro takut.
Sikit lah. Tapi ni sayang lah. Sial lah, man. Susah nak move on. Susah nak move on.
Setengok di Sirino. Antara 3 tim tu mana yang kau rela untuk lepas?
Ui.
Masalahnya,
official pose eh?
Mostly tim padu. Terjumpa menarik.
Official pose eh? Holy shit.
Hala vemos.
Bro. Official account dia.
Tengok ke. Tak tahu macam fans.
Yeah. Fan account ke apa?
Yeah,
tak, kalau
official.
fan fake fake kan. Official ke fake? Kalau fake, then tak kisah sangat lah. Tapi kalau official account, gila fucking crazy lah. Fan account kalau fan account tak kira sangat. Ingatkan official account cakap gila babi, kau gila. Oi. Tak, kalau fan macam out of our control lah. Marah-marah aku pun tak suka juga. Tapi macam whatever lah. Tapi kalau official punya ni, gila babi. Like dia nak celebrate apa? Kan ramai gak panas. Aku tengok yang dorang celebrate tonti lepas menang tu kan. Aku yang tu aku tak kisah sangat. Gila kau tak excited menang lawan SRG.
Bro, I mean there's really only one person to say, Redmark.
Orang gila je menang lawan SRG tak excited man. Kalau kau bukan tip top maksud aku. Kau macam tip up and kami kan. Tapi kalau where I draw the line, kalau official account dia buat post dia tu tu lebih sikit lebih sikit lah bang.
Sebelum lawan pun dah
leading the charge. Loyalty as well, a big name, finally getting them to this position.
Tapi
talk to me on the other side of this matchup and this story with the KDA machine, Trex.
I mean, he's got the name for a reason, and this is going to be a big match for Vitality. And there's a reason why this is the match of the day in a sense. The anime battle.
Picking order is determined by point differential. Game win, game losses.
It's a deciding match, right?
So first dia tengok dulu kan 2-0. Lepas tu fastest match, slowest match. Dia ikut match, dia bukan ikut individual game.
Decide your fate. One draft, one pick, one setup for a Lord fight that
lepas
goes
kalau
awry
contoh
or goes
somehow
your way.
matchnya
The difference between
sama,
$100,000
which is
and
impossible lah.
maybe even $1 million if you can make it all the way up. Redmar stakes are super high, but focusing in on this Vitality roster.
So maksudnya Vamos definitely akan yang terawal pilih lah. Sebab dia 2-0. So tapi kena tengok dulu tim lain. Kalau semua 2-0 pun kena ni lah.
Eman against Super Marco in the gold lane is going to be a battle for sure. These are two gold laners who do not want to lose the gold lane. There are some gold laners who just want to stabilize things, make sure they get their farm. Yeah. But these two really want to win.
Well, I love that you highlighted Eman. We've got 5 players on Vitality that are going to hopefully make a big impact coming into this set. And whether it's Niall, whether it's Moreno, whether it's Eman,
aku nak dengar Moreno cakap English lagi
is going to be very, very special.
Tak, like nampak nancelan.
So much pride for this organization and this team. We had a chance to sit down and talk with Niall about his impact heading into
antara
this
3 team favorite mana kau rela lepas kan? Onyx, SRG, TLBS.
We're now here with Niall from Team Vitality. Niall, yesterday we saw I think a quote from you. Top 3 junglers in MSC. It looked like your name wasn't on that list.
Because they say it excluded me.
Bro lari.
Tak baik.
We have to include you.
Tak baik. Dia kena Moreno.
1 me, Nanael, 2 is TNG.
Aduh. SRG, TLBS, Onyx but
just you and TNG.
I'm talking
I have to say Onyx.
Based on scrim, for me, only TNG is
matching
my scrims level.
But
you know, like not to
kalau boleh aku tak nak pilih macam tu lah.
Oh, okay. So Wait, you called yourself Nanail, so do we call you Nanail too?
Panas hari ni.
Up to you
Or
guys.
Nile?
Up to you guys.
Which one do you like?
Panas!
I prefer both. It's okay.
Oh, so both can?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you prefer in the assassins in the jungle? I mean, we see a lot of Lings, we see a lot of, Hiraras, but what if those two get banned? What do you choose next?
I mean, I still have Fanny, Nolan, and
After TLPH performance,
one
dia
more
pilih
secret
Oni.
assassin.
One more secret assassin.
It was Flashy also.
Oh, because earlier on we saw a Saber in the jungle. What did you think about that?
Saber?
Yeah.
Speaking of them,
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Oh, okay. So more assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the jungle still might work?
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will become more easier, I think. The game, it's not complicated.
Oh, okay. So, Niall, we gotta ask you, I think someone's asked you this before, but we want to get you on camera here for the main broadcast. What difference do we have for you? Back from M4, and now you're here. What makes you you now?
First of all, I've been through a lot, for example, I'm losing my brother or something like that. So it gets me humble right now. It's just that. And maturity, yeah.
So does that mean that you're also doing this for your brother?
Yeah, of course. That's my number one motivation right now, since MPL.
Okay, so everyone's rallying behind that. That's a really good motivation, Niall. So you're motivated. Are you confident as well up against one of the biggest teams here at MSC?
For us, whoever the enemy is, we are so confident against everything, and we prepare the same thing for everyone. No special.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. By the way, you keep coughing. Are you okay?
I'm good, but it's just cough, because of that thing, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well
thank
for
you.
your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have it. That's Niall. Back to you guys.
We won't talk about what that thing might be. However, I will say that it is an amazing journey to witness Niall just being open about his brother and the maturity needed to go through this process now after M4 being here at MSC. Wishing them all the best, and honestly, what a journey that's just a human experience, and sending lots of love his way. Of course, when it comes to the game, there's another element to start picking up on, and the teammates and how they fit with Niall. He said that it would fit with Tank Jungle. And also, as you see here, Eman says he misses competing against Super Marco on stage, expecting that it might be one of the hardest matchups that he's going to face, and maybe even hard to beat. So that's going to be on display. You mentioned that as well, Renmar.
Yep.
Just that matchup, something you're keeping a close eye on.
Oh yeah, I hope it's going to be exciting. I hope they both don't realize, hey, this guy also wants to fight. Let's just play it safely. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see safe. I want to see them burning their flickers early on, being aggressive, getting that win in lane.
Going for the kill. Tracks the pacing of a game like this. When you're in the upper bracket, do you feel that the approach is, let's take some risks, we can lose, we could even lose twice and still have a chance to stay in this? Or do you go with a little bit more cautionary?
I think, as what we're seeing today, is some of the teams that survived yesterday, some of the teams that won. It's less about where they're at in the bracket and more just about the teams themselves. I think we're going to see a slower pace game. It's what we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah, it is.
And that's kind of where we're getting to that true play style of what's going to win you games. And knowing Falcons and the way they like to play, even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in. And then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's, I'm going to come in,
power up Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love it. I love to see it, and we're going to see how that matchup goes as well. Keep your eye on that. Also, we talked about the KDA machine in Haji, who is here for Team Falcons PH. There are stories along all of these members' journeys, but we had a chance to speak with Ogwin heading into this one.
It's Eterna here with Ogwin. Ogwin, what's going on? You okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, all good, all good.
All good? Any nerves coming through? I mean, you have so much experience. I mean, do you still feel nerves at this point?
I don't think so. Just the interview.
Just the interview. What is up with players on interviews? Why are you so scared of the camera?
I guess the surprise questions.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice today. just for today. But Ogun, moving on. There are a lot of, sentiments out there, maybe mostly from like the community and maybe some casters from different regions, that it looks like the meta is shaped in a way that it may favor ID teams over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree because the ID teams are really good in their mechanics, especially in this meta right now. All of the assassins are buff, so it's really hard. It's really hard to play utility jungles right now.
So do you think that may be the reason why TLPH lost yesterday? What did you think about that match? Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50 match because we screamed in Turkey. They're really good as well, so I think it's all just in the meta in the favor of Turkey, and they have like a poison picks, so they really got TLPH.
Okay, so it's about the picks. So that was Coach Midnight. You know Coach Midnight?
Yeah.
You have something to say to Coach Midnight? Midnight, no, Midnight. But speaking of the meta, the roamers are shaping up to be quite interesting. Do you like the meta? What do you think about the meta for the roamers?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage and that's it. Especially when you play Beleric and Atlas.
Okay.
So, a lot of crowd control. So, I think it's really good for the roamers right now.
So, crowd control and soak damage. Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks. And it works really well against some champs like Beleric and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But there's Hirara in Ling, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now. Before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun, and we will try our best to not lose.
Try their best not to lose. I like that's confidence, right? Is that confidence? I'm not sure. Well, we're going to throw it over back to you. Thank you so much, Ogun.
Trying their best to not lose. It's not soccer. It's not football. So I think a draw isn't available here, guys. I think that means win?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, it means they're going to try to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see it. I mean, Trex, there were kind of two different thoughts on that meta as well. A little bit where Tank Assassins could work, we heard from Niall, but also like he's saying no way, that's not going to work on this side with Ogwin. I mean, we have not seen Tank Assassins here so far.
I mean, the tank junglers.
Yeah, to the tank junglers. Tank junglers.
Sorry, yep.
I think, again, I said it yesterday, I've been saying it for the past 2 days, the meta is still unraveling. We still got a lot of layers to go. We saw yesterday, the Rafaela work, which me and Remar were theory crafting that on day 1, and the possibility of that coming in, day 2 it comes in, it works. There is still a lot to see, I think, from MSC. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any hard calls yet, but I do think Utility Jungler could possibly make a comeback, especially with something like a Wrath behind it.
Yeah, and real quick, Niall even teased the assassin we haven't seen yet that's equally flashy. I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I wonder who it is.
Poison picks, he called. Midnight had. I mean, do they have a poison pick and an assassin we haven't seen?
Let's see, man. The org and the boys playing there, they have the identity and the DNA for it, so for sure.
I also like the call about the Minotaur. We saw that a little bit earlier in the set prior to us. Didn't end up working out, but we did see the impact of the Beleric and the Atlas. You got to look at these two teams and say that there is so much on the line and so many stories. We set it up, and it was obviously somebody who was trying to make this happen in Team Vitality, their mid lane matchup, and of course seeing if Haji or Moreno can get the better end of it. We're about to kick it off onto our stage to begin this Series 3, which might just provide a champion. Who knows? We'll see how the gameplay goes.
Yes, my friends, this third series has a lot on the line for it. Two teams that you would not be surprised to see in our grand final. But first, Rose, my dear, you look like a very proud mom in our post-game interview.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the people and a lot of our audiences actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Because come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality.
Siapa yang mamat lelaki ni?
The hometown heroes made a buzzing entrance into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind?
So far,
we're about to find out.
Wow, I love the bee puns
Lepas tu
in
dah
there.
The buzzing bees, that's how it is.
And of course, going up against the buzzing bees.
Dia bagi
It's
aku
none
vibe
other
dulu-dulu
than
tengok.
Team Falcons
Wah, apa?
Philippines.
Tengok tua Dotto. Tengok CS
Taking it one
bagi
step
vibe
at a time.
Nice.
Team Falcons Philippines wants to reclaim dominance on the international stages.
Siapa kau
With
umumkan
only the
bukan
MSC
bukan itu.
trophy missing from their cabinet, they are ready for whoever they will face.
I think it's heating up in here between these two.
Tapi aku suka lah
You
logo
know what,
Falcon tu.
boys? You may place your keys
Nampak
and
mahal
take your
loh.
seats, and of course our
Tapi
captains,
JC dia nampak
don't
murah.
forget
Macam
about
mana?
little handshake, fist bump, or whatever it may be in the middle.
Tak nampak profesional tu satu. Tapi dia macam aduh, saya cakap.
They are
Lively.
good friends, but you know,
Tapi
in the
tu
land of
kena
Dawn,
bagi kredit dekat
everybody
scriptwriter
is
juga
an enemy. Thank you very much, Milosh. You know, I think it's time to hit this to the desk. Let's go, guys.
Thank you so
Bajet
much,
kat
Rose
logo
and
dia.
Milosh.
Falcon bukan
It's
kaya
Team
gila.
Vitality versus Team
Bajet
Falcons
habiskan bajet.
PH. It's time
Bro,
to
dia
see
kaya.
if this team has what they think the mechanical prowess
Jersey
of
dia sendiri
Indonesian teams
terjungsikan save.
versus the classic stature of Philippine squads here at Team Falcons. Bryn Mawr, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And I have to admit, this is going to be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because in many years, I have been very honest with my professed love for Vitality as an organization and my professed love as Falcons being my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know where I'm getting pulled towards, man. I was cheering for Vitality. I was cheering for Falcons. This feels like the MWI Grand Finals all over again for me, bro.
That was me yesterday with Aurora versus TLPH.
All right. Just to remind you guys before we jump into this one, my champions. 2 champions,
Dah
1
hantar tim dekat
pick.
EWC ni
You can grab your
21 daripada
My
25
Champions pick and pick
game.
your dual
Gila
champions and win
babi.
50,000 diamonds. Make sure to scan that QR code with your tablet or your phone and get going because the event lasts until July 27th.
The power of
and it is
money, man.
currently live.
Trying to think now. I wonder how crazy we're going to get with the trade and the roam. Or are we just going to have to double down on the fact that it's just going to be Atlas and Bellery?
Well, we have had a few games where we've seen the Atlas banned out, which means Belleric most likely gets banned out as well, unless it's red side looking for the Belleric pick.
Whimsy.
My question is, when do we start seeing the
I'm
Ling and the
coach, but
Ferrara
I'm
on
whimsy.
the ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've both been so powerful, so game deciding, that at some point they may enter into the list. Almost even more important than the Freya.
Yeah.
Because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah. I posted something this morning about how crazy the trade is for EXP. You have Freya, Phovius, Esmeralda, Paquito, Barretts. And I'm pretty sure there's a name I'm missing out there, but there's so many options that you have to consider in terms of like the topics you want to chase. And then going back to
Gengarino
the
best
jungle,
jungler banyak tu.
like
Oh dia tulis macam tu.
it's Kyle, it's okay, their names rhyme. They're also really good with assassins for both of them.
In denial?
Yeah, in denial. I like that. So
Padahal aku dah lama tak
how are they
mereng.
gonna balance making sure
Semenjak
they have
MSC start.
assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the Ling, especially Fanny,
okay,
Kyle
langsung.
and Nile would both want to really go for those two. The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is gonna be tough. So this is why I go back to the roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization?
Aku bawa korang cek otak. Aku tak payah cek otak.
As a means to invade the jungle a little bit more. That's where my brain's going through.
Notably, we didn't see Cho at all in that first series. And what has been missing in the first 2 days is him as a pick. Atlas was heavily prioritized, either banned or immediately first picked, which opened up the Bell.
Okay, langsung saja. Come on, Vitality. Jangan kecewakan aku.
As well. What has been happening though, more so today, has been Eudora getting banned instead
Eudora
of
first face ban though, gang. Holy shit,
and of course, Freya
no.
also the first ban as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution of the draft tracks.
Some of those things that are becoming
Tapi aku dah nampak,
more of a
trik aku dah
problem,
nampak.
like the Eudora
Aku dah
doesn't
nampak, aku
matter
dah
what
nampak.
assassin
Kau
you
tahu apa macam ni dorang own milling, geng. Dia ambil Eudora, lepas tu dah ambil satu room yang betul-betul fast clear. Contoh kan, kau ambil Gatot ke, kau ambil Atlas ke, kau ambil Khalid ke, apa-apa yang boleh fast clear ialah instant lah dengan Dora punya skill satu kan. Lepas tu apa dia buat? Dia press. Sebab range-nya jauh, dia press enemy lepas dia clear wave. Sebab Eudora dapat level 2 kan. Doranya akan stun, lepas tu Dora main first kill lah. Kau takkan kill, tapi akan last hit lah.
Most likely, I don't think we're going
So
to see
itu
this
cara
go
dia
anytime
apa
soon.
cara dia press lah.
We saw it go well
Bukan
for
apa
Keyboard,
bukan
but it also
zoning
went
pakai
bad.
level 1
Yes,
skill 1 kau kan.
Gets up and down.
Dia fast clear tu.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it.
Konsisten lah. Tengok benda lah tu jadi.
Pick up something like the Cho, but then
Caster Valo dengan
looking
Epic.
at someone like Finn and acknowledging that he is one of the best Atlases in the
Oh
world.
yang tadi
He
caster
tore through
Milos tu
MPLI,
caster
did win
ni
that
ah.
pick. And then now, so far, he's done a great job here at MSC EWC with the
Milos the
Atlas,
medic.
so I think it's in consideration for taking it away from him, or you open the Valentina so that Vitality picks up the Atlas, then you pick up the Valentina for Haji.
Yang Randy ni aku tak ada minat. Milos tu ah. Milos the medic.
Or do we go for a possible trade? Because there's not much left with the Freya gone, the Eudora gone. I feel like at this point you have to ban the Harara. And then we finally get the answer of what's left after that. Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Harara open because if ever it's Harara
Atlas
Fanny,
open.
that becomes a trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to leave it, and that's the trade.
And they take away the Atlas actually.
Fanny's kind of, but you know you're going to have to pick it early.
Yeah.
Which means if Vitality says, we're going to take the Harara, we know we get to get 2 immediate answers to your Fanny.
Yeah. Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the team
Atlas
Vitality. We know
bam.
that Harara's also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force
Aku
their
rindu tengok
assassin
glue
pick here, their jungle pick here, and they could try to prio something else. With Atlas gone, does Beleric become
Obvious
more
kah?
important?
Oh, for sure. But I think
Irara
it's
kah?
over. It'll be Falcons who'll be incentivized to pick it up as one of the first 2 picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Beleric could just be up front, because either way, you get the Harara or the Fanny or something else. You get one of the 2 power assassins.
Waduh Gordy ke. Blue or Gwen.
Okay, so
Tapi dah improve lah, dah improve. Okay.
In terms of the theories that we've been making,
Dia dah, I understand it now.
like a Beleric plus a Fanny early on now.
Well, you take Fanny 3rd pick.
Yeah, you don't need it now, right?
So Beleric
Tu Marcel memang ni oh. Sekali je baru kita tengok kan.
Atlas is gone. What are the other big names that I'm missing out on? There's always someone that I'm missing out on.
Beleric and an EXP
Okay,
here,
Irara.
maybe. Beleric
Yeah, is it exposing,
Let's
if,
go
you know, if
Bobias.
you have an EXP lane, like we've seen Barrett's banned, we've
Tapi
seen
Bobias
Paquito banned.
Yeah.
tak
We've
nampak
seen
lagi lah
those be
betul-betul
able to
match up
continually
Irara ni.
flex
Tadi tampak
Paquito
struggle lah
specifically
sebabkan
in some
EVE
double
kan.
compositions into the gold lane.
EVE kena
Is that
flicker
too
lah.
early to grab something like that because you have more options? What's your idea, Trex? What's a good
I mean, a
two
lot of
here?
time you do want to save that EXP. You see a lot of them save it for last, especially on blue side.
Beleric.
But also sometimes you want to pick it up front. It really just depends on
Valentina.
where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable, and this still gives them some room to flex around.
Not loving
Valentina is
this.
going to get locked in as a
Not loving
preemptive
this.
to the possible Fanny.
Valentina abuse lah.
Not a bad answer to the
Dengan si kiwak
Valentina
kuning ni
either.
aku rasa banyak betul loh. Hey.
As much as they want the assassins, they have to decide whether or not or they go for their EXP laner, either in the Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will be playing away from the lane often, invading. Esme matches that.
Ya doh, Ali ada loh. Kenapa dia?
Really annoying because right now Vitality doesn't have enough of a damage profile.
Memanglah Uranus ni lagi senang kalau kau nak banding dengan Ali. Tapi
It's
ada.
not gonna be a good time. Then they start banning out things like the carries,
Long term, you know.
Moskovs.
Long term.
If ever they do decide to pick up something like the Barretts here, so it's a tough choice for
Ya
Falcons.
doh.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up the Fanny
Fanny,
there, I was going to say, they risk it getting
Yeah,
banned.
very good.
But if you ban the Fanny,
Very
that
good
means
pick.
you leave something else open, like
Sebab
the
mid
Barretts, which is
dah
the
nampak
Order
lele,
Moscow, which
ESP
had been
pun dah
getting
nampak
banned
useless.
in the second phase. So
Sekarang ni dia nak
both
dia terpaksa
assassins on
pick
the
Rom yang
sides
boleh
of both
pegang Fanny lah.
teams,
Tapi
Nile
Moscow pun kena ban ni. Tak
able
kena
to
ban
get
dia pick
his.
sendiri lah.
And Kyle able to get his.
I don't know, the Fanny feels so telegraphed. Like, you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both open, it's like, okay, you're going to get the Fanny, and we're going to get a bunch of answers to it. Not completely sure how I feel about the Selena still, but I think on Vitality's side, they need some hard crowd control at this point. They went for the Uranus instead, which has a survivability against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely lock it down. Yes, the Selena can land an arrow, but that's not a whole lot. They still need something, Kaja, Cho, some of those types of answers.
That's why Falcons decides to
Tapi takut nanti tak ada hak carry ya.
for themselves.
Sebab tadi EXP sekarang ni Vitality-nya.
Maybe what if Falcons are considering putting this Beleric in the EXP and we don't see the roam just yet. But with the Valentina, I think Beleric and Valentina already is a pretty good Roman duo that will provide difficulty for the Selena. So I think for EXP, if they're not going to go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, Vitality will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is still mobile to pick up a glue. They might have to fall back into something like a Terizla, which is really slow. But you just want one lane that you know is going to be hard to kill.
Pakito golin. Maybe okay.
Brody banned from the side of Falcons. They're going to be on first pick here. They do still need a marksman.
Sebab Eman punya fighter pun boleh-boleh kan.
Moskov could be a decent answer. You have the movement. You have the shred.
Already have the Beleric, so you don't really have to worry that much about the Claude.
I mean, just about it, yeah. I mean, even the Claude, like any of it would kind of work at this point.
Tak, sebab aku rasa dia nak ambil Moskov
I don't
ni.
think it's too heavy of a reason.
Kan dia just nak deny golin yang kacau Fanny nak main. So kalau kacau Fanny memang ada dua kan, Brody dengan apa? Dengan Moskov.
Moskov still available, still unbanned.
Tak boleh, tak ada carry tu nanti Vitality. Aku rasa kalau Falcon ambil Moskov ni, dia patut ambil Bruno.
Of Vitality.
They're already taking their time. You see, it's Eman who's being very vocal in this phase of the draft. So I think, instead of taking away an EXP, they were thinking, okay, matchups, gold, what are we going to end up with? I think if ever this is confident that his Claude will be able to handle it. So he just calls it to ban the Harith instead. So there was a little moment earlier you saw he was really being very vocal about it.
Great to see those little things in person, right? Dairoth comes out. Yeah, I haven't seen that very often, Trex, but we have seen it a little.
Yeah, we saw one
from Flap.
From Flap.
Yeah,
it was Flap. Yeah. This is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was kind of a cheese pick back in the day, but it has the armor shred. It has the burst damage. It is a high risk, high reward pick for me still. If it pops off in the early game, this could be a huge threat to everything down the line. If he takes 2 deaths, 2 or 3 deaths early on, it's a wrap. He'll be useless the whole game pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, so they'll pick up the Badang here. Melissa. I wonder if Falcons will lean back to a very old combo with Dairoth, which was
cuma Melissa ni masalah dia patung nak baling patung dekat hero macam Fanny ni leceh sikit.
I mean, most likely they're still going to end up with either.
Lepas tu senang sangat kena bait bubble.
Still a Moskov, but no, they still go Claude and they played with like one of the safest gold laners.
I'm going to be honest, Vitality, yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers against the Fanny. You have the go away, which can stop you from getting dived on. Yes, you have the fist crack, some of those things from the Dom. But outside of that, you have no hard crowd control for this Fanny, and it could be a problem.
Geram aku geram baru 3 hari kan kita tengok MSC banyak betul Sauranu tu.
Falcons PH and Vitality ready to go. And this one, well, looks like fireworks are set to go off here at MSC. EWC 2026. Our third series of the day is about to begin, and this is going to be a banger. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH. Let's send it over to your casters to begin game 1. It's Brigitte and Gideon.
Thanks, Rain Day. This is an exciting
masih MPL tak ada kan? Masih MPL happy yo. Makin hilang. Aku tahu adalah kan. Kejap-kejap ada satu tiba-tiba kan. Okay lah.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on the Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because of these kinds of heroes, and now Vitality will have to deal with this. And again, Trex did point out most of their crowd control and
Dia
potential
bodoh hari-hari
knockouts are
ada
just going to be
tu.
on Finn.
Yeah, it really is going to be. And I think the important thing right now is whether or not those arrows not only are going to hit, but how you set them up. Because I think that Finn has such a difficult job, right? Not only is he looking for these big engages, he has to play off of the information from Nile and Shogun. But the hard part is catching this Fanny half the time.
Yeah, because like you're torn between catching the Fanny or also going for a backline play, because we see Badangs do that oftentimes. But
Pressing
that's more
manja-manja.
so when you get to the late game. It's depending on we get there, because I feel like both teams just really want to get that early and end this fast.
Yeah, I mean,
Range.
let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where
Maybe
Finn
they want the
acts-
range.
hold on, Flap,
Tapi
I mean,
okey
it's
je lah.
from
Oh,
No,
bangkit.
actually catches Kyle there. That
Macam
that
badang
is
aku
one
je.
answer
Dia
to
bukanlah
the
Melissa
question that we
backpick pun.
posed earlier.
Susah
So
sikit
as
je
long as
in
he just
terms of
gets
nak
to press the
patung Fanny
buttons
tu.
at the right time.
Tapi
but
dan
this
again kau
comes
kalau lawan
at a
Fanny je kan,
cost,
kau lawan
because
benda lain
Moreno
ke.
has to be preemptively
So all in all,
already
Melissa pick okay
waiting
je.
with Finn to make these
macam
motions
Fanny
happen,
Sao.
allowing the mid lane to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno, he doesn't care about level 4. Level 4 or not, it's not the biggest deal in the world. He hits that arrow, it's kind of game over for whoever. But even Iman recognizes that you got to be scared of Kyle. You take a bad trade, you could just die out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vitality are so
Melissa
good
flicker,
with these anticipations against Team Falcons
Okay
and
je.
their rotations, and so far they're the ones
Sikit-sikit
actually going to
pro game
take
nak bawa
this
Inspire
duel
ni.
for themselves. We saw multiple rotations from Falcons already, but
Yeah,
every single one of them have
uncontested
been
first
answered so
turtle.
far.
They have been, and I think the best part about it all is the fact that Vitality are playing super responsive to how Falcons are
Oh lah,
moving
Valen
across
pun
the
tak ada
map.
benda,
As soon
bodoh
as
nak
Kyle
copy
showed
pun
up
aku
bottom,
perasan.
they
Oh,
set
lah
up for the
Lele
instant
kot.
turtle take. They cannot waste
Mati
any
badang
little
Lele.
bit of time here. They also have to be, you know, just as careful to not put themselves in compromised positions. Top side, you really see that Shogun try to cut the wave. Notices Fanny is around, backs up to try and set up for Nile right here, because he's just too thick.
The moment Nile showed up,
Dia kena
Falcons could
gesek
just
macam dirot.
not commit
Buang lama.
anymore. Every single time, it seems like Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise.
Fanny
by
yang belah
the
hasil
presence
kan?
of a Fanny. And it's something that they probably willingly played into, but that's going to be a setup onto Finn. Now they're trying to go for the burst. He gets caught again, though. Kyle will make it out alive, but does Finn, though? He does not. Flap takes first blood.
He could have lived that.
Tamu
He could've
gaan nak
lived that. He
mampus.
wasn't 100% sure about the timing, about when Dairoth's ult actually finishes the channel. Yes, there's a bit of a channel time. He could have just pushed himself out of there, but wanted, hey, no abilities, I gotta just try and punt somebody backwards as best as he can. This is what we should expect, right? Falcons need to win this early stage of the game to get Kyle that advantage that we're hoping for, and it's not like the Ling. He's very dependent on that purple buff and can only do so much. It's not like you can just go back into your jungle and charge it all back up and you know, farm extra fast. It's all about, hey, I go in, if I don't have that purple buff, I have to recall, do it all over again.
Yeah, it's great adjustment too, I think, because they could not find the sides. They've been trying to, but they couldn't really get the sides. It's always been either Finn intercepting or even Moreno and Nile, so they just settled with Finn, who at the time was isolated from the rest, just trying to check wherever Falcons were trying to go for next. And I think it's a great answer. They finally found a way
Ya,
to
dua
at
dia couple lah.
least get a slight advantage, though the
Dia
goal is
couple.
very insignificant at this point, honestly.
And honestly, a really difficult comp to pull off. I mean, I'm thinking about how Moreno needs to kind of keep up with everybody else, but
Okay,
wait,
nice
hold on
poking.
first. Flap, he's already going to get chunked down to 50%. Now, Falcons, this might be a harder contest. They do have a bit of a regenerate for Flap, so he's going to top himself back up here, but I think the real question is whether or not he gets caught when he tries to shred down that front line, right? Whether it's front line or back line, that shred is only good for Kyle and Super Marco.
Whoa, Finn, are they actually going to go for open? The Raptors try
Relatif,
after response,
kenapa
but
dia
they
nak
catch
combo
two,
Bailey
and
ya?
now Nile is going to go down alongside Finn. Falcons actually take two.
Woi, kau ingat damage kau?
Despite Vitality being the first ones to set it up.
Dia ingat damage dia apa? Mid dia ni Parsa. Tapi kalau Parsa pun aku tak rasa tembus pun. Aduh, aku ingatkan dia nak poking je. Bro tu bukan badan kick bro, semua bro. Itu memang call out team lah. Sebab kalau kau tengok follow up teamnya semua pergi lah.
Maybe a 3-0 lead with 1.4k, but we're not seeing structural damage. We haven't seen. Oh, speaking of structural damage, Flap
first person there to actually open up and
Aku tadi nak sebut apa? Aku nak sebut okay, nice. Cantik-cantik poking-poking lu. Ballerina. Biar low sikit. Sekali bro tumbuk.
Yes, I agree. It wasn't funny. Not so okay KDA, I think, if you look at it from the previous performance, but I think this is a much better spot for Flap now. He's clearly winning the lane, already taking that tier 1 up top, and the fact that he was also able to be active in the first few skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat against Vitality, who at this point have mostly been responding and answering back to Falcon's rotations, but we're not seeing any of their own just yet. Or maybe it's also in a way an effect of having clearing mid duos in the form of a Selena and Badang. Oh, but hold on. And Finn all alone, it's a double!
Ay! Kono lah kawan. Hilang. Selesai. Atas bawah semua kena bro.
With the help of the other members of Falcon, these are just two really heavy damage dealing heroes you're looking at already. It's both Kyle and Flap. And let's just look at that replay and how flawlessly Kyle just flew around these two members of Team Vitality.
Dirty outplay. Dodges the immobilize, waited the iframes out, even dodging the knockback. And you see that Kyle's just like, nah, just another day in the office. Try harder next time. And Vitality, they will oblige here because they're starting to siege this turtle. They want to make sure they have control, but more importantly, they're waiting for Kyle. They know he's around.
Yep. He's gonna take this first. Abyssal arrows are not connecting just yet, but at least you also see Emma taking part in this fight. Nile will yet to have to reveal himself, because Falcons are taking pretty good control of this. Vitality will change targets though. They're just gonna go for Super Marco, but he's still
belum habis tu Badang.
Finally gets the kill, but he might just go down too. That's a 1-for-1 so far.
Purify-nya belum habis, malah ditumbuk men.
Able to find him anymore.
It's not bad.
Sabar
Honestly,
man.
gold laner for mid laner, and considering that Moreno really
I don't know.
wants to be able to absorb all this gold. It's Nile and alongside with Iman. So as long as these two are able to scale back up, it's great. But Finn might be in some trouble here. They don't want to contest this. This is not the position to fight for just yet, and Vitality understand that.
Yep, they kind of let go of this the moment that they went back after that kill towards Super Marco. He already also had to get his purple buff first, so Nile, I feel, is really doing a bit of catching up here in this game. He's already a level behind of Kyle here, and that's also probably one of the reasons why they just rather not contest an objective anymore, especially with Falcons just surrounding the area like that.
With the early game having to be played super defensively for the side of Vitality, it gives you very little opportunities to actually look for potential snowballs. And so far, I mean, he was doing a good job against Super Marco. Generally, both sides came out of the lane pretty good. Once all the reinforcements started headed down to that bottom side, it was inevitable that Super Marco was going to crack that bottom tier 1. From this point onwards, we're expecting that Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources, because dear God, Kyle, he's Batman at this point.
I would be afraid if I were Vitality and I was all alone, because I could just feel the presence of Kyle or maybe anyone from Falcons at this point just hunt me down with the amount of damage that they already have. And Vitality, I feel like it's a bit more time from them, even if we say, let's say
cerita pendeknya adalah Melissa sekarang dashnya jauh lebih rendah. Jauh lebih rendah, jauh lebih konsisten. Dapat.
That is a kill that they definitely want.
Yep, that was the combo they were trying to pull off and got outplayed on that top side. This is the clean version of it, but they still don't get the conversion, unfortunately, on that turret, but they do slow down.
Dia CD satu hal, lepas tu dia dah shift kan. Kalau dulu Melissa, kau nak kurangkan CD dash, kau kena ketuk orang pakai patung. Macam sekarang dia dah buang benda tu, tapi dia turunkan terus base cooldown segitu. Tak kena lagi. Dah lepas Valentina tumbuk, Bellery pula flicker bergerak. Tak cukup tenang. Tapi aku rasa kalau dia tenang masa Invi tu, dia boleh bermain lagi sikit lah.
You can't reveal those cooldowns this early on. Only later in the game where it's not so bad, especially since Falcons are really out to get it.
Oh, Emma actually dealing a bit more damage now, but it's Falcons starting up this objective. They're bursting it down as much as they can. Abyssal Arrow does not land. Who gets the final hit on this objective? It's still gonna be Kyle, but Flap might get traded out here. Surprisingly, still survived. The Abyssal Strike cancelled out. Close call for Emma, but now he has to flicker out to re-engage or to regroup with Team Falcons. And Vitality might go for the chase, but they don't.
They didn't get the punish. They got the big cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a fact, hey, Falcons, Turtles, they're done for. Now we got to make sure that we can protect, because once we have to deal with this Iman,
so much damage, but he will go down relatively fast too. That's a less tankier XP lane that he currently is on.
Dah kenapa?
Vitality will just constantly go for the punish every single time. Every single
Timnya tak sampai pun lagi bodoh.
I mean, they have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now, sure looking for anything on across the map, and even for Kyle, he's just waiting, right? It's about a matter of information. Now should be okay here.
Another 1v1, but now you see Finn, Kyle will not fight him there anymore, as Vitality will still deal with the Lord for now and are forced to play defensive. They're about to lose more and more of their structures as well if they don't successfully get to defend this, but it's barely hanging on.
Honestly, this is great coming in for Vitality. Like, everything that could have gone wrong in the early stages of the game didn't necessarily hurt as bad. They walk away with some scrapes, okay. And Niall is still very, very bold. He hasn't backed down at all. And with the Malefic Roar on his side now, he can start thinking about hitting some of the bigger targets.
Yeah, we're waiting for Vitality to pull up the combo all over again. So I think a lot of this is on Finn, and whether or not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Niall, especially from Moreno, and even Eman, but Falcons are just too difficult to catch.
Yeah.
They have so much mobility.
Zipper, if you could pull up the items for me, that'd be great, because I'm wondering where Shogun is in his item progression. He needs to get to a point where he's so tanky that he's able to kind of take first position on the far lane rather than letting Kyle hard shove it every single time, because Vitality have to be relatively close to each other to find these intersecting
Dua-dua berhati-hati di jalan raya.
In comparison to like sending Herrera topside, and now that at least that Niall and Kyle are somewhat even in the lane, it's a much harder 1v1 to win out.
Yeah, we gotta check those items later on. But even if Vitality do group up, okay, there you go. He does have the Antikyras and the Radiant Armor already.
But no Oracle, so again, 1v2, there's a good chance he still dies out here. Lightning Truncheon already purchased, so he deals with both arm. Oh, wait, hold on. This could be bad unless Ogwen wants to flicker in. I don't see this happening. That back here.
Oh, Kyle from the side, though. That was close. Vitality really had to reposition themselves there, as Falcons just took the opportunity to get mid.
That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. To the naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves and posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their backs. They want the traditional but Kyle has so much of that pull. If Iman dies, this entire fight goes down the drain.
Yep. And now they take that return just as the Lord spawns. So imagine the space that they could really play around with. Vitality feels very uncomfortable with just freely positioning themselves. They have no idea how to get in this position either. And you mentioned something about Vitality.
Dia memang confident dia boleh flicker ultimate Leo. Itu je logik.
Stealing away that ultimate from the Badang, and that could be something to punish.
Serabut je patung je.
Both of these guys, it's whoever shows up in the lane first, and Herrera shows, and guess what Falcons is gonna do? Instantly take that space. As Vitality are forced to move backwards, they know for a fact they gotta clean up these lanes, but Niall, he's not wasting any time. He sets up the slow push and now is running back to try and collapse upon this.
Emma tries to go for the poke, and with the go away, they don't actually find the kill.
Terkena Dirot. Tapi Valley mati. Dirot juga. Waduh, Zepa siap. Waduh.
But Eman is still alive. Do they still have hope? Abyssal Arrow will land onto Ogwen, and they find another trade.
That's exactly what you want to see. It's all about Iman here. Wait, no.
Oh, Flap, you have to
tak boleh doh. Meli ni kau tak boleh sampai. Gila lagi. Ai! Oi, sakit aduan. Gila. Bermain Emannya, bermain men. Eman men. Ayo. Waduh. Tak boleh sentuh doh Melinya. Tapi kredit kat badan kak. Okay. Kredit kat badan kak.
Where's the arrow? He hits it and then it all goes down.
And this 1-1-1 too.
Aduh, inshallah man.
So crazy. Finn should be happy with that. Finn should be happy that redeems him for the early mistakes, but now it really just comes down to execution, and that's the truth of it, right? Falcons and Vitality both have a really good understanding of how both compositions need to kind
Ni
of
favorite badang build aku ah.
But that dancing gives more
Thunderbell,
advantages to Falcons.
Oracle lepas tu tambah lagi Blue Force. Kau memang betul-betul prayo apa cooldown lah. Ui, sakit kena ton hira dah. Oh, keluar. Si baik Tio. Ya kan nak mati dengan api ni. Ui, dapat pilih. Langsung. Mati lah kau pilih. Memang mampus lah. Tak boleh keluar bodoh. Sakit. Tengok melinya. Bodoh melinya tak ada ubat je. Tak, diorang tak boleh sampai bodoh kat dia, geng. Tu badang. Dia cari badang.
Deal with these waves on the sides. It's just that main Lord force that they can't really deal with. Super Marco will try his absolute best, but they're saying, you know what, we can't hold on to this. Let's give up this inhibitor. Yes, the long
tak bodoh dia punya pating patung dengan dash dia tu dari tadi yang buatkan dia cantik tu. Tapi badang ah, kena bagi kredit lah badang.
Just because of how good Emman's been positioning himself on the Melissa as well. Every single time he uses the go away, it's just so perfectly timed.
It's ridiculous, and I think this is super understandable, right? Why multiple people need to get the chastised pauldron with the extended range, thanks to muddles. Sometimes you're not in that range to actually get the the attack speed reduction. At this point, you got to be able to hit the right targets at the right time, and as much as everybody needs to slow down, it does eventually come to start biting you in the butt. I think that Imam has been playing perfectly so far.
Tapi masih tak ada blade armor kat gini.
From Kyle, he needs it just to go in, force to get away from Imam, heal back up and return to the fight.
Yeah, that's something they can do. It's a Fanny, so you could just expect them to get in the fight fast. With Vitality,
Kyle buat
they've
item
been
fighter.
holding this out really well. Finn gets to spot out a couple members from Falcons all over again. They're fighting for this purple buff. They don't want to hand it over to Kyle. But Open, will he be the sacrifice?
Lily. Oh, kena! Aduh, oi, puri. Terpaksa puri doh. Ui, Lele ni wapi serabut lah. Serabut.
Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround. With such a good early game from the Falcons, Vitality have been playing some incredible defense, and now seeing
berat late game tak ada berat sangat. Sebab kiri, sebab tak, Vitality tak ada S9. Tak ada S9. So advantage obviously dekat Falcon man, late game. Come on man. At this point, if aku kena explain lagi benda ni, come on man. Bapak sakit je. Tak ada kira dia ni. Ui, mau. Oh, Penny. Ui, nice try lah Penny. Macam mana ni? Dai, kena! Ui! Dah! Oi! Oh, Valentina, nice try doh, Valen. Nice try. Bodoh memang tak boleh bunuh bodoh Melissa ni, dia terlalu kitingnya terlalu handsome bodoh. Kau tengok dia lari di atas bodoh nak game. Lily main. Balik. Bro, what a game man. What a game. Holy shit ya. What a game doh. Gila BTR. Aku BTR. Gila. Wah, Izen dah 2.
Binti jumpa atau serang retro.
Izen dah 2. Wih, gila doh. Tapi emannya dengan badangnya doh. Waduh. Dengan si lelenya. Bangkit betul lah.
How did it turn out like this?
I think a lot of it comes down to Moreno in middle school.
Yeah.
He learned trigonometry really fast. How do
Main
you
4 lawan 5
hit
oh.
so many arrows on priority targets? Some who don't even care because they're on cables. Mid-air, we've seen Kyle getting hit by this. And as much
4
as he
lawan
was able to
5,
dominate
man.
this early
Menang.
stage of the game, and even Flap, they start to fall off. That
4
armor
lawan
strength is
5 jangan
good,
petik.
but the team fight,
Sekuat itu ke
especially with
BTR
these
guys?
catches, man, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Finn's cat.
Asing fight ah.
Sebesar itu impak koneng.
Fanny-nya cuba, tak dapat. Melly throw bubble, kejar. Lepas tu cuba lari, tak boleh kan. Pum, kena pula tu lelenya. Bangkit betul. Oh, tu lah. Tu energy dah habis tu. Ni. Ni. Terlanggar minion.
Binti screen
Aduh. Aduh, terlanggar minion pula. Aduh. Badangnya peras. Meli patung. Cak. Tapi ni Valen well play ah. Tapi tak cukup gak oh. Tak cukup juga geng. Kau tengok. Oish. Tak Valennya memang damage kan. So dia punya penumbuk yang boleh meninggal lah.
Tim boleh masuk.
Wai, sempat WON tak tahan tu. Aduh, tapi maybe kalau Valennya sembuh awal okey kot. Dia sembuh tak? Tak ada, dia tunggu sampai habis. Maybe kalau dia sembuh mati lah. Dia tak sembuh. WON-nya bangkit betul lah. Oi, tapi sedap tengok sedap. Tengok, kat sini dah call lah tu Melissa dah dash kat atas. Lepas tu Moreno bermainan. Bincang. Takkan boleh sampai je.
Binti not come to play.
Oi. Gana cinta. Kau jangan lebih-lebih boleh tak gana cinta? Kau sikit je lah. Kau nak rage bait ke apa ke kau buat lah. Tapi kau jangan lebih. Aku dari tadi je ni. Tak berhenti-berhenti. Dari awal game sampai habis. Sikit. Jangan lebih. Sebab nanti kalau lebih-lebih nanti tak boleh komen dah. Nanti kau tulis. Tak keluar apa-apa. Pelik. Okay? Sikit.
Kau nanti.
Banyak pula lah gaya kau gerhana cinta.
Dihantar ke bulan
Nama dah lah gerhana cinta. Nama dah lah tak cool.
Tenung dulu gear
Nak buat smart pula mana yang kat bawah tadi? Aku nak tengok yang tadi tu. Yang ni ke?
Gerhana cinta boleh buat INML.
Oh ni. Ni apa benda sebenarnya ni? Nak Melissa lu? Dia patung lah. Pum. Lepas tu belanya. Oh, kena bubble. Lepas tu dia tumbuk dinding tak kena. Aduh, buruk. Aduh. Aduh. Fake kau bro ada banyak. Okay. Cepat. Cepat. Cepat bawa lagi 5 fake account kau. Cepat.
Bit.
Cepat. Aduh. Boleh tu, tak sampai tu. Fanny pun tak boleh main je. Tengok lama baik dia tunggu. Sebab tunggu badang tumbuk ni kan. Lama sangat aku rasa. Tak kena pula tu. Aduh. Dia patut ke melee tu. Melee tu dah tak ada bubble tu. Aku rasa tu salah dia ke. Itu salah targeting ah. Dia patut ke melee tu. Melee tu dah tinggal flicker je. Bodoh, aku rasa sepanjang team fight ni nyawa Eman ni turun satu bar tu. Sini.
To top 4, here we go.
Okay. Ni tak turun sebab ada shield. Tak nyawa dia. Okay, 1 bar. Naik balik. Patung. Okay, tunggu ulti belay. Nice. Nice patting. Tembak. Okay, 1 bar turun. Dalam range tu je. 1 bar setengah. 1 bar setengah. Position dia nice betul. Semua puttingnya semua everything lah. Sampai pula ni. Breaker je bodoh ni. Kiwak betul. Pok. Oi, basuh badangnya. Peras.
Masalahnya Lele ni annoying juga.
Selesai. What a show. What a show, man. Sialah.
Ila EWC kali ni.
Yep.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. Inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
I went and grabbed Glitter Explosion once again for a little update from the Gidea City grid. How's things going today? You've got a couple of days at your competition, but things are heating up, right?
Well, they are. I mean, we're already into our finals. We have a 3-day-long finals. Day 1 has started today. Now, we're only 1 match in so far. However, to kick things off, we already saw a big win out of T1, and they weren't even one of the teams that we touched on in the beginning, but they are in that CC race. However, 3 days of finals means a lot of gameplay, and we still have Navi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid, we have Falcons, we have Vitality, we have AGAL, Twisted Minds, so
it's busy.
This is really busy for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, look, we've got a lot of going on there, so we'll be keeping up to date as much as we possibly can, but it sounds like there's going to be huge implications in the club championships. Well, thank you very much once again. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Banyak pula iklan.
Welcome back to MSC. There's some great people in the crowd who want prizes in between our games. Okay, just so y'all know, I got number 1, but of course, we got to make the people in the crowd very happy, and they got it. Welcome back. We're heading into the draft. Trex, I feel like everything that we said about the draft from game number 1, it hit. We saw how Vitality struggled early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting together, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badang And the Selena a little bit there. I did not respect the game completely. And though it took some time, once it mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game, it was on. That final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow, completely foreseeing Kyle's entry into the mid lane and just stopping in its tracks. Very well done by Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that I think honestly they won that game off of skill as well, right?
100%.
Both teams had the ability to win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen here, right? It's definitely possible for Falcon to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft, and it's definitely possible for Vitality as well to pull this off and look for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because we got to see both lineups do their thing. As we mentioned earlier, Falcons got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa and Eman was the one who was bulletproof in the previous game. So Falcons goes ahead and bans out the Phoveus, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of Falcons. But we also can't forget about some of the major trades that we have through the Atlas, the Valentina, and other great picks that we still have in the meta. Marcel is still open, by the way.
Okay, langsung.
Will opt for that blue side
Falcon na
first pick on this. Quick fun fact from Kyle. He has said
Weh, aku rindu Gorde doh, boleh tak?
Now always bullies me in scrims. Just don't bully me in the tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context to what Niall said earlier with the interview with Eterna about how he sees just him and TNG as the top junglers here mechanics-wise, based off of results of the scrims, but not referring to what he believes when it comes to the tournament space once you're there on the stage. So the Valentina gets taken out here by Falcons now, with the Atlas gone. Yeah, that forces out the Marcel ban. So far, it's the bans of Falcons are more on forcing Vitality to ban certain heroes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than last time. We're not going to see the Valentina this game. Marcel banned out. Will that Ling be banned out? Last time it was Vitality on blue side who decided to ban out, which forced the big trade of either leaving the Fanny open or not, and Falcon called the bluff and ended up paying the price for it. Now with Falcons putting in their last ban, we still have all the assassins up. Jushin also still available and open. Freya still available and open. With things like Valentina and Atlas and Phoveus getting banned out, it means that there's a lot to trade up on, and Falcons want to go for that trade. And while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good play overall. Do more of a target ban and leave some of those prio picks open.
I think at that point, Falcons are already deciding the possibility that the Selena is going to come in way early, similar to what we saw get drafted earlier in MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1. So a lot of great options here available for Falcons.
All right, so Freya, Ling, and Fanny all open, meaning Vitality could go for the Harara ban.
Yep.
Could definitely go for the Harara ban. They could still get a Fanny or a Ling, or they can go, I mean, for any of the 3 essentially, right? They can still, they go for the Freya instead, which I'm a little surprised about, but still very viable because they still get the Belleric, that means, because if they wanted to go Freya +1, they would have had to give over that roam position. Falcons now deciding, what do we want out of the big 3?
Yeah.
And what do we want to respond with? They go for the Eudora. Didn't even see it. It's a hero that I still have to get used to.
Yeah, same. Eudora as the first pick. Because with the Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary of picking their jungler right away. Because Vitality, they are encouraged to pick up the Belleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons won't have their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away. And with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well,
let's go!
The Belleric here and now.
Did they just go for the Belleric Harara? They went the same thing as
Hylos, Gorde, Kale, Gorde, let's go!
Harara, Belleric Ling.
Or just either don't even pick up the assassin because you're going to get one of the 3.
You have such a wide field to play with, you could just adjust.
Never.
A lot of options here for Vitality.
Never. Not even.
Okay, so they will get the Ling Belleric.
Belleric.
Mid lane from Moreno.
Lang.
Let's see if they're still willing to play the Jushin later on. Maybe into red 3, red 4.
Boleh counter dengan Ton?
A lineup that can clear the mid a little bit faster for Vitality will encourage them to take control of the river and make sure that their Ling is happy.
Does Falcon commit once again to an assassin pick, or do they try to switch things up here a little bit? We've seen a lot work against the assassins. They go for the Fanny once again.
Barat.
The Barats into the EXP this time.
Barat untuk
do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats so far is when there's also a fighter in gold or something of that nature.
But it's tough considering that Vitality is going to be coming back at Red 4 as the first pick, and they have bans. They can just take away the Paquito. The Freya's already gone. Usually when we saw Barrett in the EXP and then it's paired up with another fighter in the opposite side, it's either just the Paquito and the Freya, unless they're going to dig deep and go for something else, like maybe along the lines of a Ruby, but you don't really see enough picks that would warrant that. I think they can just double down and play it the traditional in terms of their gold lane option, but let's see how it's going to go. Melissa is still going to be the pick here for Vitality, and the problem right now is for Falcons because of their picks. They don't have enough that long-range reach to really mess up this Melissa. With the Ling, with the Beleric especially, Eman might be on the way to another bulletproof game.
Tak lawan Barat ni sedap gila sebab hitboxnya besar, so patung kau sentiasa connect kau.
At least in terms of how they were able to make everything work last game. Don't get me wrong, the early game could still be troublesome for them. Falcons had an amazing early game last time with the Fanny pick and everything else behind
Room
it.
kacau Melissa ni aku tahu.
Falcons maybe want to also run back the same type of game, but just play a little bit better, close it out a little bit faster.
Maybe. Oh wow, respect on the Minotaur of Ogwin. That actually could have messed up the lineup of Vitality. At least that wider reach might give them give Falcons a moment to not get peppered by the basic attacks of that Melissa. So maybe the fact that they're not going, they're going into the second phase of the drafting without their Ogwin pick just yet might hurt them. Atlas is gone, Beleric was taken away, the Minotaur option's gone.
Beatrix boleh tak Rino?
We see the Badong Ben from Falcon this time.
Sebab ada AOE kan. Dia Melissa ni sedap. AOE contoh macam Veil, macam Gorde, yang ada range sikit, lepas tu dia senang nak skill hit.
Really poisonous flex pick for MSC at EWC 26.
Alright, so now Vitality, last ban on the field. Take out the Minotaur. Do they keep going into the roaming position? What is really left at this point?
Really trying to run through the names of roamers, but in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades, unless Falcons are going to pick up something like the Cho.
They could still be a possibility.
Yeah, at least there's going to be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get yeeted out of the dome right away with a getaway. But if they're going to play this Barracks in the EXP, you're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast.
Basically kalau Melissa ni, kalau boleh kau nak ada banyak benda yang boleh trigger dia untuk tekan ulti.
Apa cara termudah nak reach Melissa ni?
So range lah. So contoh macam apa? Macam Parsa ke, maybe dia tak bubble tapi dia kena lari kan. Veil ke, Gorde ke, Lapu.
Get the mid laner that has to shred damage for the Bears. They might want to go and consider the Lunox at the center of the map. Oh, Sora getting taken away. Oh,
Lunox definitely not a bad pick. You get the Brilliance to get away from the Fanny as well. You have some defensive capabilities. You don't have as much range against the Eudora, and you can still get one shot.
Block, kan?
You know, it's because the Eudora is just so quick about it, you don't have...
In term of laning sama Eudora.
On the side of Vitality.
Standard gold lane lah, maknanya kalau Melissa apa, kau kena mekanik kan, elak patung kan. Kalau kau mandi je dalam patung tu memang kalah lane je. So, kalau lawan ini ada hero pun memerlukan mekanik yang likewise je lah. Which is mobility lah. Mobility ke, range untuk kau clear minion ke. So, tak adalah apa-apa yang unik sangat lah.
Vitality gonna be picking up here. Maybe a little bit more range through the mid or a
masalah
little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go?
Patung,
bubble. They pick up the Esmeralda at the EXP. They do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting
macam
for
Claude
their mid
sebenarnya
laner
sedap lah. Sebab Melissa sangat susah lah nak maintain patung tu kena kat Claude kan. Sebab Claude tu masa ulti movement speed tinggi juga. Dengan stack skill 1. So boleh pusing-pusing.
For that,
Ruby roam
just of how fast.
Against the Esmeralda, possibly catch the Ling whenever he dashes in.
Yeah, but tough considering the Beleric and the Melissa. So
it sounds like it's 50-50 because you're getting a lot of good things. But I feel like the bad things you get out of a Ruby Robe surprise might be worse. So Kaja, in terms of pick-off, I can see it, but I still lean towards the show. They go for the Brody. Okay.
Ooh,
one of the few heroes that can probably get that can put
Really?
out some range.
Right. This was one of the picks that Falcons have already shown here. The Akai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center.
Really?
Not as
Against
fast in the
Melissa.
rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal
No
with
dash.
in the team fights. But again,
Really?
Will he be able to reach this Melissa with the composition that
Not so
Falcons
sure
has?
about
Their
that. I mean,
front
lawan
line
Link maybe
needs to
okay
be
lah.
stalwart. It needs to hold
Bukan
for a
tu macam
long
memudahkan
time so
Melissa
that
sebab
Brody can
Brody
get the
kena datang
stacks off,
dekat.
pop that
Itulah
third
dia.
part memory, melt them front to back until the Melissa has to get away.
So last pick for Vitality, still need a mid laner. Yeeve's open, we haven't seen that in a bit. Jushin's also still open. They just go for the Jushin, right?
Yeah, something that we
Gorde
mentioned
do
also.
ni sumpah
Could be
kah.
good and could be annoying for the Akai. You're going to be
Tolong
forced
lah
to use your
doh.
dashes.
Di sana
the
boleh ah.
Vexana.
Itu dia safe pick ah.
Because of the
Sebab
Akai and the
kalau
barrels in
Gorde
front of
tadi
you, and
Fanny
it does
datang
have a lot
kabel
of
dia pening
disengage
sikit.
and protection for the
Sebab
Melissa.
Bailey pun nak bodyguard
Definitely a
susah.
great answer. Overall, we've
So
seen
kalau
it picked
Vesana
once
at least ada skill
before.
satu. So
And even
I
when
guess
before
okay
was
lah.
kind of questioning it, we
Lepas tu
saw
Vesana
how
pun
well he
senang
can
nak
do
skill hit sebagai
with
Barat
the
ni.
stiff arm, with the ability to get that terrify.
Barat
Something
ni not gonna
similar
have a good
to
day
the
ah.
arrow, not as long stunning as the arrow, but something
Not gonna
still
have a good day
similar.
bro.
So if he
Tak
can
boleh
make some of
lari
those quick
ulti
picks,
Vesana.
knock
Tak
down
boleh
the warrior
lari
in the nick of
patung
time,
Melissa.
it could be detrimental to where they want to play this game.
Pening.
That has been it for myself and Trex here at the
Beleric punya
studio.
skill
We'll
pun tak
see
boleh
what
elak. Oi,
both teams get to do,
pening.
what their lineup wants to do, or will
Pening
one of them dominate? One to
bang.
either advance right now,
Ay,
or
ay,
to
ay.
still hold on and force a game number 3. Bring you over to our casters, Brigida and Gideon.
Thanks so much.
Okay, langsung saja.
Day here today because we're all hoping that this is not going to be a one-sided battle. We need to see a repeat
Langsung
of game
saja.
number 1. Both sides are basically turning this MOBA into a fighting game as we jump into game number 2. Team Falcons PH on the blue side, facing off against Team Vitality on the red side. And let's go through this composition because again, that Vexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat.
Finally, Vesana is getting the attention she deserves. Why? Pull yourself together. Ada 5.
In general, which I feel would work out really well for them.
I'm loving the meta shift, man.
Now, instant evade here.
Oh, AoE stun.
Lightning, stunning multiple members.
Oh, Penny-nya tidur.
Unfortunately, had to be the
Oh,
first
berat.
one to go down in this fight. A not so good start for Falcons, but they traded out with the Roamer, which I don't think makes it any better.
Can somebody punish this? Yep, there we go. Haji goes down and Moreno survives as Ego challenges it. No problem. Full faith that the rest of the team, I mean, Moreno got the last pick. He was ready to give that kill over and trade his life for now. Like, he did not care at all. He has done his job and he knows he's going to do it again and again and again.
Kan, sebab dia tengok stack dia tak pecah lagi. Tapi masalahnya dia nampak ada roam tu. Dia ada roam pula ada si siapa? Si Esme tu. Dia ingat Esme tu dah belah ke apa? Dia bayang dia boleh elak ni kot. Dia bayang dia boleh elak. Skill 1 Vesana kot. Pakai apa aku tak tahu lah.
At least with
You know, rather dash, yeah?
kind of forced out the Purify from Emma. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
And that was something that I was trying to figure out, right? I was talking to you telling like, man, how do we force this Ballista to actually take the
Fanny
Purify?
ni skin
Falcons
revamp eh? Dia revamp eh skin purple dia ni? Lawa siap model eh?
Super Marco looking like the
Sudah
target here.
ulti
Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flicker nonetheless, but at least
Oh, the revamp. Lawa.
with that attempt.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker.
Ini
He
metro.
still doesn't lose out too much. And even you can see Eman making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything. That was a Daytona's welcome.
Oh, on to Shogun, and with the help of Kyle, they actually pick up the kill.
Tak tahu lah Purify tu nak.
This is a different approach
Dia tak expect ada Fanny.
combos that we saw from Vitality. It's
Tapi aku rasa dia patut puri lah.
But I do think it was interesting, right?
Markup plating pula. Aduh, sedapnya.
Into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets the stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain.
Tapi Melissa ni akan kurang aman sikit sebab Akai ni. Akai flicker kan?
He didn't have the Purify at that point too, right?
You're right,
so
yes.
There was just no way to really get out of it, and he had to accept his fate right there. Ogwen gets poked down a bit here though.
Ogwen has a lot of things to do ah.
Before the next objective spawns, but
tapi Barat pun boleh makan Melee ni jadi dok. Sebab kan immune
It's still a small lead. We saw how game 1 went. So
Melissa ni kena berhati-hati di jalan raya. Idora flicker combo lagi. Purify lah Melee-nya baru perasan. Damn. Damn.
He actually got that gold crab, I feel. Using the retribution for it though, but it's gonna come up again once the objective spawns anyway. But I feel like nonetheless Vitality will struggle to
so Idoranya lagi lebih senang ah. Happy untuk Idora, tak happy sangat dengan Akai dengan apa? Akai dengan Barat lah.
All the more difficult to deal with because it's primary objective. It's not split between having to secure the objective and having to zone out. It's just really zoning out.
Yeah, that was a I'm going to touch on it later, but for now, the fight.
There you go. It's the heavy spin pushing them away, and now Vitality are unable to contest for the objective. But the flicker in from Spin and the
baiklah follow up. Well played lah.
Flap actually finds one, but that's a Purify used by Shogun, so he will be
okay.
Tempest of Blades coming from now.
Link melekat kena cium. Ah! Brodinya flicker. Link bele untuk Fanny Barat Akai. Minor win. Tapi kiri dapat turtle yang tadi. So fair je lah sebenarnya. Tapi Melissa makan plating. Never mind.
How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good because now it's not about priority targets. I do max % health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
Yeah. So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I think, for Falcons because you even saw how Flap was just so decisive.
Betul deh, Eman ni babi you. Dari tadi dia main kan? Ada benda apa pun depan muka dia memang pergi cium lah. Dia memang tak ada. Tak ada apa yang cakap ah? Tak ada. Kaki sejuk tu tak ada. Telur dia memang. Ball of steel dia. Ball of steel. Ni aku faham lagi lah. Ada Purify kan. Tadi flicker tadi.
They need to kind of break the bad
we
lines.
like that.
Instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno, but I want him to go for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be because
it's
a single target. And Haji has just not been able to have the same
tapi hyper satu full level je.
Same free time as Moreno in this game. In the series, at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been too free. The way that they've been linking together with Finn has been such phenomenal performance from Vitality so far. But now let's see, because Falcons are setting up for this turtle.
Oh, interesting. Conceal to push Shogun out of position, allowing Vitality to reveal themselves first. The big issue is that Finn has that flicker and Wrath of the Dryad, so I mean, they've got good counter engage, so somehow
Akai tak ada nyawa dah dok. Melissa ni zoning dari tadi dia memang main macam tu. Dia guna patung dia untuk zoning.
Where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement from the side of Vitality.
Yep, at least Ogwen now somewhat finds his way back to the turtle pit, but Eman is feeling like a zoner right now. The way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines. It's not just making things easy for Falcons who just want to position themselves.
Dia tak beruli dia tak beruli tu. Aku tengok beruli pula dia. Tak kisah tu mah.
Flicker combo just to get away, but Open might just be the first to fall here in this fight. It's a killing spree for Moreno.
Di zoning Melissa anjing.
Allowing him to take it freely. Still
Biru kena tembak pula. Aduh.
This is
Aduh.
a scary game.
Bro malah
Holy
dah masuk.
cow.
Aduh.
Flap could not stand that. What? Where?
Tak ada, kena ambil mid yang boleh walking lah sebenarnya.
It's just the Daytona's
Tak,
welcome
dia jadi susah. Akai tu dia nak
This
press
game's kind of
melee
ridiculous
tu.
because it's really
Tapi tak
a game
sampai-sampai
of,
nak
a
tunggu
game of
Idora
chicken,
memang
right?
tidak.
It's whoever backs
Memang
down
mati
from
je
the
bodoh
fight
Idora
first.
tu.
And unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder in comparison to
Bro,
Vitality,
bring back
who again
bring
are
back
playing
Gorde ya.
one and one for all with Iman here.
Bring
Who's
back,
doing a phenomenal job of keeping himself alive, and best yet, he's almost
Bring back
single-handedly getting Ogwin to use
Gord.
that heavy spin on him.
And when Kyle went for him, he didn't even feel the need
Good
to use the
watching,
go
Kabu
away just
Sudini.
yet.
Kalau dah
He's
juga
just
itu boleh
that
burst
much
Melissa,
ahead
true.
on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths
True.
in this game. No one could target
Tapi
him. So
Tapi
you could just
conditionnya
sense that
ada
he
sikit lah. Tak adalah berat sangat tapi ada sikit lah. Kena make sure Melissa baru lepas dash lah. Sebab kalau Meli puri, lepas tu dia dash,
Yeah, and every single
ulti
time
mungkin tak
you
kena.
see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait, hold on.
Okay, Eman still has the Purify, not using it yet. Just
Tak
uses
guna
the go
puri,
away, and it's gonna
bodoh.
be enough to push Ogwin out. Kyle trying to go for the engage with the Wrath of Dryad.
Ini,
Once again,
ay,
Kyle
miss
going
Kemal.
forward. Eman's still alive again. Falcons are low and United here for the cleanup. Even under the turret, he's fine.
Ah, dia patut boleh bunuh si Amelie
The
je tu,
most important
Ben.
cable from the destroyed
Ada
structure of the
dah,
turret.
ada
It just
dah,
slipped right in
ada
between. I thought it was going to
dah.
connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Owen keeps him
Meli
locked
tu dah
down,
tak
but
ada
as soon as
bubble,
the
dah tak ada
whole
dash.
layer
Oh,
is done,
aduh, tu
Kyle
pula. Lepas tu miss
instantly
lagi.
takes
Aduh.
out one
Ada
target.
delay.
Looks for the second, but that last cable didn't connect, so he couldn't get that last bit of burst, allowing Iman to
Dua kali
reposition.
miss
How
Kebel. Ada
unfortunate.
It
dah.
just got a bit too messy, I agree.
Oof.
It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility
Tak
that
pencet
Kyle
pun
has
puri.
right now.
Tak pakai
Because
pun
at
bunuh
that
puri
point,
je.
Eman was
Not
within
needed dia juga.
reach.
It
Man.
They were. And I think that right now, if they just need Super Marco
Ah!
to just live for a
Brody?
bit longer.
Okay, that was a wild
Dua kali Cio mati.
Eman been now left alone using Wrath of Dryad, still surviving for just a bit
Kena
longer.
Brody, kena Melissa, kena Dora pun tu.
He will probably wait a bit more and just play it safe for now.
Itu kena bagi kredit dekat Dora. Aku rasa kalau Dora tu tak follow up macam tu, Brody saja, aku rasa Brody tu mati ya.
Just putting himself
Like,
in a
legit
position
straight
where
up
he is
mati, ya.
visible to the Falcons will make them second guess. Hey, we don't want to greet this out too much. We already got what we were looking for.
Yep.
Finn and Iman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now the next problem is Moreno until Iman gets back
Fast
to the
load lah, tak boleh. Oh,
That
ya
was
tu
unexpected.
macam mana
You
nak
wouldn't
fast
really
load.
expect Sir Super Marco
Oh, boleh.
and Haji to be the combo
Early lagi kan.
to take out Emma. But
Cukup
I
ada
guess the
ni
damage
kan.
really is going to come from them now. It's Kyle securing the objective, but Niall
tak
goes
mati
in.
Dora.
Haji very low
Bangkit.
HP. Emma's going
Mati.
to finish him off. And the backlines are
Oh,
being
no,
taken
barat.
care of.
Aduh,
as
barat.
Emma's
Pergi ke
just
barat. Lari
really
barat.
throwing
Lari
out
jalan
these
untuk
needles,
gini-gini. Oh,
shoulder
barat.
being in the face of 3 members of Falcons. And now there's a Daytona's welcome coming in from Flat, but he will not
Aduh.
survive this attack.
Uh.
Flying in.
Bubble,
No
bubble.
way keeping Emma safe. But Falcons are going to
Kesian tu barat ni, geng.
Man, that was nasty.
Geng, justice for barat tu.
As soon as he saw that
Dia
Daytona
macam
all he had to do was position
nak cakap
himself
macam
just a little bit
binatang, dia
further to
memang
make sure he
binatang
could
kan.
step
Tapi
away.
memang
But just
dilayan
look at
macam
this, like,
binatang
instantly they
tu.
find a big punish onto Haji, right? Niall had to quickly
Dia
use
tak
that
boleh
blade
lah
to
apa-apa
tempest, if not,
skill
he's
pun
gonna
tu.
really get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun instantly he zones Super Marco and then walks back into the
Sebab
Daytona's
tu
wall to
dinosaur
get eaten,
pukul.
allowing Iman to get the free hits. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep.
Ay, ay,
Now it's a
ay.
Blade of Despair pickup for Niall, as well as Moreno gets a Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize and get a bit more map control
Ui.
though.
Wai, dapat cial. Ayo yo.
Nice. That's going to take
Ay,
away a little bit of influence
ay,
coming in from Niall. He can't just do
Ay,
whatever
ay,
he wants willy-nilly.
ay.
He will have to go into
Baru
a side
drive
lane and
by.
then recall rather than walk his butt back. But
Udah
you know,
mulai
considering
ikat.
everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great
Ui,
on
holy
the
defense pecah
defense,
pula,
right? They pulled the lead back onto their side and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with Wave Flare, honestly. It's a
Ini
it's a
Akai satu
Vexana,
good play
it's a
ni.
Melissa, and you just really
Tu ya,
can
itu
walk
aku rasa,
up front knowing
aku
that
rasa
they
itu
have
yang
the
mahal
potential
lah
that
Iman
they
ni
have a
main
potential
Melissa.
eternal
Dia
guard
punya
dropping down
dia
on you
guna
at any
patung
moment.
tu.
So, they will somehow still be
apa?
able to deal with the Lord, and this
Zoning
is
dia tu
still
mantap lah.
a
Mantap,
very
mantap.
small lead that you're seeing
But dalam
from
masa yang
minutes
sama
into
dia
the
selamat
game, so
sebab dia ada bubble
I feel
dengan
like
dia
even
punya roam
Falcons at this
sentiasa sentiasa jadi dia punya bodyguard kan.
at a complete advantage.
Very good, very good.
I think, honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage until Haji is able to close the distance onto Iman in
Sebab
one
kalau dia buat
shot.
benda tu
I
tapi
don't
Rom
see
tak
this
main
game
dengan dia tak
going
jadi
the way
juga.
that they want to, because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great against
Ibarat
structures,
glamour
against
sudah.
heroes, sure, it's fine. But the big issue is that he's running Sky
What?
Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard
Fleeting
DPS that's being
time!
pumped out of Iman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Emma right now, it's great that Falcons had found a way to deal with him, but it's only been that one instance up top. Other than that, let's see how they deal with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming out from Haji. Vitality are still going to be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking, avoiding the cables. Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Yeah, does Niall have his purple buff? Because I saw Haji throwing out his ultimate like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Niall does actually have his purple buff, so good. At least we know that Haji, he's willing to throw his ult out. It's pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game, and I think this next Lord spawn, it's a make it or break it for either side. They're dead even in gold.
Ling sekarang dah ni ah, dah seramat nak main.
It is a very awkward parallel
Sebab
between
kena
the
cium
two.
Brody aku rasa mati dah. Kena Idora pun mati gak.
Already 30 minutes into this game. It's
sebab Dora dengan Brody ni ada flicker kan.
Close between Team Falcons and Team
So
Vitality
dia kena
right now.
berhati-hati sikit lah.
Both junglers on the opposite sides, but
Okay Penet. Full
just
item melee.
for now.
Now it's about, I think it's the macro, right? At this point, it's how do you get under and how do you figure out a good timing? And I think that both Vitality and Falcons, they're junglers, right? They're not showing themselves on the side lanes. And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to poking them out. Because every single time, right? Ogun walks up, Iman instantly throws out Muddles. Waits for the cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Aduh
Watch out
gila,
for Haji
cooldown
though.
sikit
They gotta watch out for Haji. They gotta
bodoh
check where he is.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Okay, they still don't know. Because I don't think it hit. I don't think the first still connected.
And it doesn't reveal the entire bushes until it connects onto somebody. You're absolutely right with that.
Ini
But
ke atas,
Niall
ah?
finally gets the endless battle and his position. Oh my
Ui,
goodness.
kalau
oh my
kena tu.
goodness.
Hey, Finn, you're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji. Eman is gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is going to be a quick reposition.
So dia kalau melee ni nak ketuk barat, dia kena ketuk barat lah, tak boleh ketuk patung dia. Sebab apa? Sebab barat dia dah beli apa, Justice beli apa. Kalau modal patung saja memang tak rasa. Tak acer lah tak acer. Ui, atas. Wah, Idora sampai picah. Boleh fast lock ke? Tak boleh bro. Nak lawan tu. Nak lawan. Wah, okay. Well play okay. Nice try. Wah, terbetung. Wih, tak ada energy.
Oh, nice movement coming on from Aman.
Akhirnya nak langgar, ada bubble terpaksa ni terpaksa push.
More importantly, wait a minute, the Wrath of the Dryads has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it
Itu
for the
nice rotation lah. Idora ni sampai kat atas
they
ni.
don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds. They're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're gonna fight on our terms, on our
Tapi
terms.
reset
Okay, they're starting
sebab
this.
tak ada
Niall's
nyawa.
gonna be back. He's going to be back real quick.
Sakit. Melee
Facing the damage already below half HP. Haji already using the ultimate gun, showing up behind, but they're just
tak boleh datang bodoh sini ni. Wah, tak ada energy picah.
This game.
Oh, dia kunci lagi, dia nak lagi. Oh, makan. Oh, tak ada flicker. Kalau ada flicker, dia boleh makan lah tu. Sebab boleh ludah bawah tahu kan. Tak boleh, aku rasa Akai tak boleh macam tu lah. Dia tak boleh membadan sangat. Aku rasa nak tak nak, memang kena apa, biar barat tu.
Macam bawa Balearic pergi dekat je.
Tak, sebab tadi Akai tu negatif HP tu. Negatif trait. Like HP dia habis sampai tinggal 2-3 bar tapi tak ada apa-apa berlaku pun dekat belah Vitality kan. Ui, babi dia nak end tu. Melee. Wah, tak kena pula barat. Aduh. Nice try lah bang. Weh, Link oleng. Pedang tak kena pula.
Another Imperial Guard and a wave coming in mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about. His ult tries to pull them away, forcing out at least one flicker.
Ada kau tinggi, ada kau tinggi. Habislah, tamatlah sudah. Tamatlah sudah. Oh, bom! Tak mati tu. Oi, Lazit. Ini,
Defense is successful from Falcons. Haji, despite all the damage thrown into his face, manages to
penuh balik bodoh nyawa ni Melisanya. Tampak
He's
je.
gonna have to pull it somehow.
Wow, Vini. Oi, Wewen. Oh, Agai, tak sempat. Melisanya tak boleh disentuh, geng. Tak boleh disentuh Melisanya. Minion! Bro, gila. Gila. Aku BTR. Oh, gila. Aging terus. Aging terus. At the edge of my seat.
At the same time, the tournament meta is starting to evolve and really coming into its own.
And it feels like each team has their very own version of it.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
Iya betul. Kat bawah ada Falcon PH, Steel LPH, SRG.
Impressive when she's ahead. But she unfortunately on this Vexana are hyper squishy and are very useless once they're pulled out and depleted.
Yeah. The only times we really got to see them maximize the Eudora burst was when they had to burn the flicker alongside it too.
Bro, kita kena, sorry ya, kita terpaksa, kita kena update golem kita lah guys.
Something they just had to accept because they weren't able to really make anything out of it if they don't make these certain sacrifices. And Vitality just take advantage of it every single time.
Guys, kita kena update golem kita lah guys.
Look at us again, we're just
Oh
losing.
ya.
Series has been
Oh ya, dia punya Melissa bro membuatkan aku. Ay.
You cannot just out mechanic these boys anymore.
Okay, holy shit.
The tournament meta only develops as we continue on. Let's throw it over
Sedap.
up on the stage with Rose for the interview.
Oh my goodness, this match literally blew my mind.
Sedap. Sedap datang. Oh, sedap datang.
Team Falcons Philippines, and right now we are on stage with Shogun. How are you feeling after such a crazy game?
It feels great, but we need to improvise.
Team aku Yahoo!
We could do better like that.
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in the international stage. You have already qualified for the knockout stages. Shogun, I gotta ask you, how are you planning to spend your time? Perhaps maybe an off day, walking around Paris?
I think most likely we will practice more, but yeah, maybe we have a chill time also, but not as much as practicing. So the focus is more practicing than the others one.
I like that. You guys are very focused. Head is very in the game.
Let's invite. Ini mati apa? Akhirnya. Ni kan baratnya kena kan. Baratnya kena. Lepas tu dia tak nak balik, betul? Dia tak nak balik. Sebab takut, sebab nak kontes ni kan, punya pasalan. Tapi masalahnya sebab dia tak ada nyawa, dia leceh sikit dia nak main. Dah lah tak ada nyawa, lepas tu kena poking lagi ni. Seorang-seorang kena. That press by Vitality pun memang well played lah. Kena press dah, tak boleh dah nak contest. Idora malah full combo Belleric. Bro. Dengan alti-alti sekali keluar.
Ada G ke game lepas ni?
Ada. Tak ingat siapa lawan. Dalam masa yang sama, Fanny pula tengah berlawan dekat seorang-seorang kat belakang. Lepas tu energy habis sebab langgar 3 orang kan. Tak ada stack lagi. Sepah. Agak sepah. Falcon punya ni. Flow perang dia tu macam tak jelas. Dia nak akai dulu ke, barat angkat dulu ke, nak biar enemy lawan dulu baru counter engage ke. Tak ada, macam pening-pening. Pening lalat. Ini mati. Ni yang sedih baratnya. Aduh. Tak ada flicker kan. Seras! Macam gitu je dia bait ulti sini doh. Aduh. Alip, kau jangan tunjukkan kau punya bangang boleh tak? Aku biar je dari tadi tapi kau jangan lebih-lebih Alip. Alip, malulah Alip. Malu. Janganlah malukan diri sendiri, malukan bangsa. Jangan.
Berat lab.
Jangan Lip. Nampak sangat dia punya memalukan diri sendiri tu terlalu bersinar Lip. Jangan Lip. Okey. Alip ni banyak isap benda tak patut isap Alip. Jangan Alip. Weh, tapi ni sedih tu barat dia. Aduh, sialah.
Ali tak tahu idea diorang tu dari Rino.
Macam tu je, budak dia panjat terus. Dia buat bodoh kan. Terus kono tu. Tapi linknya miss pedang tu bang, betul lah. Ya. Pang miss. Aduh. Miss pedang pula. Lepas tu kena stun. Aduh, berat bang. Berat. Moreno tak tersentuh. Siapa yang nak sentuh dia? Macam mana orang nak sentuh dia? Kalau Melissa tu boleh zoning 3-4 orang sendiri-sendiri. Tak logik pun. Memang aman lah tu. Jangan cakap nak lepas Bele dengan Esmeralda. Depan sekali tu Melissa. Depan sekali. Macam mana? Tapi aku suka Fin very good lah. Dia giving vibe Yums. The bodyguarding tu very good. The balance of kau nak main defensive dengan offensive play tu kan. I like it lah. Hampir mati tu ni. Lepas tu dia heal kat mana? Dia heal kat blue buff kan.
Melissa dah bagi kerja senang pun tak leh.
Dia heal dekat blue buff dengan spell lah. Lepas tu dah penuh balik dah. Aduh. So habis lah. Dancing ni ada one pula kan. Ni Fanny dah pergi lah. Aku tengok macam dah boleh mampus lah ni. Ada one pula. Energy pun habis. Nice try. Brody tak main sebenarnya tidak ke? Brody mati dengan apa? You ask me, aku rasa Brody Pum, belly flicker, handsome. Bro kena immobilize. Tidur. Aduh.
Makan ulti Bilal.
Tak, aku rasa dia memang pick Brody ni semata untuk link
Sekali yang bermainnya Melissa.
Tak bodoh macam mana mid game nak main bro. Mid too late Brody ni bang. Aduh, stress lah. Aku rasa dah kita kena mulakan gerakan basmi clean dengan Brody ke, geng? Kena basmi lah. Eman kena combo Dora tak mati. Ada rose gold rasanya. Dia dah salin-salin item kan sebab kaya. Tapi rasanya ada rose gold tu.
Jangan lupa koneng sekali.
Plus si Dora pun belum ni kan. Itemnya belum betul-betul fat. Kalah duit sikit. Koneng aku dah give up. Koneng dah setahun dah aku memulakan gerakan basmi. Tapi tak boleh nak buat apa. Dia punya kerasukan koneng tu terlalu crazy yang he's not going anywhere anytime soon lah. So aku terpaksa terima je lah. Terima je lah. Terlalu kuat. Tak tahulah. Ada yang kuat lah tapi bukan dia lah.
I think it might go the distance. Falcons meta, yes, a great team. Ignite had a bad showing in their previous game.
DC.
But I think they still have a little bit more in their pocket, honestly.
51-49, who you leaning?
51-49. You know what? Because I know which way he's going, I'm going to go Ignite.
Okay.
Seram mo dengan bawah, geng. Seram.
I want to know what you guys think, the audience as well, because we have our tournament pick'ems. Get them in right now while you can. You have a chance to let us know whether you agree with Trex, maybe you agree with Renmar, maybe you're 50-50 like most of us here, waiting to see what happens. Let us know in your pick'ems. We'll show you the results before the game goes live, and then afterwards you can tell us in the chat if you are smarter than all of us. Coming up very soon, we're going to have that next series, and I cannot wait for you guys to be here with us. We'll catch you right after this
final
short
boss
break.
semua kat bawah.
Tak, masalahnya besok ni Onyx atau Aurora dua-dua salah satu akan turun tau. Salah satu akan turun. Okay? So, based on Aurora bantai TLBH ni, kita dah tak boleh cakap Aurora tak kuat lah. Pembantaiannya terlalu membantai. So, salah satu turun pun dia akan ngeri lah. Kalau Onyx yang turun macam mana, men? Kita ada kat bawah, ada Onyx, SRG, TLPH, Falcon PH. Boleh. Weh? Apa dia pada mic check ni? Hah? Mic check SRG pula. Pro Esports sebab lepas ni diorang lawan. Diorang lawan apa ni? Lawan YG. Prediction 10 planet bodoh lari.
Nice one. Big one, guys. Big. Nice. Let's go. Let's go.
I bukan Falcons main Alpha. Bukan Ignite.
Hah?
Mabubuhay din ako.
Kaya.
Sitay lang.
Wala pure si Ted. Kaya alis ako.
Bukan ni lawan. Mana ada? Mana ada Falcon lah.
Mga low pre.
Falcon main lah. Dah tu kenapa dia tunjuk SRG dengan Pro ni?
Gonyo.
Puro low.
Dah kenapa?
Babalik. Carly. Pakito.
Ada tak tunjuk. Falcon menang dengan ni.
Saja nak buat bahan tim.
Itu tunjuk semua lah. Semua. I have ulti.
Apa
Leng.
Ada wave ya. Oke. Enak aja. Kontol gede banget badannya. Savage enggak? Langsung aja, nanti aja.
Coba kayak.
Gampang itu.
Coba. Gua 2-1 ya.
Try mo.
Babi betul-betul dia ada ni tu. Bro, borak. Macam tengah tulis skrip weh, nak savage.
Gampang dia kata. Lo hanya senyum di Onyx.
Bro! Tadi Aurora apa aku senyum tak? Hai, banyak lah kau. Kau ni kau suka menaburkan fitnah.
Yelah Rio.
Penganut unik, bro. Aku bukan penganut unik, aku penganut tim hebat. Faham tak? Ya, aku nak edit video, okay?
Kau nak
edit video, aku nak edit video.
Cuma Onyx.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Ya, seram tu nak pilih tim yang dekat bawah ni.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Seram.
A city powered by play.
MSC season ni lagi wow, betul, true. Yelah, sebab banyak tim yang apa? Banyak tim yang kita tak expect akan mendunia, tim-tim mendunia. Maksudnya lagi banyak contender yang real. Like at least right now status dia okay, sure lah TFPH, SRG, Event Spirit pun kan kalah kan. Tapi at least kita bukan tengok lower bracket tu bukan kita anggap tim basahan. Kita memang actually looking forward lah nak tengok SRG balik, nak tengok TLPH, Aurora ataupun Onyx yang turun kan. Sebab kita tahu diorang pun champion, real champion contender kan. So tu yang buat best lah.
As our final match of the day, also send one final team home.
Yeah, I think for these two, they gotta play fast, man.
Aurora hebat gak asal tak hype? Siapa yang tak hype?
It's potentially your last showing. You don't want to go out on a whimper. You want to go out on a bang.
I'm glad you added that.
Kau kenapa bang?
Yeah, may honestly be time to.
Kau mesti ada banyak kena-kena dengan Alip
Don't leave it down to a late game.
Kau mesti ada kena-kena dengan Alip kan? Sebelum kau komen, kau janganlah. Gaya hidup sihat, man. Gaya hidup sihat.
This is going to be a difficult one for sure. Team Falcons PH is going to have a chance to play against the winner of this game. So it could be a team.
Ya, aku nak edit video je guys. Sebentar lah. Aduh. Tak, aku rasa dia nak counter Melissa tu tadi. Pakai barat dengan Akai tu tapi tak jadi kan. Tak suka Rora semalam kau cakap. Bila masa pula? Bila masa pula aku cakap aku tak suka Aurora, babe? What the fuck? Kau jangan... Kau pergi tidur lah. Kau pergi tidur. Hei, masalah betul lah. Aku asyik kena final hari ni. Banyak kena final. Siapa laga-laga? Korang dengar ke? Soundnya? Aku dah mute loh. Dengar juga Like dengar clear ke? Ataupun dengar dekat mic aku? Dengar kat mic Memanglah skill 3 Akai tak boleh nak Bangang Kau ingat aku epic 2 ah? Aku pun tahulah Akai punya ulti tu tak boleh tembus bubble Melissa. Tapi kau kena faham, Akai dia ada 2 kit. Okay? Dia ada 2 kit yang boleh trigger ataupun memaksa Melissa tu buka bubble. Okay? Dia boleh skill 1, flicker pun boleh paksa bubble. Lepas tu dia ulti pun boleh paksa bubble. Selepas tu lah baru tim dia akan bermain. Pahir dok. Barulah lepas tu dah proc bubble. Barulah Fanny boleh gesek dia ke. Barat boleh pergi makan dia ke. Barat boleh baling skill 2. ML ni mainnya berlima. Bukannya kalau kita cakap, oh Akai boleh lawan Melissa. Oh Akai by one je Melissa tu sampai Melissa tu mati. Dia bukan macam tu. Not like that. Okay, dia saling synergizing dengan hero lagi 4 ketul hero kau tu. Itulah baru betul. Itulah baru main MOBA. Faham? Untuk paksa habiskan spell dan skill. Yes. Itu namanya exhaust skill enemy. Benda tu memang penting. Lagi-lagi kalau kau lawan tim yang power. Kau lawan tim yang kuat. Mana boleh kau pakai senang semudah-mudah kau nak masuk solo buat itu buat ini. Tak ada bro. It's always dengan kau punya team. Okay? Always. Bukan 1 lawan 5 ke. Sure lah. Occasionally benda tu berlaku kan. Tapi point aku kat sini bila aku cakap dengan pasal Akai tadi itu. Sejenis ngalip pun. Sama lah perangai ngalip. Ada video je guys. Tapi best lah tengok BTR main tadi. Game 1 early game macam merisaukan sikit kan. Sebab apa? Sebab macam slow je. Dua-dua team tak ada aggression, tak ada apa, slow je. Tapi start mid game 1 tadi. Hui. Next game dalam jadual sepatutnya 9.30. Sepatutnya. Sepatutnya lah. Aduh. Besok bakal ada yang pulang, yes. Hari ni pula. Tadi tim apa? The Reaper dah balik lah. So ni lepas ni Falcon menang lawan Ignite, seorang akan balik kat. Kenapa bagi Fanny lah? Itu good question lah. Sebab aku pun personally memang tak berapa minat lah Fanny ni. Sebab dia bukan tak kuat, dia memang kuat. Okay? Fanny memang strong gila. Kalau just on paper, raw number only, memang dia antara yang paling crazy lah. Tapi tu lah. Hero-nya bukan hero mudah lah. Bukan hero mudah. So kalau kau macam tersalah ke itu ini kan lah, memang parah lah menek. Parah lah macam tadi kan lah. Kau termiss kabel lah, apa benda lah. Dia, kau memang pincang lah. Memang pincang. Lepas tu aku cakap kena bagi kredit dekat si Finn tu. Memang cantik dia mainnya. Memang cantik, man. Bukan dah reveal ke RRQ? Kan aku salah pandang. Aku macam ada nampak post dah reveal. Tapi aku tak tengok betul lah. Belum dah reveal dah. Susujin Kuroki. So lagi 3 tak tahu lah. Fredo Indo. Wala otak. Kepala otak kau bang. Fredo Indo kau panggil. Okay. Solo saya. Bang Kumis. Bro Kumis. I got toxin in my blood. Yes. Kejap. Pula. Dah. Gengarino.
Have been getting favored. Some of those
off
the top drafts, some of those thinking outside of the box picks have been working out. So this might be a time for Ignite to dig deep and look for something different.
Yeah, but at the same time, I know I was asking for it from Diablo. I keep bringing it up. We look for the more impactful heroes, but it seems like because of the assassin in the jungle, it would be best if you get an EXP laner that can just hold really well. Yes, the Paquito is still an option and it's great, the Freya, but that's not going to be let through here by Ignite themselves, as it could be first pickable for Falcon's Mena. It looks like it's more important to just have stability in the EXP lane, be unkillable, and then the other team would then be forced to try to go into the gold lane. But because of rotations, the Roamer and Mid are there. And then what happens in the jungle? Things like Hirara, but it gets taken away by Mena.
Yeah, the jungle's definitely going to be different here. In the moment I saw that Ling, I'm thinking, what if Falcon just bans out assassins here and completely switches how things are going to go? Let's try to revert back to that meta we were comfortable with. And what's the way to do that? Take out Hirara, take out Ling, take out Fanny.
But then, so that would, in my eyes, shift them to, let's grab Atlas early. I think if that was the case, because if you ban it out, and I think the thing we did see is somebody tried to grab the Fanny and prio it, but then you leave a 2.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're right, it looks like it is going to be an Atlas priority with the Valentina getting banned out.
So and I think can't steal.
Yeah.
Unless Ignite leaves the Fanny open?
If ever Ignite, I think Mena might be okay with Fanny going through. And then they're just going to pack a lot of heroes that will disrupt its jungle rotation, which is easier said than done.
Waiting on that final ban as well. You guys said that you need to find a way to distinguish yourself, maybe be a little bit unique. Throw out some of those picks you weren't expecting. This is your last chance. You're either going home or you're moving on to another elimination game after this. There is no time to waste. And it's interesting, the Atlas ban comes out
So Ignite roll the dice here. It's okay, fine. You want to leave one assassin open. We will leave you the Fanny. Can you pull it off? Can you first pick Fanny? Because most of the time that is not always a great choice. A lot of the times Fannies are, you know, at least back then. Ooh, but the Marcel.
Yeah. Marcel goes through. So they force out the Atlas ban. They don't have to worry about the golden hour of the Marcel getting taken away.
Marcel.
And now then they can get creative with
Marcel,
how they're going to pack it. If ever they do want to go for the utility jungles, they can go for their Fredrins, they can go for the Kimmies, they can pack up the Granger if they want the combo with the Marcel. If they're just using it to disrupt, then Ignite Gaming will have to double down on the fact that they want damage. So yeah, this is Falcons Mena softly trying to force Ignite Gaming into the meta that won them through the wild card. Exactly as you mentioned, take away the assassins, and this is a little bit more how we were seeing the draft back in wildcards just a week ago.
We haven't seen the Marcel yet in play, at least for this stage of the tournament thus far. I think we saw a little bit maybe in wildcard, but not quite.
He might have been
yet.
played once.
Yeah, at least once.
But has made it through the ban phase at least once.
Yeah, but I think only one. I mean, it's not been prevalent. I mean, what's the strategy too? Because I was going to ask with Fanny, and now you see the Gourd coming out on that side in the Akai. Do you play your hands, your card too early? Do you give them 5 picks, 4 picks to build against what you're clearly going for, prioritizing?
I don't know, Marcel's just monstrous, and honestly, Mena's doing a great job at not showing their cards at all. This Akai could be roam, it could be jungle.
Oh no, it is already jungle. They have the Marcel.
In
their roam, yeah.
Wow!
Yeah, maybe they are showing their
Marcel Gordy!
They are honest with it, but I think they would like to be honest. Again, your prescribed approach for Mena was to just straight up bring it back old school, take away those assassins, and I mean, again, it really feels like I just went back to the wild cards. Who knew that just taking away the Hirara and Ling would result to this in the draft?
And Ignite's answering it with old school as well. The YSS picked up.
Yeah.
Paquito, a little bit of flavor, but Zushin. I mean, overall, here's the thing. With Ignite's draft right now, you have the Paquito. Most likely going to EXP for Diablo to get the YSS. They're looking like a lineup that could go fighter. Yeah. Do you want to do that against the Akai, though?
Oh, no.
And against the Marcel?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tough choice here. I think if Mena Falcons Mena, still ban out the Esmeralda, then it might be a little bit of a over-respect towards that possibility, because you already have the Marcel and Akai together. That double fighters might be too disruptive, but let's see. Belleric in the roam.
Arlot banned from Ignite.
So Arlot Belleric taken away as our second phase of bans begins. Each team gets 5. And it'll set us up for our final 2 picks. A 1-2-1.
The more I think about it, they might just double down on the double fighters. Stay in the sides, keep it strong. Or if ever they send the Paquito into the gold, keep that as an open option. But then the Akai means you lose a lot of damage for that. It might be best to just put it in EXP. But the Esmeralda is still open. It makes sense that Ignite would want to pick it up, because if ever you get the Esmeralda for Falcons Mena, then the Paquito EXP is pretty much scuffed.
I don't know, Mena is still kind of lacking in burst damage, lacking in damage overall. You have the Gourd, yes, but without a sufficient combo to really make that magic gush hit, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. So Mena definitely needs to round out, and I don't think they want to go for a Shredder, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Claude is exactly what you want to pick up.
They might double down on what we saw from Onyx during their very first game. Just get a Granger with a Sky Piercer. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
Minotaur.
Looking for that gold, you would assume, right?
Yeah.
Side of.
We're thinking maybe the Granger for the burst damage, something to give them a bit more of a big hitter. They already have the Shred with the Gourd. They need something that's gonna
takut jadi lagi masalah yang
against this YSS, against this Jushin, something that can have some range.
Roger langsung.
Karena Abah harap sakit Abah harap.
They should just pick up that.
At this point dapat tengok Gordy pun dah cukup lah.
Okay, they go Uranus.
Dengan cleannya memang bangke betul lah.
That's the wanting to back up the Granger. And
it
is well supported with the Gourd, the Marcel, the Akai, and the Uranus up in the front. The Gourd with it in case someone gets to penetrate their formation. So this is a great balance lineup for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, so you like it?
I like it. But Ignite, I do like the Minotaur too. the range of mana with them wanting to get close and create space. The Minotaur with the flicker and a Minoan Fury might just break the formation of Falcon's mana, meaning that's enough space for the Yi Sun Shin to wreak havoc. Ignite now, pack the Barrets in.
So we go for the fighter off, we go for the funnel strat into the YSS. Definitely some danger here against a golden hour, against the heavy spin, against the Magic Gush. This is a composition that wants to group up on the side of Ignite, but still, it can look overwhelming. One big play in this type of composition can dominate a team fight.
Yeah, I like this Barrett's, though, just for the sole purpose that it might make Boy overthink of when he wants to use his heavy spin. So that the Tetanus Welcome won't affect him as much.
Langsung saja early rotation Okay. Kita tengok positif delusional, wishful thinking.
Like it as we headed over to begin our final series of the day. Ignite Gaming versus Team Falcons Meta.
Orang akan pegang 5. Okay, siap bang.
Thank you so much to the panel. We sent one team home earlier today for our first match of day number 3 here at MSC. Now we will have to send a second team home. Welcome to the land of dawn. I love it. Panel likes it. I love it. I love the drafts from both these teams. I like that they're going back to just comfort, right? Not necessarily the most picks, but it's what they've won with, especially in their own domestic leagues.
Yeah, we don't even know how do we define the meta, honestly, at this point. So the fact that we're just seeing some of the more common picks nowadays, or at least in the past 2 days, such as the Barretts, and it's going to be in the hands of Diablo too. So that's also something I really like from IG, because finally they're playing something that's much more similar to the play style that we know of them.
Emblem fighter, okay, clean.
Pull yourself together, ready for Cuffin.
For better sustainability.
For Sano as we see CS go for the lethal ignition in the Festival of Blood, double tenacity and a whole lot of agility. And I think in this meta, even though you might not want to play these meta picks, you still need to rely a lot on that agility. Now let's talk a little bit more about Falcons meta and IG, right? Wildcard winners Falcons meta.
Guru dia tak ada kasut, baik.
Very well in the group stages of
Talent 1 tak ada kasut, Talent 2 tak ada kasut.
Around, sent down straight into the lower brackets. Now IG Singapore, they've been on a tough road. The last few international just bombing out of events, completely eliminated on first day, second days, and now it's time to prove that they still have it within them to contend for the knockout stage.
Yeah, and a lot of questions, right, for both of these teams, especially coming from a 0-2 sweep, a loss in their first showing.
Mino Rush Plus. Tak bukan, kenapa aku kurang minat Mino Emblem Tank ni, sebab Mino punya yang revamp baru ni, buff yang dia dapat tu lah. Yang apa nama dia, Motivation. Yang dia ada, apa? Dia akan heal for a certain percentage of damage yang datang kat dia kan, sepanjang motivation buff tu ada. Tapi benda tu dia skill dengan healing, dia bukan skill dengan HP ke apa. So kalau kau tak bawa, basically kalau kau kena pump kau punya healing power lah, supaya damage reduction yang kau dapat tu, healing tu kau dapat lebih tinggi kan.
First blood over to Falcons Mena, but the trade from Diablo, he actually finds Sanji too.
They keep on going here. It will be the end of the skirmish.
So sebab tu bila Mino Emblem support Flash Oracle, memang keras gila lah. Walaupun dia belum buat item macam apa Radiant ke kan.
Even get the prio up top. Instead of trying to play out around this winning lane, they let it go, and Sano just got so much value out of it.
I feel like they really wanted to go in first, though. You could see how Jay just wanted to position himself, but now he's yet to get his level 4. Just got it now, and they're not really going to commit to a fight just yet, but... They had no idea this was happening.
Tak dapat. Aduh.
So I think it will be an unsuccessful attempt here for Boyan. That's going to be the question. It seems like he will be, though. That's 4 members of IG on him all alone.
And that's where you can see a little bit of that experience. Wait a second. Mystic Gush on Roy and a flicker as well.
All right. That's a lot.
Just a Crimson Beacon, but tendencies, habits, Brigida. Falcons Mena, if that was in the wild card, he would have already gotten the purple buff. Unfortunately for him, the Akai got his passive completely botched in the new patch, and that's why it was still so slow for him to actually take it away. Kelvin was able to rotate, taking it in time, and you get to see the replay of it again.
Yep.
The retry was also just miles too early. You see a little bit of cringe. Back room is like, oh god, why was it so early? A bit of panic from Boya, perhaps.
Yeah, this could have been a bigger lead if only they were able to take away that purple buff as well. But now,
bukan saja tak dapat berubah, malah mati.
Kelvin shows up here. Sano has no idea that even Jay is within or around the area. Troll comes up to them first, and they are going to play it safe. There's an objective upcoming down bot, and they will both make their way to this objective. All spells are actually going to be available apart from these flickers for Cuffin. So I think positioning-wise, it's going to be very crucial at this point now that it's actually Falcons Mena taking control of the riverside. Crimson Beacon forced out of Roy. Golden Hour laid down too, but it's CS bursted down and forced to flicker out.
Looks like it's going to be free here unless Diablo was able to get in, but no chance. Boya with the red tree, and now it's Troll.
Diablo has a flicker.
Welcome
under the turret, so he is going to be safe. But they lose out on a turtle, and they weren't able to trade anything out of that. So IG, I think this is Falcons Mena slowly getting the advantage that they want.
I think it's just a pure control, man. With the Akai, it's just very difficult for IG to come in with the Yisun Shin, and it's also just them protecting their new...
Yeah.
No one saw that. No one saw that. It's okay. Falcons Mena protecting their structures up top. Mystic Gush!
Okay, the flicker's only back for Jay just a bit, but it didn't make it. He wasn't able
Why am I watching, bro?
His flicker came back just now, and he's already taken out by Falcons Mena. So this is space for Sano. They're possibly taking this turret up top. Mystic Injunction landing onto CS, and he's bursted down too.
Okay, IG are just losing the plot here. A few resources spent. Roy's gonna be caught again. It seems like there's only been one time, one style of Crimson Beak in this game, and it's all defensive.
We don't really see them going in, and the few moments they
jauh.
it's either there's a huge disconnect.
The bar is so high right now yang bila tengok game-game macam ni kan, dia jadi macam ada. Tak boleh lah bro. Tak boleh lah bang, tak boleh lah.
By himself.
No, definitely not. Not against Troll in a 1v1. I thought Troll was going to pop the golden hour, try to go for that Sokolil. But no, Kelvin's able to keep himself safe under tier 2. We got to take a look at the emblems, or sorry, not the emblems, the battle spells, and all of it is just down because again, Falcons Mena have just been reacting to IG's plays, but they've been forcing out these battle spells, these resources, and IG every single skirmish. It almost seems like they use their battle spells before the fight even starts.
Itu lah sebab kenapa dia tak last. Sebab dia tahu. Dia tahu nanti orang orang cawan. So memang slot match nombor 2 dengan nombor 3 dia letak yang betul-betul sedap. Kalau dia letak, contoh dia letak Vitality lawan Ilas kan, nanti orang mungkin ada yang hilang sikit kan. Yang tunggu-tunggu lah, yang hilang-hilang ke ah. So dia nak make sure dia maximize retention rate tu. Dia letaklah nombor 2 dengan nombor 3. So W production lah guys.
Okay, Falcons Men are gonna take another kill. Now it's CS going into the back lines. Crimson Beacon in finally from Roy, but it gets caught in the golden R. There goes Aditona's welcome for Boyet. He's brought under the turret, and he safely gets away. IG.
Somehow dalam interaction tu Mino je mati. Nampak chaotic gila.
At the start of the game, this is the team fight that you would expect for IG, that they would want to win. But they just can't. They have no damage. And again, those battle spells all taken out.
IG Malaysia bukan. Seberang.
And it starts with Jay taken out of the skirmish way too early. It really just seems like there's just a
kacau lah, tak boleh lah, betul lah. Marcel ni memang kena ban tu, tak boleh lah. Terlalu semak tau. Dia kacau kau punya momentum tu. Macam contoh kan, kau main Mino kan, kau nak lompat, tersangkut lepas tu jadi tak kena lah. Pakito pun sama lah juga kan. Dia macam terlalu nak fikir pasal dia tu semak. Semak. So ban je lah nak cakap level OP dia tak ada OP. Cumanya dia annoying yang terlalu konsisten lah gitu lah.
I doubt that they
just enough untuk masuk kategori ban je lah. Leceh nak layan lah. Tak adalah impossible nak layan. Boleh je kan nak layan kan. Pecahkan dulu, stack je dulu. Lepas tu baru gas kan. Tapi dua semak. Maknanya cara kau combo and everything kan. Semua benda perlu berubah. Ui, tak dapat. Ui, lama juga Aklin tu nak mati Tengok minum.
It's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. It's a gold for Rome. I think somehow they will be happy with that. Step by step, the conceal play from Falcons Mena.
You definitely see just a bit of a glimpse of that brilliance of that composition. Roy gets bursted down by Cuffin. Straight up against the Panda. Face checks the bush, doesn't let Parats do it. And now Kelvin's pinned.
Nak panis boleh je. Kau main gila dengan bro skateboard. Kau main gila. Kau main gila.
I feel like they want to do something.
Bola-bola kehidupan, man.
Trying to go for these backline plays, but it doesn't work.
Oh man, that was literally the window that opened but instantly closed again. But it was shut by themselves. Falcons Mena now capitalizing on the mistakes of IG, picking up the neutral objective, not giving any space for IG to even try to grab Sanji.
Nampak gila. Penganut kuning kan, nampak gila.
They'll definitely learn from that mistake earlier, right? Where Sana was caught
dia tengok pun dia tak nampak. Benda lain semua dia tak nampak. Nampak kuning je. Kesian. Tak apa lah, tunggu lah one day aku kaya. Wah, hilang! Hilang! Let's go. Agenda menaikkan balik martabat Gorde. Mengembalikan balik martabat bola-bola kehidupan.
Attempt to go for a cut, but he is being dealt with by Sanji.
I don't know how Sanji became an XP laner from a mid laner, but Sanji's doing it in a 1v1 against Kelvin. Who wins it?
Bounty Shocker already used. He's pretty low on HP now.
Oh my
Settle with the orange.
You can part this, huh?
I think we all know how this is.
Hey, sangkut. Aduh.
He didn't get out of that wall.
Gila.
In between turns though, and with Sano
Nice try,
I don't think it's possible for him to survive.
It was a valiant attempt. Yes, it wasn't
Nice
possible,
try.
but it's all about delay.
Somehow dia boleh 4 kali PSC bro. Gila.
Get some space, but unfortunately he's on a Paquito that doesn't really scale too well. And Troll, oh god, he's already got the recall.
Lama kuning tak.
CS. Oh, that is not your side.
Nah.
Under the golden arm.
Nah.
Before he does.
Berapa dah skip SR sikli ni geng? 30.
This is a Paquito who I feel like is just really
20,
having
30
to sacrifice himself every time he wants to go for something. It's 0-4 on a lethal ignition and a damage build too.
And the 12-minute hits the clock. That says, or that means, goodbye to the Holy Shields. Falcons Mena are just going to look to go for the siege without the Lord. Minus Fury.
Okay, knocks up 4 members, but...
Nah, kena kau tersangkut. Koyak siya.
Welcome. At least they defend the base turn. Had to lose Diablo in the process.
Koyak dia macam tu, man.
Oh god, it gets
screenshot dulu.
Just sieging it down, but there's literally nothing IG can do.
Screenshot dulu abangku.
On Uranus, oh my god, it's Troll getting the frozen moments as well. Look at that poke on Roy with just the projectile. It's so difficult if you're IG because you look at this composition and I have to bring up the point that I made earlier.
Yeah.
No clear, they have horrible clear. If waves are gonna come in with the Lord, who's gonna try to actually get through the minions?
That's why it seems like they have to sacrifice at least one member from their side. If they just want to guarantee that Falcons Mena will not have an easy time going for the siege. It's either CS, it's either Kelvin, and I'm not sure who you really want to put out there at this point because you'd really want all your resources to be there when you go for the defense because again, it's not enough. Now Falcons Mena with a 5k goal lead just really secure this Lord and CS isn't even able to push that wave up top as much. You
can't really put yourself in a very dangerous position, not at this point where Falcons men are just moments away from another Lord Siege.
I mean, you can't, right? I mean, you got that PTSD as well, a bit of trauma. Last time he tried to clear up top, it went really bad. He had to die for the 4th time in the game. He doesn't want to, you know, increase those deaths, not to 5. Although, there might be a case to be made that, you know, he needs 7 to get a power spike. Who knows? Maybe the BBB special. And not on the Paquito. Maybe on that Minotaur Diablo.
Banyak benda kena layan
Diablo, they're bursting down right now. Not even with its own is welcome.
Ya,
Will they find anything? IG just lose one of their frontliners and now they have
Tak
to
boleh
deal with
gerak
the
datang.
waves. Roy J, what
Tak
can
boleh
they do?
gerak.
It's been from Boyet, the knockout from the Minoan Fury and the Golden R onto Roy once again, but the burst! The burst coming from Sano and he's still alive.
The one pula.
To push them back, but it's not gonna work as Team Falcons
It's over.
Falcons men are
It's over.
from stepping forward into words that
Diorang siapa yang menang pergi mana?
eliminating IG from MSC EWC 2026. Staying true to their identity on the utility.
Oh, jumpa Falcon. Yo, Falcon jumpa Falcon.
Now it's up.
Falcon jumpa Falcon. Ui, lupa pula. Congratulations ha. BTR. Vitality. Congratulations. Tim kedua ke knockout stage.
His entire team to rely on to make it work. We had a lot of questions for them. Were the amount of practice that they had, as minimal as it were, enough to actually get them through the group stage, the main stage? And now against IG, they're showing
Yang
us
orang
that
Galacticos
yes, and
dapat
they're staying the exact same.
dengan Pro Esports dapat better ni lah, better schedule. Tapi esok hari Sabtu, so maybe okay lah. Hari Sabtu orang cuti kan. TLP jelas sekali. Geng, tapi buat Fourier guys, real talk ah. Very unlikely to happen sebab NTT dengan GK ni memang so far nampak paling teruk ah. But kalau kalah SRG di LBH ni.
It's a rainy day. Dinosaurs, Raptor, and Trex on the panel. What you got for us?
Murung sebulan doa aku murung geng.
And I think you were saying rain day. However, it was a rainy day
murung
if you
ah.
were on the side against Team of Falcons. Man, because Ignite Gaming, well, that fire might have just been put out by that first game. I love the way that Falcons men approached it. You felt that they might have believed in this one. They certainly did after game 1.
Yeah, again, they just went back to
betul. Kalau SRG menang jumpa Onyx atau Aurora. TLPS menang dia akan jumpa YG ataupun Pro Esports.
Definitely made them uncomfortable, and they may have just cracked a possible code as we move forward into this, right? We were saying just ban out the Link, ban out the Harara.
Cerita kalau kan, cerita kalau babi terbang. So kalau aku cakap babi terbang long enough, one day babi boleh terbang eh? Menarik. Interesting.
Adik perlu dijaga.
Esok
Tak sabar tengok babi terbang. Yes. Ini je. Dia esok akan samalah macam hari ni. Dia akan jalan dua ni. Dua ni dengan dua ni. So akan start dengan SRG punya dulu. And then YG Pro, Onyx Rora. Lepas tu TLP. Esok memang best lah sebenarnya. I mean dua ni boring lah. Dua ni boring sikit sebab tengok GK dengan NTT ni terlalu gap macam terlalu jauh. Tapi YG Pro ni sangat interesting kan nak tengok. Sangat interesting. Nak tengok boleh konsisten tak performance yang diorang bawa tu kan. Tapi Pro Esports ni dia macam aku rasa dia reckless lah. Sedikit terlebih bahagian reckless yang akan membuatkan diorang yang bakal backfire dekat diri sendiri lah. Akan backfire bila benda tu berlaku di tempat dan waktu yang tak sepatutnya kan. Ni pun Onyx Aurora sedap habis. Tapi to be fair hari ni pun sedap gak game kan.
I don't know, in water, treading, trying to just survive?
No, I think another big issue with Ignite there was, you know, what Falcon did in the ban phase was
YG dengan
okay.
Pro. Kalau
You
aku
can
lagi
deal
suka
with that, but it felt like
aku lagi
Ignite
suka Pro
picked a
sebab orang
composition
jauh lebih banyak ambil
that
risiko
they wanted to
Plus
play
YG
against
pun
an assassin
lawan
that maybe they wanted to
lawan
play
GK. Tak
against
GK tu
something
memang
like
tak
that,
main
but
tu.
instead, they picked it against a Kai
GK dengan
that is going to
NTT
push
memang
this Paquito back, that is going to push this YSS
memang tak main
back,
lah.
that is going to
Aku
push
rasa
this
GK
They played it
NTT
against a Marcel that is going to freeze every hero that I just said
Ignite
once again. Like
dengan
all of these picks that IG have want to get up close and personal with you.
Ignite
And
dengan
Falcon's mana
Falcon
draft
lah guys.
loves that. You have
Tapi
something
okay,
that's
maybe
gonna
not
literally
Falcon
run
lah.
up and freeze you all
So
with the
Falcon guys ni
Marcel.
walaupun dia
There's
kena
something that if
02
you're
bagi
not
aku
gonna
dia
get frozen, you're
boleh
all
lah
gonna
juga.
get pushed away by
Masalah
a
mid
heavy
to late
spin.
gen.
And then you have a Clint that's
Ignite
gonna
GK
capitalize
dengan
on all of that chaos that's just gonna
AGT like
stand there
bottom
and take advantage of it all.
table
So
lah.
IG, I said it at the end of the draft, these picks
Reaper.
weren't gonna play that
Fuck,
great
lupa
against
pula
it.
pasal Reaper.
Maybe it
Dengan
could
Reaper,
work.
yes. 4.
Maybe it could work, but they were definitely at a disadvantage the moment that game started.
Yeah, it was really tough there for Ignite.
Kalau
Despite
scope
a few
MSC saja
slip-ups here and there
yang
for
nampak
Falcons,
memberangsangkan
but at the end of the day,
Vitality
their
obviously.
lineup is just so much more
Vamos.
solid in the big picture of it all, that
Aurora.
it would be rare for Ignite Gaming to
Connect.
get wins wherein they would be victorious, that they would be the ones able to build through a team
Itu
fight
top 4
win,
sekarang lah.
leading into map control. Nah, it was just all pretty much
Nampak sangat
game to
aum.
And again, it was just a master stroke what they did. Ignite, they weren't ready for it.
Lah.
Well, this series has got the potential to go 3. Most of our series have ended 2-0.
Scope MSC lah. Baru match baru sikit kan. Baru sikit kita tengok. So far yang menggapai aku punya attention itulah.
This is a plan clearly gone awry for Ignite Gaming, but maybe it's also a little bit of a haymaker from Team Falcon's meta earlier on. To count this team out is to do something that you should not do, because having to go through that wild card, I don't think anybody would have said, oh, I'd rather do that, because there's so many things that can go wrong with those 10 teams trying to qualify for that final spot here. Falcons meta made it through, and so that's got to say something for what they can do, even though they're not in the best position in this tournament right now, where they got to keep playing elimination games.
Yeah, I think we can base it off of how Troll was reacting in his interview earlier. He was so nonchalant with everything. And Troll was trying to get some emotion out of him, like, oh, are you guys nervous? Like, were you expecting this? No, all that. He was like, no problem. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I wish I could have that level of mental strength that Troll has, where it's just like, it's all right. No problem.
You might have to be named Troll at that point. His name is kind of a shield right there.
Then.
Oh, yeah,
we need crazy Renmar.
Baru knockout sial lah.
What do you think, Renmar?
Was that crazy Renmar right there? Was that what I just
assuming
saw?
Jadilah, assuming
In this one, we just call it Renmar.
Just Renmar.
SRG, TLPH, Falcon, bounce back kan?
That's just me.
That's a tame.
Unfortunately.
That's a bit of a
knockout
tame
would be
crazy, man. I don't know. Maybe not as
crazy,
crazy as you think.
Aku rasa will be the best playoff
Falcons if they make it to the grand final.
ever.
You'll see a drum in his hand. And
Listen, I've seen Brigitte go a little
Like,
crazy on the stage as well. I'm not going to say
padahal baru
what was
quarter
going
final,
on, but
tak boleh
there was
tebak.
some hype moments when some of those upsets.
Tak tahu siapa yang akan menang kan?
Guys, I mean, this is a series
Sebab
of
semuanya
upsets, and this is
CP-CP.
now a series where we could see a continuation of teams proving themselves
Tapi
against
tu lah
the
macam aku
odds.
cakap
That
lah,
would be,
assuming SRG,
however,
TLPH
Ignite
dengan
Gaming's
Falcon
turn to fight back. They
bounce back
just
kan.
took a big
Tapi
one
itulah terpaksa
against
pilih lah.
Team
Sedih
Falcons
sikit lah.
meta. A surprising draft
SRG,
maybe.
owning ID
Maybe
dengan
set them up,
Aurora tu.
those
Ideally aku nak
haymakers.
3-3 lah.
Are they able to withstand it and bounce back
But
on their feet and
nak
have
buat
it go
macam mana?
again? You would hope that Diablo and his experience would be able to do it. You
Nak
mentioned
buat
Roy,
macam mana?
having a
Nasi
big
sudah
impact.
jadi
What's the answer
bobor.
now going into the draft for game 2?
Well, they have the choice, right? Of what side that they're gonna go. I think I'm gonna double down on just stay red, because you know what's coming to you from the blue side of Falcons.
I mean, yes, if you want to play against that same exact strategy.
dah duduk kah?
But if they pick blue, it forces Falcons meta to maybe change up a little bit. I mean, they could still ban the Ling and the Harara, but that third ban is all going to depend on what Ignite wants to give them. What do you want to trade here? Because I do feel like the red side, that's what we've been seeing a lot at least. Depending on what blue side picks or bans out for those first 3, the red side then, as that final ban, normally has a couple options of, do I leave 3 things open? Do I leave 2 things open? Do we go for the full trade? You know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, the idea is, are you setting yourself up to be able to get more of what's left over or less? Or is it strong enough to get just one thing that ends up twisting the other team's intention and now have to deal with what you've grabbed? We've seen that be, again, we've seen strong first picks throughout the day. You guys watching at home, you've seen sometimes
kalau
when
SRG
the
menang
Fannies
tu
had the
dah
impact
selesai
and the Atlas has had the
Memang
impact.
cantik gila lah
We've seen
tim-tim yang
Melissa
akan
have the
pergi
last pick
knockout.
impact sometimes as well. Barats has been making it through the draft a lot more also. Uranus has been a pretty solid pick that teams are now allowing through more often, and he's coming in that third, fourth slot for a lot of these teams to round things out. I mean, what is left? What is left right now to maybe throw a spanner in the works? Is it joining in on that assassin ban early so that they're either forced to ban something else or another assassin? What do you think?
I think partly Ignite Gaming also leaned in a little bit too hard in their idea. Like you were also pointing it out, the fact that once they saw the Marcel,
tak risau sangat sebab dia kalah.
Knowing that okay, we
Actually good sebab dia kalah tu selepas SRG kalah kan.
Felt like they already had a draft plan before that game started.
Yeah.
Sebab dia pergi bracket lain.
No matter what.
So dia tak kacau.
Yeah, like a little bit too stubborn.
Dia tak kacau slot.
Fanny, the Atlas, and you could see that started to get into the hero pool with the Ling and the Harara band. That changed things up in game 1. That opened up a Marcel, which we have not seen very often. It's either maybe once or now twice in this tournament so far. Will Falcons Meta be on the front foot again? Will we see Ignite Gaming pull something off here?
In total, including the numbers from the wildcards, Marcel has only popped up 7 times, which is crazy considering.
All the way to wildcards?
Yeah. This includes our numbers from the wildcards too. So now, I don't know if that made it the 8th time he was picked with the previous game, but still less than 10. I think that's something that the 2 coaching staffs can definitely latch onto.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want to push through. I'm ready to see the big question of if Ignite took blue side here. It is going to be dangerous grass as the map, something that some of that assassins will thrive on, something that a Harara will do great on.
I wonder if they do go get that side switch, like Ignite Gaming follows your suggestion and just goes blue.
Tu aku macam nervous juga nak tengok dia punya performance lawan Onyx ni. Sebab sebelum ni pun banyak kan jadi macam tu kan. Masalah konsistensi tu kan. Time okay betul, time tak okay. Time tak okay terus pening lalat.
Alright, they're getting scrappy just at the draft already. It's like, okay, there's not what you could do. We're gonna just take it away from you. No more like dancing around it. We'll be honest with it.
Target bans from both sides. This time the Freya will also make the ban list. But I like how Falcons doesn't ban the Harara second. They're still letting Ignite guess. Like, will we leave it open? Will we ban it? Maybe we can bait you into banning it. Theodore does get banned, so now Falcons Meta has to decide. The thing is with the Akaigon, sorry if we keep going.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now Fanny is a bit more viable.
Yes.
Which means Falcons Meta may have hit a little hiccup here, right? Because I think they left the Fanny open knowing we can pick a Kai, we can deal with it if we need to.
Konspirasi teori aku, dorang memang nak kalah.
If they let it through, then I wouldn't.
Dia tak setting dengan Aurora, dia nak kalah.
You wouldn't expect Boyet and Falcons Meta to want.
Sebab aku fikir malam, objectively speaking, kan, contoh dia menang. Panjang perjalanan dia. Kalau dia menang, dia nak kena langgar Onyx. Lepas dia menang, let's say dia kalah lawan Onyx tu, dia nak kena jumpa SRG pula. Panjang jalannya. Sebab kan sebab match dia lepas SRG kalah. Itu konspirasi teori ya. Konspirasi teori.
You can have the Alice, but then we take your assassin pick. We take your Harara. But then still, Fanny is also still open. They're going to go for the Harara instead and say, fine, you can have the Alice.
Yeah, let's see if they're gonna be okay with this. It is the Atlas.
I
think just straight up be safe with it. Just pick up the Valentina for Asano. It's a pick that he's really good at. Excuse me.
Jalan selamat, jalannya lebih efficient.
No, cuff in. There we go.
Energy wise
Let him cuff the Valentina real fast.
Yeah.
Kalau SRG tak kalah lain cerita lah. Sebab SRG tak kalah. Kalau dia kalah lawan Onyx pun dia jumpa Pro Esports kan.
Abilities normally taking the ultimate of Atlas and trying to use it in to counter engage or to initiate, depending on how spicy you're feeling. So that's an answer.
Onyx kalau menang lawan Turki, itulah Aurora turun bawah jumpa SRG.
Now it puts Falcons Meta into a pretty good spot it is definitely Ignite Gaming's turn on the clock. Time ticking down, saying, okay, what's your move?
A little bit crazy here as a suggestion, but maybe Ignite might be okay with picking up either the Uranus or the Esmeralda. I know it goes against my desires for Diablo, but with the Herrera there, you're gonna need the difficult to kill EXP laner. Then if you want to go to the second phase, maybe try to force out a gold lane pick already, but we've been seeing gold lanes come out a little bit earlier. With the Marcella, Atlas, Bellerica, we're at that weird spot again where they might run out of roam options here for
Melissa.
Oh, they're picking up the Melissa early.
Melissa lawan Atlas, like that.
I think it's a solid pick. You'd
Sebab
also
Mish
steal
pun
away
dah
the
pick kanan.
Melissa something. You get
Aku
the
tak minat
Shushu for
Valentina
some
ni.
range.
Wow.
The whole idea pasal Valentina paksa either kau paksa ban lah ataupun kau paksa double pick sebabkan semata untuk Atlas ni aku kurang minat. Ataupun pick Valentina untuk counter Atlas lah. Not the biggest fan of it lah. Sebab
you're risking getting the
spell problem, lepas tu nanti kurang poking power dekat mid game.
The rest of Falcon's Mana do want
macam Sora Valen dulu, yep. True.
Unless Falcon's Mana just decides to band out.
Tapi Sora Valen lain sikit. So kalau pick Valen nak counter Sora memang strong. Tapi bila kau pick Valen dengan Sora dalam satu team kau, dekat situ jadi problem.
Changing up the priorities and trades for like EXP.
So lain sikit kalau yang ni dia macam either way combination yang mana-mana pun dia macam tak ada akan disadvantage dekat bahagian Valentina.
EXP hand too early, trying to have some surprise to it.
Ruby pun tak banyak sangat.
And they know that they're gonna get the first pick on the red side anyway, so
mid Valen Atlas bukan kan, dia tak ada masalah early kuat je. Sebab let's say Atlas boleh fast clear kan, lepas tu level 2 memang diorang punya poking actually very strong lah. Valentina selepas buff poking early, dia kenapa aku cakap poking early ni lain sikit, sebab poking early kau belum 5 lawan 5 tau. So sebabkan kau belum 5 lawan 5, kau main 2 lawan 2 ataupun 3 lawan 3 kan, 2 lawan 3 ke, kau main dengan trio mid je lah basically kan. Dan tak adalah masalah sangat dekat bahagian kau tak ada purify ke, kau tak ada range ke apa, tak rasa. Tapi start kau masuk mid game, orang dah mula kumpul 5 lawan 5 dekat situ lah. Dekat situ lah kau akan mula rasa impactnya. Early game tak ada ni lah, early game memang kuat gila lah. Selepas Valen buff pun.
Personally, what the Melissa helps ward against early on. So if you want to pick up the Keto, get up close. We have an answer for that.
A high loss ban?
And a Harley ban.
I wouldn't think that they would have found the high loss problematic. They already have the Atlas and the Clint with them, and then not a lot of...
Could just be a ban to open things up, keep things open, don't want to take something away. Again, they're going to be counter-picking to try to figure out these two lanes. Everyone's exposed their gold, their jungle, and their mid.
Oh yeah, that's true. We were talking earlier about how the roam options might look thin, so they just took one out. But they can also just gotcha later for Ignite. If ever they really can't think of a pick, just like gotcha.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much we've seen a win from Gatakacha. Definitely been played yesterday a bit. I think we're at 55 unique heroes so far. We've added a few to the pool. Still aiming for that 90 for MSC.
Hilang sengat sikit.
We'll see if we can get there. Let us know in the chat if you think it's happening. So far, so good. Before we get to knockout stages, we still got another group
nak makan
to
Meli
go
ni.
through this process with Group B tomorrow.
Tadi gagal lah.
As Barats gets picked
Makan
up.
Link tak dapat, makan ni tak dapat.
Oh, yeah.
Gatot,
There you go,
nice.
Renmar. Good call.
He just settled on it. It really feels like, might as well.
Alice.
Oh, and they pick up the Alice despite there being a Valentina on the other side, and that makes it even deadlier for
Tak, kenapa
Ignite's
good? Sebab
cause. Now,
dia macam ni, aku
because of the
tak minat
Alice
double
pickup,
tank ni. Gatot apa Rom ASP dua-dua modal badan. Tapi sebabkan kanan ni dah pick hero macam apa Valentina, Clean, Brody ke kan, memang tak ada true tank gila. Mas dekat situ lah kalau kau pick Gatot Alice ni, kau memang senang lah. Mid to late kau senang.
Maybe go something like the Hayabusa?
Nak buka map senang. So kalau buka map senang, map control pun senang. Bila map control senang, DPS pun senang nak main. Lagi dengan Zujin ni lagi. Pakito jungle. So Pakito barang jungle.
Send the Pakito to the EXP lane. Alright, let's see how this is gonna work.
Let's roam.
I still have a lot of questions for it, but let's see.
Wow. What is the final switch around.
This will be interesting here.
Yeah, it is looking like, jungle Barrett's
Barrett
EXP
jungle.
Paquito.
Well,
Thoughts Remar?
It doesn't cease to surprise us here, guys. We've got a second game coming up here in our final series of the day. If they take 2 in a row, Team Falcons Mena is going to close this one out and move on. They'll face their Falcons teammates, or not teammates, but I guess organizational mates in a win. And if they lose, well, we'll send it to a game 3. Let's get game 2 started here and send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, mates, on the panel, man. I love them, this panel. T-Rex, Raptor, Rainy Man.
Kalau kalah kemana?
Welcome to the
Pergi
Lions,
airport lah,
folks. It
man.
could be the end of the road for one of these teams, and right now it's looking like it's going to be IG because they're down a game.
Terkehil sikit tulang belakang.
Hey, I'm doing okay. We've had the really
Aduh, tak pos pula. Orang dah penat dah ni.
games at that, and some very one-sided games, and so far this series has been one-sided for IG, as you've mentioned, who are on the brink of elimination. So we're really hoping for them to at least figure things out heading into this game. But I feel like even the panel,
First time boss kan?
T-Rex,
Raptor, and Rainy Day. As mentioned, you're right, Marco. We're just kidding, but I feel like even the panel couldn't really fully grasp the idea.
Aku rasa first time boss sepanjang MSC.
Wanted to do just I think so much focus also was put on the Alice option here, the Alice pick as well, and the
Congratulations.
fact that Falcons Mena yet again are still sticking with their identity and just shifting it
Betul
around.
dia buat logo Falcon tu nampak mahal gila siap. Aku sumpah nak. Tapi JC dia, fabric dia semua macam
I mean, they did make this work at the wild card, right? The Barats in the jungle.
Tak kono.
So it was already very different. And the Barats in the jungle was a good answer into a lot of the other utility jungles, like the Akai as well, and the Baxia. This time around, you're up against a Hirara, right? Someone that can already farm faster than you and can actually capitalize on the winning lanes.
Kau minta logo je lah.
I think that's where we have to, kind of
Okay, kat tu crash emblem kan.
set our sights
Sumpah
towards the
buat
lane
collection.
in goal. I like it for the Melissa up against his Clint, and even in XP, I like it for the Alice for the matchup against the Paquito. So these are 2 lanes where Ignite Gaming are going to be able to utilize this Hirara to finally push in and capitalize on the mistakes or the lane dominance of the other mates on the team. Falcons Mena, though, it's all about neutral objective control. So I think it's kind of like a better IG from game 1, but Falcons Mena, the same exact Falcons Mena from game 1.
Granted that the laning does go that way, because we're expecting it to favor IG at least in terms of the sides. We're looking at again the Melissa, who at least based on today's showing has been a phenomenal gold lane pickup, but it was more into the Fanny and the likes of the more dive type comps, which I don't think Falcons Men are that far away from, but they're more fighter than assassin type of compositions too. So you could expect them to stay much longer in the team fights if things go their way. But right now, IG, let's see how it goes and let's see how they manage this lane.
Quick emblem check as we get into game number 2 in the Land of Dawn. Wilderness Blessing for Troll. In a world where we see a lot of pull yourself together just to try to get more flickers out there, Troll decides, no, I want to get the movement, and it's the same for Cuffin. So they're expecting to win here in the mid lane, trying to rotate around. Perfect match on Roy.
Yep. That's a very aggressive start, and I think it will be a lot of help to Boyet, who, again, we are so used to seeing with a Mathilda, but now it's going to be on his own. But the fact that you have a mid duo who is just so reliable in terms of mobility and just fast moving around the map, I feel would make things a bit more easier for him this time around. So, at least we're seeing
guna item critical, talent bawa Swift okay ke tak? Aku rasa macam rugi sikit lah. Tapi boleh je. Sebab apa? 5% quick chance dengan damage tu besar kan. For one talent. But at the same time, Melissa punya window nak poking masa patung tu agak kecil. So the extra 10% attack speed tu pun value juga. So I guess pure poison. But aku rasa either one okay je lah.
Boyet's got level 4.
Yeah.
Not as far
Okay
as
aja lah.
Kelvin might actually get level 5 here. But no, he's going to give the XP crab over to Diablo. Going to try to get that secure onto the neutral objective. Roy's going to get level 4 as well, but Cuffin and Boyet.
Dah lah, janganlah usik Alip.
Diablo first to 4, Troll.
Okay, they're not going to go for Troll just yet. They get to spot out where Kelvin was actually trying to hide. Diablo now all alone. Up against
Nanti Alip tak nak lepas ni lah.
not Gleams out. And
Alik
he's got
regular
one
guys ni.
HP away from going down. Kupin actually steals away the Throne of Ruin.
Dah
but
regular
they're
guys ni
still
pun
gonna
buat
go
perangai
and
agak pelik
engage.
bro.
Revitalize is already committed. There you go.
Boom!
Throne of Ruin onto 2 coming in from Diablo, but it's still Boyet.
Bro.
Picking up first blood onto Kelvin, and now Jay falls next.
They go for the
Bro.
neutral fight against the utility jungle. They had tempo, but they didn't utilize
Selesai.
it. Falcons Mena are soaring in the skies. Turtle number 1, a complete win for the Falcons, and a big double for Boyet on the Barats, bro.
And what happens now? Because we were really looking forward to see IG at least win it out on the sides, but this is going to heavily impact what happens from this point onwards in terms of their early game. Because you see the setup, you see the attention coming in from IG, and it looked great. It looked great for Diablo, but the fact that it was just such a great response as well from Team Falcons Mena, and they were too tanky as well. There wasn't enough burst. Kelvin having to fall down too just did not look great for IG.
IG just so awkward in that skirmish earlier. You know, they got the Nayo up top. They got the tempo as well. Diablo got XP crap, and now it's going to be Sanji with the jump on Kelvin. No one's there to help him out, though.
Don't tell me it's going to be a solo kill. It's actually going to be a solo kill. And a flicker just to get out of that dangerous position. Sanji on a 2-2 Paquito, clearly winning it out against Diablo in the lane right now.
Sokolil, and it's Sanji on the Paquito against the Hirara in her own jungle. We were talking about that earlier, the Paquito.
Tak tahu roam dengan mid dengan mana.
Oh god, he wants to do it again. This time Diablo is going to be there to shoo him away, but this could still be good for Falcons Mena as Boyet's going to walk up.
Okay, he doesn't steal away that jungle creep though, at least for them, but now, when is Kelvin just going to be able to play? The Sunshin game didn't work out for him. Now on a Hirara is 0-2, and that just slows things down even further. We wanted them to pick up the pace. We wanted them to be as more aggressive, but Falcons Mena now on a utility jungler, now with a hyperactive XP lane. There's just not much you can do.
And now it's just Falcons Mena doing exactly what they did in game number 1. After getting the initial lead, they just play it slow. Diablo just used Throne of Ruin to survive against Sanji. And it's still Sanji who wins it out in that skirmish. So down below, they're gonna go for the turret.
They're losing this tier 1. Now the Fatal links onto a single member, and that's gonna be Jay. They don't care if they just find one. They already have what it takes to burst down even one of the tankiest members of IG. And now both sides seem to be in favor of Falcons Mena already.
Dah tak ada mid control dah bodoh, baru 5 minit.
No fatal links for Troll.
Bro, 5 minit dah. Bakal di kandang. Berat.
But the damage is just not enough threat for Falcons Mena to get away.
Irara
Boyet's gonna try to steal this away, but the Hirara
guys,
is
pagi,
nowhere near. It's a retreat from Boyet.
Aku rasa tak sempat bro.
And Kelvin's
Balik
be very
Irara.
careful. Trolls
You're
already on
gonna
perfect
die,
match.
Irara.
Boyet's gonna figure it out.
You're gonna die, Irara.
Oh, this is a run at last. Moving so fast. Kelvin, can he get out of this? There are still flickers in their hands. Kupin, Sanji, the wraparound. Oh no, Kelvin! Dashing iframes were close to saving him there, but Sanji says no.
Nope, a flicker to take him out. Sano picking up the 3rd tier 1 in this game. He's had a hand in all the turret takes so far. It's all about sieging with
Hampir lah. Dia dah outplay semua benda lah. Tapi kalau nampak dia tahan skill Evo dia. Instead of spam 2 kali straight lah. Main Hirara kalau early game, I mean ni tak adalah early sangat, tapi sebabkan dia tengah kalah kan, level kurang, item kurang kan. Basically CD kau tengah tinggi lah, kau memang kena main macam tu lah. Kau tak boleh spam je semua immediately, kau memang kena simpan satu charge just in case ada benda lain datang kan.
Honestly, this AOE looks very promising.
Tapi tadi dah habis lah, kena flicker lah dengan pagi tu, meninggal.
You mentioned the AOG, but you could also pair it up with models from CS, honestly, but again, you don't see them synced up. You don't see them really coordinating the team fights. You also saw Diablo earlier on just using the Throne of Ruin all by himself. It's more on a one-on-one scenario rather than the Alice being a part of the fights, but they probably can't even afford to take on any fights at this point. They still have to catch up. It's a 6k gold lead. They're about to lose on more, but they're still going to set it up on the left. Throne of Ruin coming in from Diablo, and now IG are going to fight and clap back
Roy going in the Crimson Beacon.
Barat.
Voyet left all
Barat
alone
tinggal.
in this isolated pick on
Barat
by
tinggal.
Viva
Tapi
Star.
keras gila je. Alamak begitu.
Sanji, the damage does he have?
No
Was
way.
it enough?
Aku rasa kan tim dia balik awal sangat.
This amount of pressure from IG.
Aku rasa patut dia keluar tu kan. Dia masuk balik. Lama bodoh si Barat dengan Pagito ni tahan.
Finally the combo lands. Throne of Ruin into the AOG, into Kelvin with the AoE as well. And
Legit lama gila lah. Sebab Barat dia gol jauh kan. Barat fed 100 hybrid defense lagi.
It wasn't through kills. Yes, Sanji got shut down, but nobody else on this lineup has a bounty
Sebab
on
Giri
them,
bukan
right?
ada terbang-terbang sangat pun. Tak ada apa purify kan.
Usually it would be a
Ni
massive
kan kan dah keluar kan.
this time
Aku
it
tu
was
macam patut
different.
main-main
It
sikit lah.
started off with that
Sikit
crazy
lah.
Throne of Ruin with the AOG combo.
Sikit lah.
Falcons Venom were just out ahead. That's why Sanji and Boyet were able to buy enough time for the rest of the team to escape. Now Falcons Venom, they're definitely going to learn from that mistake, and they're definitely just going to play around the neutral objectives. And
Tapi duit tak ada jauh sangat. Swing berapa? 1K setengah.
I even feel like that engage from Sanji would have been a huge punish.
Tapi kalau dia dapat lagi satu team fight, maybe boleh lah.
Falcons Venom are this much ahead, I don't think it really hurt them that much. They still have the control. They are still the ones dictating the pace of the game, but now you have to acknowledge the fact that IG can still go for those plays.
Corrosion Scythe and DHS. It was CS who got them the shutdown on Sanji earlier, so it really comes down to CS getting those item power spikes. We saw just how good Iman could be on the Melissa. This could be an Iman-ish game for CS, but the whole team's gonna have to play around him. And Kelvin right now, not in a good position, especially after missing those 2 dashes across the wall.
I mean, honestly,
Hey, Sanji.
Oh,
hey, he went back.
Okay, Kelvin's gonna spot him here. Crimson Beacon in, and now he is just gonna be bursted down, knocked up as well with the Lantern Flare, and he will
Dia tahu dia tak boleh control slot.
that. But I think Falcons Mena will make
Atlas.
it work.
Ai.
They will have
Dia keluar ke?
in their hands, and immediately
Balik.
after that they find Diablo
Makan.
to bring him under the
Barat.
turret. Throne of Ruin just casted alongside the flicker with the
Barat
AOG
lambat.
from Jay. Counter AOG from Cuffin with the IMU, and there is a Daytona's welcome possibly
lambat.
through. They're gonna catch Jay. They're gonna put him back, and now they will find more. It's Sano picking up kills after kills.
Villain. Bubble pula. Nice purify. Nice try, bro.
Finally disengage.
Nice
There was a
try.
valiant attempt from IG. Again, though, they just
Barat
get
beli Molten.
over.
Ya, wow.
I mean, overconfident, I guess, with the lead that they got, man. They were able to get an initial pick down below. With Sanji down, they thought the 4v5 could work, but then Diablo just took too much of a beating. Then he had to use a Throne of Ruin, miscoordinated by Jay. He thought it was going to go in. The AOG went wide, and then Cuffin responded with an AOG by himself. Literally, Cuffin IG boys.
Okay, it's a concealed play already committed here by Team Falcons Meta. Diablo still gonna go in, doesn't catch anyone!
Oh no.
But the AOG does catch two. Sano though with a free hit is gonna land a couple bullets onto Jay. And they now find one. It's a trade, a 1-for-1 so far, but IG get to defend their base.
What was that, Alisa?
Waves, though. That was only the first
What was
wave
that?
of the Lord. Now Roy's gonna have to defend. Sano, Sheriff Man, he's taking a lot of damage also.
Oh, that's a flicker forced out. Falcons Meta are not gonna force this anymore. The fact that Diablo's still there too, and CS is just very active with the defense. It's probably not the best, but it's better. I feel like IG right now have better ways to rely on when they have, or they are forced to play defensive, but they're forced to just clear the waves.
Would love to take a look at the items right now, man. Damage dealt. It's Cuffin and Sanji who are leading the pack, not even Sano. And no wonder. Sanji's just going full damage to Counter-Strike. Sea Halberd into the War Axe. All right, for the Valentina, Cuffin, it's just a glowing one on Bloodwings. You wouldn't expect that guy to be doing the most damage, but now makes a lot of sense. If he got the Lightning Truncheon earlier, then my lord, these guys on IG would just be completely bursted down to the ground.
Let's give me this.
Also, Sano, 20 stacks in the
Wow, Alice Molten.
on the way to
wow.
a Blade of
Wow,
Despair.
Chris Helmet. Amazing. Tapi dah nak kalah ni macam mana ya?
XP. You know, it's kind of chopped.
And you saw how the damage from Sano is really starting
Barat
to
tak siap
come
kamu
through.
Chris Helmet
IG, Diablo, I think, is always the one who has to put himself up front, but even Diablo is just struggling to stand for any longer than maybe 2 or 3 shots.
Tak dia buat melee defend tu. Kenapa dia nak buat melee defend tu lawan
damage
Zuzin
that
ni,
he's
man?
already accumulated on top of the fact that
Membazir.
this already does have 20 stacks. So Falcons Meta, they barely have to change anything and adjust anything. It's just them having to take this step by step, because IG at this point, there's just too much that they have to get back from.
CS is up top. This is very good for Falcons Meta. Melissa isn't really known to be mobile. And guess what? They didn't even deal with the slow push here, so he's gonna have to stay up there for a bit longer. Visible again, but the Lord gets reset by Falcons Meta. They want to play the long game here, so it's back to resetting the Lord, pushing up top with Sanji. IG somehow gonna look for a pick-off here, and I think the right way is grouping up for the neutral objective or going for the pick-off onto Sanji.
Yeah.
They're trying to do that right now. I mean, CS got it, but Sanji just walks away.
Dah bubble dah.
Go away, committed two.
Guys,
I don't think there was a need for that to happen. Kelvin trying to help as well, and they might just successfully find the pick-up onto Sanji because he did kind of get
dapat lagi pakinya. Lot keluar terus. Oh, nasib baik Lot keluar lambat je. Tapi 30 second.
So IG,
aku rasa paki punya sempat lah. Lot keluar ke atas pula kan.
yes, they did. To be fair, I really feel like at that point it was already very honest from IG. It looked like, okay, we're not gonna throw the ruin.
Oh, this is honest too. Diablo going in, but the response with the tone is welcome, and now he's just back. And another AOG from Cuffin. The IMU
Valen doing so much, oh. Boy, this Valentina doing so much, man. Sikit lagi.
Kelvin, what can you do? Roy is just
main lagi apa? Main lah Kelvin. Percaya diri, oh. Oh iya, aku rasa dia boleh bermain dulu.
The AOG was used on Sanji up top. That was literally, it just happened. But they went in for the Throne of Ruin with no AOG under tier 1 and tier 2. Oh my god.
Oh my god. We are starting to run out of words. Blue team in this game. 15 minutes almost in, and it's just Falcons Meta still with this really big lead. Kelvin nearly getting caught there. Oh, Crypto good from Roy. Now they're on to Sano.
Sangkut kat dinding lah pula. Oh, dapat clean tu. Tapi ni beater dah pecah bang.
Falcons Meta capitalize on a mistake. IG says we can do it.
Bermainlah Kelvin, percaya diri. Aduh. Tak ada dua sebenarnya.
A shutdown as well. A way to cut down on those Sky Piercer stacks. Again, we see the set. But it's like, bro, the AOG was literally just used earlier. And it's like, dang.
Tak, Valen ni memang doing so much bangkit betul lah. Aku rasa most impactful Valen lah. So far.
Valid reaction.
Okay. That was a slow-mo.
Oh, God.
And they clear punish from Falcons Meta, earning them an additional base turret and more map control. But IG, at least you, saw that just now. They found the kill on Sano, and they found a tier 1 in mid. That's the second turret they've been able to take down this game. 15 minutes in. So maybe there are still some signs of hope, but you actually see them moving out of their map a bit more now.
Dude, I'm just so impressed right now. Such an interesting game so far. Take a look at the equipment real quick. Wind of Nature can be built up by CS. Wind of Nature already for Sano. It's a winner crown for Boyet. All right, so he's going to have a lot more to say here as he dives in forward. Not too much at risk when he dives in, as CS won't really be able to get those hits in. But the thing is, for me, Diablo hasn't gone winner crown. Being the main guy to initiate, literally the first one in. I really thought the winner crown would be built on Diablo by now.
Yeah, and it's you see it on Boyet, and now Sano. Oh, is he changing his item? I think he is. He initially had a Wind of Nature, and now he went for Winter Crown. Instead, Jay finds the taunt onto Cuffin, pushes out the Crimson, which he stole. But Sanji's gonna come in from the side, and there goes Diablo!
Oh, malah dapat. Oh, nice winter tu Valen. Tapi tak sempat tu. Itu kan Valen tu clean gila. Oi! No way, tak boleh balik. Aduh, weh! Dia dah habis. Kill ke ulti ba. Buru dapat lot buru ni. Sakit paginya. Ada flicker ke? Oh, ada flicker tu. Irara ni bakal kena tumbuk ni. Demo. Dia nak lawan dulu dia ni. Nice call lah. Nice call. Ngam mati Alice Cancer. Gila IG. Cantik. Handsome. The call. Everything. Perfect. Sebab kalau dia paksa lock tadi dia memang bodoh lah. Sebab iraranya tak ada kan. Barat tu dah lah boleh immune. Irara pergi defense orang pun cantik, tak fuck up. Timnya pun press lot at the same time. And then push just low enough lot HP supaya Barat tu datang. And then immediately tinggal. Paksa perang. Cantik. Kemas. Ignite tak nak balik.
Yes, hanya perlu 17 minit warm up untuk Clean main.
Tapi Clean ni tak main dah dari tadi. Clean ni isi slot je dah. Hai.
So Melissa's ult, right? Bring it up. It's a sphere, you can't get in. Yeah. In case you don't know. You know?
So, I don't know anymore.
Mal nak clear ni.
2.9k or 3k gold lead now in the hands of IG. It initially wasn't like this.
Sempat low Evo ke tadi? Tak sempat kan?
But now they're pushed to a corner. It's IG trying to charge in the base. And CS, you could already start to feel the damage. Boyan is already being shredded down to pieces. Sanji picks up an immortality. Burst it down. Immortality just bought it. Now it's Pawn and he has to fall.
Falcons mana, one man down. Still some waves available for IG.
Bakal jadi punca.
Still in Fatal Lane control.
Tak ada apa abang.
Popping immortality for Jay. Jay gets still trapped.
Wah, mati.
Sano finds another
stack.
But they're gonna lose another.
Wih, Barat kena penalty. Wah, malisnya. Handsome. Clean.
They're fighting it under the base, but IG somewhat have damage.
Clean.
But they are not able to catch
Boleh rugi yang tak main lah Clean. Aduh, ni penat je tengok. Aduh.
And they still have waves incoming.
Aduh, penat je tengok. Aduh, dapat clear. Clear je bermain tapi pun sudah masuk bang. Aduh, tak payah lah bro, tak payah dah. Clean bro ni kan menyusahkan tim menyusahkan keluarga
What a fantastic comeback that was.
Menyusahkan hidup semua orang, man. Tim penat. Viewer pun stres. Yang happy enemy je.
I don't know anymore. I feel like I'm gonna jumble your name too anytime soon.
Just Melissa yang disentuh.
Marco. How did it end up like this?
Hancur wing streak dadu sebab Clean. Patutlah marah sangat bro. Patutlah. Macam extra je marahnya. Kalah main batu.
Finding the angle to get in there, and man, Kelvin.
Tapi to be fair, Pakito pun start mid game tadi aku rasa tak main lah. Low impact lah.
Sanji constantly pushed in top, not respecting IG's flank potential. I know it's a Gatakacha and Melissa. I know you should be caught, this is the moment by the way, by that combo. But the fact that you did is like now, is it more of a good flank or is it more on like Sanji not respecting him, right?
I don't know, maybe something just clicked from IG, you know, mid-game, they suddenly sync up.
Tapi tu Alice-nya pun last, aku rasa last 3 team fight main sama.
There were engages which were immediately
masalahnya ulti dia dapat saja Clean dengan si Valiant kan.
Because it was a flawless Crimson Beacon 2 into whatever setup was eventually later on, but I think the panel has a lot more to say about this, you know.
Hey, I don't want to say anything.
Padahal tadi Melissa kena bantai kan dengan Lane. Okay, aku rasa tadi at least 2 kali lah. 2 kali first 6 minute terpaksa recall balik base lepas tu terlepas minion. Sebab teruk sangat lah kalau lane tu kan.
Maybe even earlier for Ignite. But they needed to learn their lesson. And finally, at that Lord fight, Renmar, they found a way to deal with Sanji enough to delay and actually prioritize taking the Lord, and that ultimately snowballed into winning that game.
Yeah, and they found Sano. It was Diablo. It was the guy that we were looking for to step up.
Yeah.
Well, not really step up, but finally make his presence felt. Got the wish of getting Diablo on something that's big impact, and he delivered the biggest impact for Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, I think Diablo, along with the big AOG finally being able to connect. You know, there was just a lot of miscommunications throughout that game. And once Ignite was finally able to actually combo up and play as a team, not just man for man, you know, sometimes you gotta switch up the formation. And they were able to do that and actually succeed in getting a win, forcing this to game 3.
Yeah, it was great. And this is what you want to see in a final series of the day where one team goes home. Now it's all a best of one. Renmar, I mean, I know you have some stuff for us, but looking at these stats as well before we jump into the telestrator, you asked for Diablo to show up, 120,000 damage taken, 37,000 damage dealt. He was involved in both sides and made a big difference.
Yeah, I think the biggest numbers I want to look at here is the difference in damage dealt between the two gold laners, 13,000 more for CS and the Melissa, which is why we had that feeling for the Falcons Meta draft where with how they closed it out, yes, we saw how well it went for them in the early game, but then that worry of, okay, what happens if the Melissa is free and the Melissa can damage? Is the Valentina and the Clint gonna be enough? Answer was no.
I mean, all that really matters is the last fight, right? And as long as you can hang on long enough, it takes that one big team wipeout. And they had nothing. They had almost no inhibitors left. They were down to the wire and were able to just kind of hang on. And whether that is them making the right move or Falcon Mena making some of the wrong moves, either way it happened in the end. And though the way they got there might have been a little sloppy at times, Falcons Mena also has some things they need to look at coming into this last game.
That was a
heck of a slow-mo.
Yeah, to see from
heck of a slow-mo.
Go tongue out, going crazy, and then immediately cutting to his teammates at the moment of defeat. That hurts.
These are actually scrims shots. Those weren't even in this game right there. He's just doing that randomly. No, I'm kidding. That was actually recently. It was a real reaction. It was live. And what do you expect? You're playing for $100,000. I mean, the hype is real, and getting a chance to move in gives you that 65K in this situation instead of the 45 from going out earlier. So still a lot of money coming up on the line for both of these teams who are fighting for their last chance at it. Renmar, I want to give you the opportunity to break down what you saw there. There were a lot of failed fights, a lot of successful fights, but like Trek said, you only need one fight.
Yeah, I'm ready to break down. All right, could you hold this for me? All right.
Both mics?
Yeah, I'm good. All right, we double it. Oh, okay. Okay, so we look at the draft. So this is already post-switch up where you see the Alice come in, but then we have to put focus on this Melissa. We look at the Falcons Meta composition, and the only source of reach that they really have is the Clint. Now, yes, there is still the problem for Ignite Gaming of the Valentina being able to take away the ults of the Gacha, even able to take away the Jushin ult, and of course the ult of the Alice. All of them as a means to break the formation of Ignite Gaming. But again, the question is, will they have the damage? We saw in the numbers difference, it was 23K lead for the, I'm not even gonna try to make numbers anymore, for the Melissa
hieroglyphics
over the Clint. Yeah, that looked like hieroglyphics there for a second. But then with the combination that Ignite had, as long as they're firing off on all cylinders, despite Falcons Mena being able to hold a very strong line of defense for their Clint, they're not just pumping out enough raw damage compared to the Melissa. Alice is even dealing damage as she has her passive up. We know the Gacha is one of those surprisingly hurtful roamers with a good amount of damage, and even the Hirara being able to come in and provide damage as well. Overall, Ignite Gaming just had more damage, and Falcons Mena, when the Clint was taken out of the equation, No one in this remaining 4 can deal with a full 5 that Ignite has. It was way too Clint dependent for Falcons Mena.
And that burst, I mean, it does scale late game. And so they had the early game handled. Yeah. And Baratza's, I mean, dominant. Like he was a high level, maybe 15 when there was 11s, 12s roaming around on the side of Ignite Gaming. But you did say that it all felt like if the Clint was gone, then what was the answer? And they didn't have one.
Yeah, it was also... Everything should have gone so well for Falcons Mena after Ignite Gaming surprisingly fought Turtle 1. They committed all those bodies up against the Barretts. I think they were a little bit too egotistical in thinking that they could get the Turtle, but even if they got the Turtle, they still would have gotten taken down. But maybe a little bit of ego is what they needed. It is a little bit of ego that allowed them to get that surprise jump play onto Sano and Sanji and then turning it around. So, hey, Ignite, they have the ego, they have the confidence, and they force game number 3.
I mean, how about that 1v1 down at the base? Sanji's trying to take it all tracks. We're watching that together. We're thinking this could be it, but it's the delay that leads to the lore, that leads to things turning around for Ignite Gaming. What was going on through your mind watching that?
It was a very all or nothing play, right? And a lot of time that is what you want to go for, but the fact that they couldn't delay Kelvin.
Yeah.
So that means he can get back. If they were able to delay Kelvin, easy, good win. But once they're not able to delay him, at that point, I think as the Paquito, you gotta back off. Because once that keeps on going, it gives the rest of the team the time to get the wipe on the rest of Falcons Mena. And once that happens, they're able to just drive that win home. So it's a lot on the line. It's a lot of plays that I think both teams made throughout that game that maybe didn't have to be made.
When you look at a game like that, you think maybe scrappy, you think, I mean, I'm going back to some of the World Cup final moments, especially for Spain and Argentina, and you say, there was almost not a shot on goal for Argentina in 90 minutes. Spain had a ton of shots, but everything was like that last bit of effort, that just final touch to try to make something happen. Feels like when you're in an elimination game or a game of high stakes, you know, some of the regular plans and composure goes out the window, and everyone's just like really trying to almost will themselves into a victory. Some of those team fights felt that way, Redmar.
Yeah, I think also the Trex may have willed this into existence. You're the only man who saw 3 games for the final series, and you called it right on the money, bro.
I know everybody loves me for that one, right?
Yeah.
I'm here for the excitement,
fans
man.
do.
Come on.
Yeah.
I came halfway across the world to watch some MLBB.
Hey. And that's what we're getting. More MLBB.
Hey, MSC at EWC 26.
Wait
Come
till
on
the best
now.
of 5s.
Oh my goodness.
That's really going to be fun.
Well, what would be crazy is seeing reverse sweeps, because in that situation, you're thinking 2-0, maybe 2-1, and we somehow go to that 5th game. Wow, that is going to be exciting. As we get into our knockout stages, those quarterfinals are going to end up being best of 5s, the semifinals as well, and a best of 7 will be our grand final. So if you think this best of 3 is fun, exciting, matchups, chess match, it's only going to get more intense, more complicated, more advanced, and maybe more impressive from both teams here.
Looking at the story of these two, though, as we get to see which map we're going to be heading into, if it's going to be Clouds, we expect a lot of fights. I don't care. We're going to get Dangerous Grass.
Dangerous Grass.
But it seems like this is going to be a much more happier win for Ignite, in the sense that people already counted this out. We didn't really get to show off as much. We've seen a lot of Falcons through their run in the wild card. Even in their loss against Vamos, we saw a good amount of them, and even they admitted that game 1 was theirs. It's just they messed up a little bit, and then they were able to fix that.
Falcons
has been here much longer, has been to more internationals as a whole team. They've gone through some impressive runs. That if Ignite take them down here, with the story that they had for MPLSG, the fact that Diablo came in after the regular season of MY just to join SG, just to come back home and win his, what was it, 7th, 6th title, something like that, back in Singapore. It's a crazy story, and it's something that even if they get eliminated in the next one, they can definitely hold their head high, say, hey, we beat Falcons Mena.
Diablo always seems to find a way to get his way into the main stage. Can he find a way into the top 8? Into the knockout stage? But let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Mena back on blue side.
Yep.
Back to that Ling and Harar ban. How does the other, this time Akai and Marcel from the opposing?
Oh, this might work out well for Ignite, because again, they won that game 2 on the blue side. Now they're back on the red side game 3, they had more time to think about the approach of Falcons Mena of game number 1.
The Freya band as well, the Akai, it ended up being something that caught Ignite Gaming by surprise. And maybe not by surprise, but they just couldn't deal with it in game 1. That ended up helping them out too much after seeing the Harara Ling band, which is not common. We're seeing those usually let through, maybe one of them banned. Going deeper into the assassin pool, Falcons Mena have kind of changed things up at the end of the day and said, nope, we're not going to see them, we're not going to play them, we're not going to use them. Let's see what else you got.
So do you get rid of the Eudora here?
Atlas Open?
That's a good question. What happens if you don't?
I mean, if you don't, then you have something that could threaten the assassin that you possibly might want to pick if you want to go for the Fanny. We know that Falcons Mena so far just shows that they don't want to play assassins. That is the point blank and period, but they're going to target even more. Goodbye, Barats.
I think that's smart.
It's true. It's true, because now for utility jungle, you have what? Fredrin, Basha.
It's just stopping them what they like to do and what they feel comfortable with. And the thing that would give me confidence, Renmar, is the fact that they took the Akai away and then
Atlas
they won. Now they take the Barats away, which they're clearly in on. Probably have some confidence saying, all right, you got a trick on us, we're going to respond back.
I think Mena are going to slowly build into this, so I think we're going to be seeing a lot of safe picks. Wouldn't be surprised if their jungler comes in last, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ignite just pan out the Fredrin and Boxer to be safe in the end. So that you're really out of the counters. Yeah, just you're out of all the options for the utility jungle, which means we would have to see Boyd have to double down on maybe something like the Joy in the end.
I mean, does he have all of that in his kit?
It's a great question. The only Assassin's Boy that played in NPL, PH, or international tournaments. Fellas, you ready for him?
Melissa. Kalau dah macam ni kan, ambil je dua terus yang boleh punish dia. Zetian ke, Veil ke, Gorde ke, Parsa.
So he has played the Fan.
Basically yang ada range jauh tapi match-nya meledak. Sebab Melissa ni tak ada kaki sangat. I mean better now lah sebab cooldown-nya tu lebih kecil kan. Lebih konsisten. Tapi boleh je lah dok, that small window.
To finish off that hero.
Bro, legit Veil loh. Parsa nak paling senang Zetian lah men. Sebab Zetian Atlas mid sedap kau.
It's not too far-fetched to just go for something like the Eve or the
Valen untuk Alti Atlas
anymore because you already took away the Link and the Hirara anyway. Oh, they still want to go play Eudora.
It's an early cleanse. Eudora, I was just going to bring up Renmar. Does it hurt? I mean, you Valentina against it. But does it hurt impact if you're going kind of anti-assassin with the Ling and the Harara band? Isn't that what Eudora's there for? Or are they still worried about something that could surprise them?
I think they are still really worried about another assassin to pop up here. I mean, the Nolan is still up on the board, but with the Atlas
no longer a mystery. Itu je. Sebab Lingnya memang kuat gila kan.
Wanted to play it safe. But again, we saw how difficult it is for the Eudora to go up against a lineup with the Melissa, and then they pair it up with an Alice. So Ignite really just doubling out on what has been the hero of the 2 days. In the Melissa, it's going to have a lot of protection.
And not going to get stolen from the Valentina, which Alice was getting that ultimate stolen in the original matchup.
Yeah, now Valentina's comfortable. She gets a nice Fatal Links of her own. So Ignite Gaming so far in this draft, it looks good, it feels comfortable. They're not having to go too far outside of their own range. Second band's coming in. Will you have called it right, Renmar? The Guinevere, so something similar. Another, I mean, definitely could have been a jungle option. We've been seeing more roam Guinevere lately, but this definitely viable in the jungle position.
I think they just have to accept that maybe they'll end up with something like a Uranus in the EXP here. For Team Falcons Mena, and then they close it out with a Joy, just get that damage.
Got a Kacha band that was picked by Ignite Gaming, got them the win.
You call back to like a Liam Ward. I guess not against the
Alice and Melissa. Yeah, that might be tough. With the Alice, can go Yuzhong. I wonder, they can, no, but they can't even go Sora because the Valentina's there, and the Sora ultimate being available for the Valentina is going to hurt Falcons Mena more.
Arlot band.
Arlot to be safe.
And Bellerin band. Still looking for that presence.
Yeah, actually that roam pick now, are they
maybe this time they'll just end up having to pick up the high loss. The high loss empowers the Alice, slows down and sets up for the Melissa.
Okay.
Theoretically should be safe. You have Revitalize for it. You don't want to go pick off. You're not going to play a Kalea here. Kalea's pretty much snuffed out by the Atlas. I wouldn't mind the
Zoya, let's go!
We've seen it before.
Yeah.
Trex.
Alice can definitely work. You already have a big ult. They go for the Grok instead.
Goro! Okay juga.
Even more aggressiveness on their side. You pair that up with a possible Fatal Links. I mean, they have big... We saw the possibilities of one of the big Wombo combos. They still have that. We are talking Throne of Ruin, Tech Charge, Fatal Links, every bit of crowd control that you could want.
And this would make playing something a lot like the Fredrin or the Boxer difficult. You don't have any more of those as an option. If you play the Hayabusa, you risk getting invaded constantly by the Grok Valentina and the Alice coming out of the lane, whichever side that's on in the jungle.
Nolan.
I think they have to double down on just the Joy. Even the Joy will struggle. Ignite might just crawl back for a reverse sweep.
Harley, yes.
At least they still get the Harley. And then the Uranus that we expected earlier for the Uranus-Alice matchup.
And it's a strong matchup. I mean, that's a strong team.
Yeah.
But are they hampered by anything? Do you feel that there's still an edge that Ignite Gaming can get?
Come on!
For Ignite here.
Tapi aku rasa ada PE Song guys ni.
Honestly, yeah. It evens things out. This makes it really demanding for Boyd though, like to answer Rainer's question. The Valentina and everything.
Wow! Hero baru.
That's another
Actually, not a bad pick.
Baby.
Yeah, Lancelot making a comeback here. Yeah, the Lancelot into the Harley, of course. That was one of the answers.
Hero baru. Apa nama hero ni, gang?
They feel good. They look
Hero-nya beli item apa ya? Hero magic ke physical?
I'm feeling a little bit more Ignite here, but it's more a question of how
aku tak sempat baca update lah, gang.
Game in the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mena, Team Falcons, and Ignite Gaming in their final game of a best of 3.
Beli ni ah. Kes helmet ah. First item eh.
To continue their dream for an MSC championship. One team going home. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirgita, to finish it off.
Hey, thank you so much, panel. It is Mirgita, the combo right now, to bring you this elimination match. Earlier, there were a few lives still, you know? It was one game after another. It was the equalization, but now it's the climax. One team's got to go. The other team's got to make it past this stage, RG or Falcons Mena.
Lama je
And it's going
bila
to be
dulu
very devastating for Falcons Meta if it is indeed true, because the panel are starting to feel like IG might have actually found a way to get that reverse sweep because this draft, because of the nature of this draft, which is looking to favor them in a lot of aspects, Mirko.
I love the Lancelot pick, man. When you are not comfortable on the fanny,
it's like
Mirara's band away from you. You got to find some creative moves, man. The Falcons men are really trying to like choke Kelvin's hero pool down with a hard pick as well. They denied everything away from him. So it only makes sense that he goes into the next best thing, which is like a lot of people were thinking Hayabusa maybe. We saw what the Yisun Shin is able to do both times. 0% win rate right now.
Hero kiri paling atas tahu bang. Tak larat dah nak. Aku punya sebenci-benci aku dekat Uranus sih, geng. Aku dah tak ada tenaga lu nak menghiting.
In terms of Falcons Meta's that's
tak ada tenaga dah. Biarlah dia. Biarlah.
And it's not just stuns, honestly, that you have to worry about. I think one of the differences between the Melissa games we've seen earlier and this that we're seeing now is that there's just really so much burst that's directed towards you. So I feel like so much attention will be put towards the bottom lane. And even the matchup, it's already established and put there to manage and deal with the Melissa overall. So I think that's one of the ways they're really planning to go around this game, at least in the early stages.
Next speed crab battle though, it will be Sanji who picks it up. That means tempo for Falcons Meta in lane against Roy. That's Boyan as well.
Flicker already burned by the mid duo for IG, so this is a pretty great start for Falcons Meta, honestly. Sanji all alone, already being enough to zone out multiple members. Throne of Ruin from Diablo doesn't connect, and now Stroll's gonna go back in. Cuffin gets the last hit on the objective, whereas Sanji's just trying to go in for the chase. Kelvin might survive this deadly magic though. And so IG don't lose out on much, but they don't get the objective.
And it's Falcons Mena with a very similar start to Game 1 and Game 2, despite having a completely different composition, right? Game 1, Game 2 was all about the objectives with the utility jungles, Barats and Akai respectively. Now with the Harley, it's still control over it. The team just knows they got that muscle memory on how to play the first neutral objective. Sanji with the instant prio after securing XP grab Boyeto on the Harley. Something we did get to see in the wildcard as well, now really abusing the fact that he can actually walk up and invade, unlike on the Akai.
Ooh, he gets trapped here, but will use the deadly magic on Diablo. Doesn't want to stay there and just fall down without getting anything. And now the bad execution! He goes back with a space escape. But Jay was there. He was ready to answer back.
What a catch the wall plays by Jay, and then the tech charge. A big swing with a concussive blast. Yeah. At least he was fast enough to clear the jungle this time, right? Unlike the Akai, but it's just unlucky because Jay was able to catch him on his tracks back into his own jungle. So IG able to find something back. That is a fatal links on Jay.
On Jay,
with a flicker too.
Yeah, that's a key word. It's on Jay, so that's big info for IG. They know that the fatal links and both the flicker are down for trolls. So for this fight, there might be a bit more leeway for them to just move around and establish their presence. And again, they're on the Lancelot too, so I feel like they should be a bit more confident in terms of just picking up these objectives and fighting for it. But let's see how it goes, because Falcons Mena at this point, despite what happened just now, I feel like they will be getting a fatal link soon too. And they pretty much set up for this. Look at just how Sanji has been cutting the waves in the base of IG.
Classic Sanji. He was trying to do this on the Paquito, but he got punished for it now on the Uranus. Perfect time to do it. Sano, though, waiting in the bush on the clit.
Yeah, Troll's just walking through everyone, and it's not looking good. IG are just really going to take this objective. Tech charge doesn't connect onto anyone. There goes the Throne of Ruin, but now they find 3. But the counter setup from Roy all over again, but the damage, it seems to be working out for Team Falcons Mena. Boyet, as well as Sano, seem a bit too reliable, as CS is the next target. It's a double kill for Sanji.
Big win for Falcons Mena. For the first time, it's IG were actually able to get the neutral objective, but Falcons Mena take the fight. Take the orange. No, Kelvin's still insecure, but Sanji's going to walk down on him.
Yeah, and it's very fast conversion. They don't want to waste time. Now they finally will take that tier 1 in mid, and even that tier 1 down bottom. Kelvin is not having a great time, though. He is not really taking his very own jungle caps.
And it's the same story in the early game. Falcons Mena are just a better team at converting on objectives and playing around these team fights early. It's just somehow in that game number 2, they completely forgot about their win conditions and they played around IG's win con of just sticking together, which is something that IG can still do right now with the Alice and the Grok. But it's something that Falcons Mena will definitely be eyeing out for this time around, right?
Yep.
Only once. Wait, hold on, Troll.
Okay, you're gonna spot out CS, forcing out to go away. The ultimate already casted 2 for Cuffin, but do they use the fatal links? No, it's actually IG using it first, and there goes the counter. But God. CS, he's just stealing the free hits. They're actually able to find Cuffin in the process, and it's just the mid lanes traded out.
It's a 1-for-1 that's actually... Oh, Sano gets caught by the wall there, and then it won't be bad for Falcons Mena. It won't be good for Falcons Mena, but still pretty good trade for them. Kelvin doing a good job here. Counter jungling and invading whenever he gets the opportunity to, right?
Yeah.
It's the only way right now to keep that gold lead from getting too crazy.
It's exactly the same. It's almost exactly the same from what happened and transpired in game number 2, where it's Falcons Mena taking charge, and then IG just forced to find trades, mostly through Kelvin and his presence across the map, and the fact that there's also an Alice, so I cannot but think that IG are just really waiting out for CS, maybe.
Troll?
But Troll decides to go in. That's 2 tanky members standing in front of him. They're not gonna go for the setup just yet, but yeah, if there's anything I really want to see change for IG, and if they're waiting for that timer, is hopefully CS doesn't really panic click on buttons. I think we saw it a couple times even in game number 2, and even just now the go away being forced out quite early. Because Eman, you saw him earlier. That was such a patient way of playing the Melissa. So Falcons Mena, now that they're in this lead, IG have to be very particular with timings.
Here's the thing with Melissa, right? It's like, all right, it's a great pick. You can play around it. You can farm and just scale all game long until you get your power spike. But it requires the team to play around you. I mean, that's the thing that IG, if you don't haven't been doing in the early game. They haven't been playing towards this Melissa. CS has kind of been an independent Melissa all throughout this game, unlike Vitality when they played it with Eman. So, again, for IG, it's all about playing with your winning condition, right? With the Valentina, Alice, and Brock, it really is a composition to just enable Melissa, CS on the Melissa. Kelvin can do his own thing in the back, but everybody else needs to peel for CS.
Because honestly, if even if you hand over, let's say the Fatal Links to Roy,
sebab nak compensate cooldown tu. Tapi ada kat yang buat Salim lah. But basically the idea is kau nak dapatkan 30% selepas nerf skill 2. Kasut CD, Trankion, Bruforce.
Yeah, they still want to defend this? Okay, gets away with the blink. Why didn't he use the throw to ruin there?
It was in a bush, so maybe they were considering going for an engage, but it was just troll that they saw, so maybe they'd rather not, because you never really know if there was anyone else from Team Falcons Meta just waiting to follow up and go in for the bait. So IG, I think it's true enough. They're really being careful about this. They're playing from behind. This is nothing new to them, but we have an objective of coming, so they can't afford to lose out on more.
And look at the way Falcons Meta this time have been able to manage the wave up top, far lane control, as they play this Lord Dance. And this time, Sanji won't be making the same mistakes as that game number 2. He won't overstay in that side lane to get picked off. He's on a Uranus as well, has a flicker. So if he gets picked off now, that's on him.
Yeah. He is just going to stick with the team. He is going to go for the zone, and they have enough info on where IG currently are, but it's Jay and Diablo waiting for a potential entrance? Looking for an angle.
It's a 3-level lead between Sanji and Diablo. Sanji's been cutting these waves, and Diablo hasn't really been farming up. That wave up top is still looking good for Falcons Meta.
I think there's too much pressure on Diablo to set things up for his team. It's almost as if he barely could split up his attention between farming and just finding the right entries. But speaking of entries, it's actually Falcons Meta who go in first. CS doesn't get caught though. Jay already looking very, very low. Sano with a reposition. Actually popping the immortality now. They lose one. Jay is down for IG. They lose one of their engages.
And now it's up to Sanji to actually just... Diablo!
Oh, Diablo goes right in. Even after they just lost a member, they find Coven in the process. I think that's going to be a trade they will settle for. And now CS looking at a target for Sanji. Kelvin trying to hold the objective. But IG are low. They don't have full HP. Now it's Joe just going to go for the charge, and Diablo looking like the next target. Sano picks up the kill. And Falcons have this Lord all to themselves.
Kalau buat dengan Glock ni, itu bukan ada puri pun.
Bait IG into the skirmish while the wave was pushing up top. That's free tier 2 as Kelvin desperately tries to go in. Fatal Links!
Gets caught. Thorn Rose tries to immune himself. And the plan of execution, Retry steals away the objective from Falcons Meta in exchange of Jay.
Ignite Gaming has to get Kelvin. Book him a chiropractor session, man, because Kelvin's been winning these retries. He's been constantly carrying this team on their back, on his back, even yesterday in the loss. What a steal again to save the game, to delay it even further. Even last game on the Hirara, you know, a real, oh god, yeah. Valid crash out in the back rooms there for Falcons Meta. But Kelvin, even earlier in game number 2 on the Hirara, constantly
mesti dia akan gendong-gendong tim dia tu victory. Bro, kalau lagi sekali kena comeback. Sebabkan Golden tak boleh nak main kat mid game ni, memang bodoh. Sumpah tak.
Who's ahead?
He's ahead of Boyet, and Boyet, by the way, used the Retribution earlier too. It was just much more accurate for Kelvin in that particular instance, which gave them at least a bit more room to breathe. And not Falcons Meta just knocking on their base or potentially taking out some
mesti hero timeless kan.
Here and there, so they're keeping it close, but this is still a very significant lead in the hands of Falcons Meta in all lanes specifically. And on top of the fact that, again, Diablo, he's still on a level gap against Sanji. So you see how IG are just forced to play together, and Falcons, I feel, are taking advantage of that. You see it in the way they're starting to manage the waves a bit more.
So for IG, it's about clearing. Last time I saw Lancelot and the Melissa on the same team, it don't matter how many lords you get, they'll still be able to come back somehow with hero plays. And so far, we've been seeing exactly that. CS managing the waves, Kelvin making those hero plays happen for the team. And Falcons Mena desperately looking for the closeout.
How do we get to that point? Earlier, it felt like there were a couple times they forced it too, so they probably learned from that. They don't want to risk it too much against this composition from IG, where you could just expect multiple layers of counter-engage to come in. Just a single mistake is what it takes for IG to potentially turn things around, I feel. Because again, it's also been Roy holding on to the Fatal Links. You also have to consider the fact that Jay might go in for a tech charge. And that CS is gradually scaling
Sabar,
up.
lancik, tunggu Bennett. Ih, boleh doh. Boleh doh.
Ah! Boyan! Space escape out of there! And now they have to deal with the waves up top as IG scramble to get away because Falcons Men are going in for the chase troll. Diablo going in as well. They find multiple members from IG! And that was the moment they've been waiting for. Boyan going in from the overseas. The flickers for Sanji and triple for Sado! And a potential wipeout coming through. There you have it. Falcons Mena. They take out every single member of IG.
The moment Troll stops, surely he gets a massive set. IG, they thought they had Boyan, but Boyan was playing a game. He knew where IG were. He reacted to it. Falcons Mena are gonna move over as they eliminate IG from MSC and EWC 2026.
Aduh, tulus like that, abangku. Alahai.
W Koneng Hero Timales.
Kenapa dia pergi serentak?
Ternyata
aku tak faham.
Kenapa
tak satu dulu ah? Kenapa bukan grok dulu
Koneng mendunia ke?
Aduh, terkena timing je pun. Bukan Harley react pun. Terkena timing je. Harley tu tak tahu pun apa yang berlaku. Aduh. Masalahnya tak okey je lah Valen. Sebab Valen punya lagi mudah kan. Biar je lah Valen tu pergi. Sekali kena dinding bodoh. Aduh, tapi tu timing pun masalah ke ah. Tak, itu memang purely timing je. Aduh.
Grog imposter.
Aduh, sakitnya balik macam tu, geng. Ya, Harley tak tahu pun. Tu dia nak belah je. Sebab dia kan Uranusnya buka map kan. Dia nampak ada Melissa jalan kan. Dia nak caw lah. Aduh. Lepas tu tak boleh keluar. Macam mana kena angkat beramai ni? Okay. Oh yelah, Venom tak ada ni. Atlasnya flicker. Melissa pun kena sekali kan. Aduh, berat. Waduh. Melissa mana puri? Weh! Oh, Melissa tak kena. Siapa yang kena? Lancir. Oh, Lancir yang kena. Aduh. Lancelok yang kena. Aduh, sedihnya bang. Aduh. Aku yakin yang kena angkat Melissa. Yang kena Lancir bunga. Berat. Hai, berat. Aduh lah. Tak tahulah bang. Ayo. Balik terus. Yep. Okey, tamatlah sudah. So, kita esok.
Camna ni Rino, konang win rate tinggi ni.
Mampus. Kan dah cakap, koneng ni menang digendong, kalah punca.
Flip pun sama.
Menang digendong, kalah punca. Okay. Tomorrow. Kita akan menonton pukul 5 petang SRG lawan GK Esports. Supposedly easy win untuk SRG, okay? Supposedly. And then kita akan ada YG lawan Pro Esports. Okay, 2 match upper bracket ni memang sangat menarik lah. And then kita ada Onyx ID lawan Aurora Turki. And then last kali kita tutup dengan TLPH lawan NTT. Should be easy win untuk TLPH juga. Okay. That is all for today. Terima kasih semua. 6 jam 30 minit bersama saya.
Onyx bakal turun ring terus.
Malam ni aku rasa tak ada live lagi. Aku bara gila. Tak tahu kenapa tapi hari ni aku bara ya.
Onyx paling seram menang kekalah bakal final balls.
Nanti kita jumpa besok pukul 5 petang. Okay? Tapi kalau tiba-tiba malam ni ada, aku bagi tahu lah. Dah 2 je. Dah. Okay, terima kasih semua sekali lagi. Kita jumpa besok ah. Ending stream in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, terima kasih.